money. No ice, no ice, no ice. Big chain, gold watch. No ice, no ice, no ice. Party people!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of the Taiko World Cup 2025. The round of 16 has started off spectacularly and continues with a double match in this block. This broadcast is going to be focusing on Argentina against New Zealand. I am joined today by none other than Chilia Pair. How you doing?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's so many different time zones now.
And good night.
Good night.
You gotta say the quote.
I left
gotta
out.
say the line, Pear.
I left out my own time zone for good night. No. What's happening? We're falling apart here already.
He's going to sleep.
That's
He's gone to sleep.
Who's not going to sleep, however, is Argentina and New Zealand in a ridiculously close matchup, 27 versus 22nd seed. One of the lower seeded matchups of the weekend, but I am expecting it to be one of the closer matchups based on seed. Of course, we've got a couple others that have matched up extremely well. Later on this evening, we will also have our 8th versus 9th seed matchup, but big expectations for this match, Beat. We had a tiebreaker this evening before this, just earlier at 18 UTC. That's a lot of hype to build back up to in this match.
It really is. And look, we did have 25 versus 24, at least in the seeding earlier today. That was a 5-1 result, but you never know. Argentina and New Zealand have been two very solid teams, at least in the round of 32 matches. And it's only getting more solid as Sparks rolls a 32 for New Zealand.
Not highest roll ever, kind of middle of the line. Looking for that selection at the start here, the priority.
Stuck in last week. Round of 32 points. Checks out.
Exactly.
Yep.
Reliving the past.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was them, it's definitely it was a rough start for these two teams, of course, in the round of 32. New Zealand having to face off against Russia last week, the 11th seed, who barely lost to Chile earlier today. That was our tiebreaker match, and of course Argentina falling to Chile respectively. Both of those going up against each other now with very similar results against those two teams. New Zealand faring a little bit better against the losing team of that match might also set the expectations high, and a 7 roll is going to give this over to Argentina for their first ban.
Yeah. New Zealand winning the roll. So Argentina gets the pleasure or displeasure, depending on how you see it, to make the ban choice first. So in Taiko World Cup, you get 1 ban. We keep it short and simple. And Argentina has gone with Hidden 1. Another Hidden 1 ban has come in through to the ban list.
Every match. I swear, it happens so often. The Daria core not happening today whatsoever. And that Nomad 4 being banned out from New Zealand, they're getting rid of one of the more complex tech maps in this pool, a little bit more favored towards that skill set. So maybe some uncertainty with that end of the range there. And of course, Argentina with the Hidden 1 ban is something we've seen a couple of times now, but they are going to go in for the free mod 1 for New Zealand. So they are going to ban a techie style map, and then they're going to pick one.
Yeah, Nomad 4 does have a couple of technical patterns, but it is a bit more gimmicky based, especially with the amount of SV patterns of prevalence. So, 3 mod 1, a little bit kind of in the middle. There are a couple of 1-6 patterns that do exist. There are gradual shifts in scroll velocity, which does trip up players when they opt in for Hidden or Hard Rock. So, 3 mod 1, Trinity Force. We have seen this. This has been a popular choice so far in this weekend. All the players in the field have open choice as to whether or not they want to put on a mod being either Hidden or Hard Rock, or both Hidden and Hard Rock. Each mod does add about 6% to a player's individual score. And yeah, we have seen quite a variety of mod selections in the matches that we have seen so far. And in fact, yeah, we got another match that's going on right now as well. So if you're one of those people that likes to dual cast or at least dual stream, Brazil and Canada are currently facing off as we speak. So I imagine that people will be updating us on that as we go along. So let's see, what are the mod choices that players are going with? All right.
Double Hidden Hard Rock on New Zealand, so a slight mod advantage for them. We did see this earlier today as well. We actually saw triple Hidden Hard Rock from Team Chile against Russia, which actually ended up giving them the win on that pick. Russia with high 99, mid 99s on Hard Rock across all the players was not able to match up to it, and we'll hope for the sake of New Zealand on their opening pick that this is going to be the route that they want to go. A little bit of a rough start for both teams here, definitely struggling a little bit more than we saw earlier. Again, 2 lower seeded teams in this matchup, so we're not expecting high 99s across the board here, but a good, solid, strong start is going to set them up for success later. A bit more of a drawn-out pick than we see with some of the other maps in here, and Illustrious is actually going to find the first break early.
Yep, New Zealand looking good. They have the mod advantage. They have the combo advantage. Senshi picks up a miss as well, leaving Tappy the only player on a full combo on the Argentinian side. That is not the greatest start, but this is New Zealand's opening pick, and it is expected that they would be at their strongest. And so far, living up to that expectation. Zedox, 99%, leading the lobby as a whole on the full combo.
Hidden Hard Rock being a leader is something that you want to see as well. Spark's not too far behind, holding up well on that bottom right, and IDK finding a bit of a dirtier miss, and then there's a second one there, so 97% now for them, but that is not a far shot compared to what we're seeing on the side of Argentina, still higher than all 3 players there, and this is an extremely confident start from New Zealand in what you want to see from the 22nd seed, the leading seeded team in this matchup on their first pick.
Illustrious is doing quite all right, holding 2 mods, getting at 97.3% so far. Has had some solid combos so far in this first half of the song. Is beating out IDK in the individual matchup. But with Zedox and Sparks looking incredibly solid, there is no chance Argentina can make really too many gains at this point in time. So they're definitely going to be struggling a bit to try and maintain this deficit.
Continuing to grow, 125k now, and it really doesn't look like it's going to be turning around. Zedox once again continuing to be that top front runner in this lobby, holding the 99 now. Keeps fluctuating up and down, but it's certainly more than enough to hold off this onslaught from Argentina, cleaning it up pretty well across the board. 298s, and there's a miss from Zedox as well, but I think that score lead is far too gone here. Really strong performance across all 3 players on New Zealand, plus that mod advantage, accuracy advantage on the hidden hard rocks may just be too much for Argentina to get into this one, and that's fine. This is New Zealand's pick. Argentina gonna have to pick themselves up now going into the second one. Lots of breaks there.
Yeah, 3 players dropping their combos. Most tragically, however, Sparks dropping the full combo only about 100 or so notes from the ending. A little bit tragic, but still will be getting the top score, I believe. Actually, no, Zedox is trying to fight Sparks for the MVP at the end of the chart here, but I think Sparks ended up taking it. Let's see. The final numbers trickling in. Yep. Sparks gets the MVP with a margin of about 3,000 points. No player surviving that map unscathed. But across the board, everyone's getting some high A ranks, around 96, 97, 98%. Cannot ask for too much more than that. Definitely a solid start for New Zealand and a fair shot by Argentina to try and take a opening pick.
That's exactly what you want to see from New Zealand here. Again, the higher seeded team, so we're expecting them to perform well. And right out of the gate there, the confidence fairly high to go for the extra hiddens, as well as have that higher team performance overall. Speaks volumes about their confidence potentially going into more of the skill cap maps later on in this pool. As we see a relatively quick Hard Rock 2 pick come out from Argentina, they are not messing around here, immediately in for Cologne.
Oh, I like this. I haven't seen Hard Rock 2 in the earlier matchup today, so Hard Rock 2 getting a bit more love than 5 seconds. So, Hard Rock 2, 2 minutes and 17 seconds in length. It is generally speedy, 215 beats per minute. Very fast to read as well. Definitely does bring out some very tricky skill sets that you need to conquer the map. And with the higher OD as well, this map will not pull many punches. Argentina maintaining their lineup. Seeing no player swap so far. Orally coming in for New Zealand.
Couple switches on both sides here. Rosters changing up early. We like to see that. We like to see more versatility on the rosters. We like to see that everyone is making use of the full range of players that they are working with here, and we are hoping that this continues on for the remainder of the match. We had this in a couple of matches earlier today. Again, the points going back and forth, but really also starting to see again that early trend of the higher seeded teams being just a little bit more confident, being able to kind of grace their way through these maps. And right now, the ball is in New Zealand's court. Argentina now needs to go get it back on this Hard Rock 2. And an early break and some drops is not what you want to see from Argentina. It's still very early. A lot can happen, but a full minute shorter than the previous map. You do not want to be seeing these early breaks and these early drops here. Now 2 players quite a ways down.
But it's okay. Argentina does have Senshi on the double S, actually leading the whole lobby, so that's definitely a very good start. It's keeping Argentina well and truly in this fight. New Zealand only ahead by about 26,000, but don't worry. 26,000 is not a lot, especially now that we're starting to get higher combos. Any shocks will be far bigger than what we saw from nothing at the very start. So going to the first KI time. Everyone's hitting the notes that needs to be hit. nothing. Lowest accuracy in the lobby, but I think that was more from the earlier mishap rather than general consistency throughout the first half of the track. See the lead stabilizing, which is exactly what Argentina wants. Argentina doesn't want to give New Zealand an extra 10 or 20, 30,000 points because of like an accuracy deficit. So,
locked.
Yeah, it's pretty locked, which is good.
Couple 100 drops there from Senshi, going to concede a bit of act there, but nothing after that rough start. Has now pulled up to being one of the higher accuracies in the lobby, actually second highest on Argentina overall, as well as Sparks falling below 99 is really what's locking this score there. Traded break, which is exactly what Argentina likes to see there. That non-trade from Arlie would have been quite dangerous, but we're going to keep it even here. Still an act lead for Argentina on the two that have held the full combos, but overall on the team, New Zealand just looking a little bit better, and as the map comes to a close, that is going to be all she wrote. A break point to start.
Yep. And let's see the final results coming in. 8 100s for Zedux. Very good results. Senshi also doing very well to mostly offset that with a 10 100 FC. Sparks getting 16 100s full combo, and Illustrious getting 26. Very good results. But yeah, nothing did pick up too many misses at the start. And I think that doomed the match because New Zealand managed to just hold it through without tripping up too much. So New Zealand leading the match 2-0. Good start. Definitely where you want to be. And yeah, let's see where New Zealand takes the match from here. No mod hasn't been touched yet. But does New Zealand want to go for maybe Hard Rock 1? No, Hidden 2. Okay. Ooh. Pick a bit more of a safer pick. No, that's fair. That's fair.
I respect it.
I don't.
I respect the safe pick.
Nah, I like the challenge. Maybe I'm just a risky player. I like it when people try to take the riskier picks first. Just, try to win the more toss-up picks early when everybody has a bit more composure. Then later on, when the match develops and suddenly there's too much tension, to stay consistent.
We see both sides of it, right? There's New Zealand who really maybe takes the advantage of the break point to start to break their way out of here. The way that I think we see this in a traditional sense, across the board, especially with these teams, is that you're the higher seeded team. You have now taken your own introductory pick as well as a break point on your opponent this early on into a best of 9 match. The best possible thing you can do right now is consolidate that point, put yourselves one away from that force on tiebreaker, and that gives you the rest of the match to play with here. And if you feel like you are maybe riding a little bit higher on that skill cap, this Hidden 2 is actually a pretty decent pick, even though it's fairly consistent.
You're right, but we need a bit of drama.
We do, and I like
a bit of drama. Do you know how many 5-0s we get a lot around here? It's too many. We need a bit of spice. We need a little flavor. We need a little
back, Argentina. Take it.
A little salt in the meat.
Need a little way.
In a little bit. But yeah, Hidden 2 map's gonna be played with Hidden. That's all there is to say about that. Argentina did ban Hidden 1. I don't think that is an indication that Argentina is necessarily weak at Hidden. Hidden 1 has been a very popular ban choice for a lot of teams. In fact, we've seen some matches where both Hiddens have been banned. So we'll see how Argentina can fare up in this faster Hidden pick. It is 2 minutes long, so not too dramatic in terms of the timing.
Pretty early start here, nice and easy as we work our way into things here. We're waiting for that first PI time, but the build-up comes rather quickly. It is going to hit and come out of absolutely nowhere, so be practiced up with that Hidden, and here we go. First PI section coming for these teams nothing. Gonna find the first break out there. That is going to be lead once again in favor of New Zealand, but very strong accuracy on Illustrious and Senshi right now. Unfortunately, nothing is note locking all over the place here, which is not what you want to see. An unfortunate drop in the combo being down as well, and that is a fairly significant lead for New Zealand. Free halfway through the map with all three players looking confident.
Yeah, unfortunately, so far this map is a bit of a repeat of what we just saw a few moments ago on Hard Rock 2. Nothing did pick up the miss earlier. The rest of the New Zealand team just consolidated, and then the map just wrapped up without too much of a contest. And I think we're seeing a bit more of a dramatic version of that, although this time Illustrious does break what was a very good performance. And Arlie getting caught out on the slowdown. Yeah, slow hidden, very difficult. Then she also dropping as well. And that leaves only Zedark and Sparks with the only full combos in the lobby.
The damage is fairly far gone now. Less than a quarter of the way left in the pick, and New Zealand continuing to strut their stuff here, especially Zedox, who has been performing very, very well for their team in this match. We've seen a lot of standout performances on both sides here, but New Zealand, again, just as a roster, has been looking so confident and clean through these picks, despite the couple of breaks that they've found across the board. And Argentina really just needs to find a break in the armor. They need to find that avenue to get into this, because New Zealand is so strong and playing so well today. That is 6 100s for Zedox right there. What a play.
Yeah, that is a very clean performance by Zedox. Sparks doing pretty well, keeping the miscount only to 4 and getting 9 100s. Senshi getting only 1 miss, absolutely denied the full combo by the slimmest of margins. That could have actually almost been close enough to catch up with Zedox had it not been for that 1 miss. So, yeah, misses a little bit devastating in Taiko. Not as much as other modes, but still definitely can pack a punch, as you see that nearly 30,000 difference. So, New Zealand now up to 3-0, looking incredibly strong. And Argentina has to try and find a win somewhere. Where do you go? The mods have been a bit of an unfortunate chain of events. And the rest of the pool isn't looking that nicer.
This is danger spot now for Argentina, right? Especially on these best of 9s. You don't have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to these break points. And, you know, letting one up for Argentina, sure, it's fine. But New Zealand has now consolidated it. Realistically, Argentina needed that pick back right there to have a super confident run back into this. And, you know, with the way they've been playing thus far, it certainly isn't out of the question. They've been having a couple of rough runs on some of these maps, but they certainly have had their moments where they looked very strong. They just have to make sure to contain that and bring it back in for these last few picks here. As Nomad 1 comes out, we get some slacks.
All right, body to the drum is selected. Gotta love it. You know, we did kick off the round of 16 showcase with a banger. And it looks like Argentina is hoping to bring a little bit of that revival back into this match by picking Nomad 1. So, 3 minutes in length. Generally consistency focused. But it does have a few little patterns here and there. Just to, you know, keep things a little fresh. Relative to some of the other picks, like Nomad 5 and whatnot. Or even Nomad 3, which is a bit speedier than, considerably faster than this. So, still no swap outs from Argentina. That's fine, keeping things consistent. New Zealand not changing their lineup either.
Not a comfortable position. They're going to maintain it now and not let this slip away. They are just 1 map away from match point, and Argentina now needs to claw their way back into this. Again, bringing up the length again, 3 minutes plus now. So once again, breaking into maybe a little bit more of a consistency angle here, having to maintain across the course of a pick. But With the way that New Zealand has been playing thus far, I'm not sure that's quite as good of an idea as it was earlier, but we will give Argentina the benefit of the doubt. We will give them our support, and we will look to see them get, hopefully, their first point on the board here to try and dig back into this match. They got to put those heels in now.
100%. And Argentina then having a bit of a struggle in this matchup. We're getting an update from the other matchup that's currently taking place. And it looks like Brazil is currently down 3-0 as well. Yeah, Canada is leading against Brazil 3-0. So Argentina is not alone in this predicament. Can they dig their way out of it? We will see.
A ways to go, and this map is just getting started here as we approach the first KI time here towards this build-up. Everyone looking strong. No major difference between these two teams. Minuscule differences. And here we go. The first section of the map gets a little bit more dense. Starts to get some of these SVs swinging in as well. Everyone's maintaining their composure. Nice, calm, cool, collected. Oh, yeah.
Senshi did pick up a drop earlier in the slow section there. It was a very clean. It was a clean miss. Very easy recovery, but that's still not a sign of confidence. I mean, we are halfway through in the song, and you have two players from New Zealand, both on double S's. This is not where you like to be. 25,000 points in the tank, and two of your three opponents are unwavered.
I mean, this is really right now coming down to how well New Zealand is playing. This is such a performance from them when it comes to their overall confidence across all three players. And regardless of whether or not Argentina has that miss, they would still be down on this accuracy by quite a margin. And if they can maintain this, then there is going to be absolutely no way to bring this one in.
Well, we'll see. There's a third of the map to go. There is a very relatively intense finish and plenty of opportunities for these players to trip up. And especially with how close this map has been, it only takes one massive drop for the lead to swing. But so far, Ali and Sparks absolutely in tune to the rhythm. But as soon as I say that, Ali drops the double S, picks up a combo break, but the lead's still looking steady. Nothing picks up a combo break as well, which is not helping Argentina's chances in the slightest. Xenox and Sparks looking to try and bring it home, but Ali is starting to struggle quite a bit. And that is a huge drop where the point is starting to swing back down. But Xenox and Sparks is keeping things afloat. If they had even 0.5% lower accuracy, this would be an incredibly tight finish. But both of them are saving their fallen teammate to the finish line. And Ali, for his efforts, gets to keep the scores above 99% with one miss and 13 misses and 100. Yep, you heard that here first, folks. 100, 13 misses. Very good save.
You see too often. That is not something you see too often right there. Sparks, though, with that double S coming into the finish, the perfect overall. You absolutely love to see it. We've seen some great double S's come out this weekend thus far. Very few, though, but they've been impressive, and they come out exactly when they need to as well. New Zealand doing absolutely everything necessary to shut Argentina out of this match, despite the better overall team performance, and despite only minuscule clean breaks from them. They have been no way into this, and it once again falls back to New Zealand now to potentially close this match out as Argentina continues to try and tread water here.
Yeah. Xenox had a full combo. Illustrious also did very well finishing the map with a full combo. And yeah, Argentina now at the mercy of New Zealand, and New Zealand's going to go Nomad 2, a very good choice, I believe. And Wolf, we're going to be happy with that pick. So, yeah, Valdis, very valid in terms of how techy it is. 2 minutes and 25 seconds in length. Definitely could spell the end of Argentina's run in this Taiko World Cup. But they're going to try their best to not end on the sweep. Definitely a tall order given what we've seen so far from New Zealand's lineup. And they're looking quite competitive in this pool.
I believe in their chances of bringing this one in here, but it is certainly going to be an uphill battle. And like you said, a little bit techier on this pick. The swing rhythms in this song start to make it a little bit more complex, and that's really where being comfortable on some more difficult maps and everything that's more complex starts to give you more of an advantage. And right now, New Zealand has been displaying that across the entire course of every map we've seen thus far, and they just need to do it one more time, as Argentina now has 2 minutes and 25 seconds to make this match turn in their favor.
Exactly. So we'll give Bancho a minute to get things sorted, and then things will be shortly underway. We do have a player swap. Arlie subbing out for New Zealand, IDK stepping in. Nothing starts the track with an early miss.
The accuracy is already starting to go south for Argentina. That's 45k right off the bat. A couple breaks now, and Sparks finds that note lock as well, so that's going to give Argentina a bit more of a swing into this, but Zedox and IDK both holding those high 99s. There's Senshi with another break, and the confidence not running high at the start of this one, Beat. Even with the breaks from New Zealand, Argentina just struggling significantly more.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Argentina, all three of their players picking up misses to start off the map. New Zealand, on the other hand, looking good. Only one miss from Sparks, but it was a bit of a dramatic drop, down to 97%. And Zedox and IDK looking in absolutely good form, but this very quiet section does look deceptively easy, and we've seen both IDK and Nothing picking up some misses, leaving Zedox as the only player remaining on a full combo halfway into the track. And New Zealand holding a very beefy lead, 140,000 score. And there's only a minute to go. Argentina not looking good in terms of their comeback chances. Illustrious is trying to make it work, getting over 400 combo, getting a good 98% accuracy, trying to beat out IDK and Sparks, at least try to offset one of the scores, but it is not enough. In a 3v3 setting, there's only so much one can do.
This is not looking good, and Argentina slowly whittling the time down now. New Zealand, they continue to hold. They continue to prove why they are the higher seeded team in this matchup, and they have now proven to us at the ending of this map and this match as it comes to a close that they deserve to move on to the quarterfinals weekend in the losers bracket. And what a performance from Zedox to cap this off.
Yeah, 99.83% to finish off, getting a full combo as well. Definitely sending a signal of strength to the rest of the lower bracket teams who will be progressing to the quarterfinals. That New Zealand is ready to fight and definitely still has some top scores ahead. So GG, well played by New Zealand to progress on to the quarterfinals. They've done their work for the day. They get to relax for a bit because soon more will come down from the winner's bracket to the loser's bracket. And yeah, a tough battle lies ahead for New Zealand next week. As for Argentina, they did have some solid scores throughout this year. It's just unfortunate that they did get swept in this matchup. And we hope that Argentina does get another opportunity to strike back next year. They have been a very up and down team over the years. Unfortunately for them, not the best lineup that we've seen in a while, but alas, they are definitely giving it their team and their country the best support that they can. And the viewers can do that too with none other than the banners in the Osa store. Feel free to check them out. Purchase the banners to support your favorite country in this year's Taiko World Cup. And of course, if you pick the winning team, you get to keep the banner for the entirety of the year. In the meanwhile, how's Brazil and Canada doing? Looks like
Likely going
Canada's
to finish
weak.
before we finish here. Yes, Canada currently up 4-0 on Brazil, and they have been rocketed the entire match.
Mm-hmm.
So, might not send y'all over there. We are definitely going to take a pause for this evening, so we will keep you all updated when we come back in about 2 hours for UTC Australia versus Malaysia. That is our 9th seed matchup. You do not want to miss that. If you can force yourself to stay up till 4 UTC, please do it. Maybe buy some banners. That'll keep you awake. The thought of being able to see the team live that you just bought a banner for. What could be better than that experience? What could be better than coming back here for that? But we're going to take a break between now and then.
Channel predictions. That's what can be more exciting. So, yeah, tune back in about 2 and a bit half hours from now. Australia and Malaysia will be playing. It's going to be a very spicy matchup. We'll have a bit of lore around it too. So, stay tuned as the Taiko World Cup 2025 continues. I'm B43210 and joined by Chiliot Pair. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you all next time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the round of 16. Back, of course, with some more Taiko World Cup action. And this match is going to be quite a special one. And that is between Australia and Malaysia. The 8th and 9th seed of the tournament. They got a fair amount of drama between the two. And the only way to settle it today is going to be in the battlefield. That is the winner's bracket. I am your commentator, Beat43210. And I welcome you all to what's going to be a fantastic match today. We cannot wait to see how it goes. So, a little bit of drama, of course. Friendly drama. You know, good banter, as they say. The Australians have been an up and down team over the years. Have had some very decent and subpar runs. But this year, they've had one of the best seedings that they possibly have done in recent history. Seeding 8th into the tournament. And that is due in part because Crab Cow, the former Malaysian Taiko World Cup player, is temporarily staying in Australia for a few years. So he has changed teams from the Malaysians over to the Australians in the last, I think, 2 months was the official announcement. And the Malaysians have some bad blood to settle in hearing the news of their defection. So the Malaysians are super pumped to show their true force of strength. And, of course, the Australians like to show their prowess as well. And, of course, we miss the rolls, as we do. Welcome. And, yeah, we're going straight into it. The Australians have banned Double Time 1, and Malaysia has banned Free Mod 2. So, this is good because Hidden is in the field. After we've had a string of Hidden matches getting banned, over and over again. Both Hidden 1 and Hidden 2 have survived the ban phase. Very exciting. So, a lot of people are fired up for this matchup, and we're going straight into it. We have Double Time 2, which is going to be Miss Cal. Let's see who will be Will Malaysians be miscalculating their opening pick? Or will the Australians suffer a first defeat? Let's find out. Now, this is a lengthier DT pick. Definitely a bit spicier in terms of the speed. Up to about 240 beats per minute. So, very fast, very furious. And we got plenty of action ahead in this matchup. So, I hope you guys are all excited. For those who are tuning in for the first time in the Taiko World Cup, this round of 16 match is a best of 9. So first of 5 victories will do the trick. If a 4-4 result is achieved, we go to a tiebreaker. The winning team in this match will be going on to face Japan in the quarterfinals. Very unfortunate seeding, however, that is life. The losing team will go down to the loser bracket, where they'll be fighting in the quarterfinals, of which is a brutal quarterfinals ahead. So I don't want to go down there if you don't have to. So, representing the Australian side, we have Jay, Richie, and Hungry Turtle 420. And representing Malaysia is Jerry, Core 31 HP, and Zed 419. Yeah, we got some absolute destruction on our hands today. So far, everybody going through their opening pick. And while you're watching this opening section play out, do get involved in the channel points prediction today. A lot of points, possibly changing hands today. So predictions will be closed at the end of this map, so feel free to do that if you haven't already done so. I'm biased, so I'm putting all my points in Australia. Meanwhile, all of these players are starting off quite phenomenally. Hungry Turtle 420 leading the lobby on accuracy with 99.6%. Richie's at 99%. Jerry's at 99.53%. Everyone is just dead even across the board. The Malaysians have a very slight accuracy advantage, but it is incredibly minuscule. Even the slightest 100 will flip hands. And as we approach the halfway point into the match, The Malaysians are out in front, but it is a minuscule lead. Only 6,000 points. What's really surprising, actually, the lowest players in the lobby, Richie and Jay, just outside the 99% range. On a full combo, and it is not enough to beat this Malaysian team. They actually have a very good opening pick. But we are what? Going down to the last third of the map, and only one player has missed, and that's come from Jerry. Goes to show how much practice these teams have put into this matchup. They both knew it was going to be intense. They both knew that this was going to be very close, and both sides have clearly done some homework to try and prepare for this. And so far, the Malaysians are on their way to an opening point victory. And we're down to the last 30 seconds. Any mistake can be brutal, especially at 240 BPM. You don't want to see it. Z419 trying to lead the lobby on accuracy, but Jerry, despite the one miss, is still going to top out the whole field. And Malaysia defends their opening pick, winning by a margin of 20,000 points. A very good result. Jerry getting 8 100s and a miss. Z419 getting 9 100s and a full, 10 and a full combo. Same accuracy, very nice. And Cord following up with a very comfortable 18 100 FC. On the Australian side, Hungry Turtle tops the side with 12 100s, and Jay and Richie get in 29 and 31 100 respectively. So, good opening pick by Malaysia. They take the first point, and Australia going to fire back with Hamrock 1. So, Hard Rock 1, Yosido di Cabinoto. Totally butchered the pronunciation, went for the last time. Looks like the Malaysia team is having a player swap, and Australia is also having a player swap as well. Hungry Turtle going out, and going in is Crab Cow, the player of the hour. DXA Fong, she steps in for the first time in this matchup. And of course, you can imagine the lobby chat a little bit spicy, just a little bit. Absolutely peak introduction. Crab Cow entering the lobby saying hello, subhumans. Trying to get into the headspace a little bit. Now, these teams have faced each other off many times as well. So both Malaysia and Australia are quite familiar with the top players' preferred map choices. But of course, with the ever-constant changing lineups that Australia in particular goes through year on year, sometimes it does change a little bit here and there. Yeah, Crab Cow changed flags a few months ago. I think 2 months before Taiko walked up to the place. So, let's see Crab Cow making the first appearance in this matchup. Will Crab Cow be able to send a strong message to the Malaysians? But Malaysia doing very well. Cord getting a near double S out the opening sections of the song. But all 6 of these players across the board have been generally consistent. We've had very few miscounts, very high accuracies, and just all-around top taiko performances. And Australia currently holding a very thin lead of 4,500 points. And there's still the second half to go. DXA Fong slightly falling behind the pack, dropping out of the 99% range, but Cord is carrying incredibly hard. 99.92% in climbing on Hard Rock, nonetheless. Definitely a scary showing by Cord. It's keeping Malaysia in this. But DXA Fog is the first player to pick up a miss, and that is a welcomed miss for the Australian side as quickly the lead blows up from about 15,000 score to 40,000. And despite Cord's phenomenal play, the Malaysians are falling behind. Jerry's doing all right, and so is the Australian team as well. And there we have it. Team Australia takes the opening point as well. Both sides defending their opening pick, and look at these wonderful scores across the board. You got 2 100 FC from Quad. You got 5 from Crabcow, 6 from Jay, 13 from Jerry, actually tying Richie. Oh no, Richie picked up an extra 100. So Jerry actually outperforms Richie in that matchup. And DXA Fong picked up, unfortunately, and very tragically, the only miss in the lobby. So Malaysia going to Hidden 2. Very interesting choice. We've seen Hidden 2 here and there in some matches this week. It is the faster Hidden pick. Mapped by Fatsu, because as everybody knows, the Brazilian, like the top Brazilian players have decided to join the mapping team this year. It's been funny to watch. And so have the German Taiko Cup team. They just straight up decided to become like map pool testers. It's kind of funny. Which is also why we don't see Germany in this year's Taiko World Cup. So let's see, what player swaps do we have here? Crabcow's going out, Hungry Turtle's coming in. Richie's going out from the Australian side. Who is going to step in? Nope, he's stepping back in. Never mind, Richie's switching positions, yep. Z419 swapping out for Fong. And Cord and Jerry still staying in their original positions. Song about love, but half the lyrics are about hate. Yeah, that sounds about right. What could I say, right? It's just like, good old clickbait. It sounds nice, perfectly wholesome, and then you search up the lyrics online and you become horrified. So yeah, good meme. So let's see, here we go. All players on Hidden, Endo fail. Everybody ready to get started on this third pick. Both Malaysia and Australia defended their opening picks quite comfortably. Well, comfortably for two closely seeded matchups. Can that continue through to the third pick? We're about to find out. Cord picked up a lot of 100s starting out. Admittedly, it is a bit of a slow Hidden start. So sometimes the players trying to find their tuning can be a bit of a challenge. But everybody survives the opening section. No misses across the board. And in fact, the teams were tied for a second there. Yep, this is the typical Hidden 2 experience. Richie picking up a lot of 100s there. In the lead to the Malaysians for the time being. Looking around the board. Let's see, Jay and Hungry Turtle at 99.9 and 8 respectively. Jerry offsetting Hungry's score by also rolling at a 99.8. Cord and Z419 are at 99.5. It's just Richie who's struggling on accuracy. Nearly a full percent under the rest of the lobby. And Richie's got to do a little bit of effort to keep up because the Australians can't go higher than this. It's 99.9. But the Malaysians are trying to not give any advantage whatsoever. As Cord and Z419 are trying to stay in the 99% range, but Z419 picks up a big miss. And the Australians get a lead for the first time in the match. Oh, I forget. Is there a break here or no, there isn't? Okay. But here we go. We're going to the final section here. Jerry's at 99.91. Trying to top the individual lobby, keeping the Malaysians in it for a little bit. But Hungry Turtle and Jay are working together very comfortably to offset Jerry's advantage. And that's it. Australia picks up a break point. So Jerry and Cord were doing incredibly well, 2 100s and 900 respectively, but Hungry Turtle and Jay getting 3 and 4 100s each. Absolutely killer performances by all 4 of those players. And Richie getting 24 100s was the lowest accuracy in the lobby, and it was looking scary for the Australian side, but Z419 did pick up a very unfortunate miss in the back quarter of the song. 4 notes was enough of a difference to let the Australians slip. And okay, hang on. I like this aesthetic, right? Malaysia's picking everything on the right side of the board. Australia's picking everything on the left side of the board. Can we keep the aesthetic, please? No, we can't. Jay just went with number 2. What? Wow. Okay. That's rather unfortunate. Oh, yes. I forgot to say that the Malaysians responded to the Australians in kind by posting a picture of like a crab meal in a restaurant being totally decimated. That was a funny X tweet. That was a nice one, Team Malaysia. But yes, No Mod 2 Valdez. Very popular No Mod 2 pick, very tech heavy, and stepping up. Jay is out of the room, actually. Okay, look, I know this, but I'm gonna make it a little more dramatic. Jay is not going to be playing this map. I can't believe it. It looks like for the first time in quite a while, Rango making a reappearance in the grand stage of Taiko World Cup. And Vaughn stepping up for Malaysia. Jerry's subbed out as well. So, yeah, this is a very exciting change of circumstances. When was the last time that we see Jay not being in top 3 of a serious Australian lineup? It's been a while, but here we are. Rango's coming in. We're very curious to see how Rango's going to go on this. And Vaughn as well. Vaughn stepping in to replace Jerry. Everyone else staying in the lobby, so we got Cord, DXA Fong coming in, actually. And for the Malaysian side, and Richie and Hungry Turtle staying put. So 2 minutes and 25 seconds. This is a very exciting map. If you have not seen it, look forward to it. The notes are very awkwardly timed. It's hard to maintain precision in some sections, and Richie's the first player to pick up a slip out the gate. I'd be impressed if we saw high 99 results from these teams, like we've been seeing earlier in the match. So let's see, what do we got here? So everyone's still on their full combos except for Richie, who actually has recovered quite quickly. We have Cord leading the lobby on accuracy, tied with Hungry Turtle, so both of those 2 players are canceling each other out. Vaughn and Rango are canceling each other out as well at 99.1%. This 8,000 point difference is purely coming between DXA Fong and Richie. That is actually unbelievable. That's a sight to behold. Vaughn and Rango tying and Hungry Turtle and Cord tying. Yeah, this is what we're seeing. DXA Fong picking up a few 100s there. Dropping below 99%, but the combo advantage keeping Malaysia in it. Hungry Turtle did pick up a fair amount of 100s as well. Looks like Cord's the only player that is still pumping a incredibly high score. Yeah, Chord's leading the lobby. Rango picks up a slip. And Malaysia trying to build up a bit of a momentum. They're up to 16,000 points. There's a third of the map left to go, so any more breaks from here can be quite devastating. Will the Malaysians hold it out? Only time will tell. Couple more finishes to go. And by the way, with this finishes notes, you got to hit 2 buttons to get the full points. If you only hit 1, you'll still keep your combo going and the accuracy, but you will miss out on some bonus finisher points. And that can stack a lot over a map like this. So you put a lot of extra strain. Richie picking up a miss there. That might be it. Yeah, that's definitely it. Malaysia breaks back against the Australian team, keeping things level at 2 apiece. But look at those scores. Rango getting 2 miss and 13 100s. Richie getting 5 miss and 9 100s. But Chord, 3 100s and a full combo. That is absolutely a sight to behold. Hungry Turtle and Vaughn sitting closely at about 10 100s each. And DXA Fong picking up the most 100s in the lobby, but still wrapping up the point without breaking. So let's see. How will Malaysia fire back going straight for speed? Yep. And yet we're seeing some more player swaps coming around now. Crab Cow stepping in. Z419 defecting to Australia for a moment. Man, if the Malaysians had 2 players defecting, that would be absolutely devastating. Yeah, that was just Nomad 2. Don't worry, Nomad 3 is going to be a lot funnier. So, you know, just like when cars go vroom vroom like Formula 1 is currently in Japan, Scooter Broza is the fastest Nomad map in the pool. Probably the fastest song in the pool too, at 280 beats per minute. You got yourself incredibly high-paced music. A lot of notes coming real quick, and if you can't read it or you can't hit it and your fingers die off of stamina, very unfortunate misses will be coming in quick and fast. So, let's see. Crab Cow coming in for Australia, replacing Rango. And Z419 coming in as well. So, Fong, Chord, Richie, and Hungry all stay in the lobby. So, let's go. Moving on to map number 5. Alright, both sides hitting all the slider ticks. Very nice. Good work. Oh yeah, the song starts quite slow. You know, because why not? So yeah, perfectly even start. All is balanced in the world. Alright, here we go. The bright side of this map, if there is any saving grace, actually is relatively easy to get. Why you're seeing 5 players on double S. The only difference between these 2 sides right now is Z419 picking up the only 100 in the lobby. Yeah, that's actually kind of scary to hear. But yeah, this is the reality that you're in. All right, all the players hit the slow note. Okay, Richie and Z419 dropping the double S's. And in fact, it's tying up, but Richie picks up a miss. And that is allowing Malaysia to pull away a little bit. There's nothing that Crab Cow and Hungry Turtle can do. They're both at double S. Richie is all on his own to save this one. Z419 is also on his own to get away from Richie. But Richie continues to pick up some misses. And that is allowing the Malaysian side to pull away a little bit here. In fact, there's some incredible performances in this lobby. Four double S's. What? Okay. Oh, but Z419 picks up a big miss, tying up Richie on accuracy. But the combo is still going to be enough for the Malaysians to win. That is absolutely unbelievable. This ending sound effect. And yeah, there we go. Combo making the difference there. Ladies and gentlemen, we see 3 double S's from Corn, Crab Cow, and Hungry Turtle. 100 from Fong. That's basically a double S. But yeah, look at this difference right here. Same miscount. 1 less 100, but the combo making the difference of about 15,000 points. And that's enough for Malaysia to defend their pick. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, Richie proclaiming is the GOAT. Yep. Yeah, chat's going wild on this one. Unsurprising. This is a top matchup. So, what is Australia going to do? What do we got left? We got Fremont 1. We have Hard Rock 2. Hidden 1. We have No Mod 5, No Mod 4, which is the gimmick pick, and No Mod 1. Ooh. What do you do? Keep in mind that both these teams do have a tactical timeout if necessary. What will Australia do to keep their chances even? No Mod 4! We're going to gimmick! Australia generally having a decent track record with gimmick picks. Elevator. Also, I don't think I haven't seen No Mod 4 yet in a matchup. But yeah, No Mod 4. You know, oh man, what jokes can I say with this one? You know, two teams walk into an elevator. Who's going to walk out in front? Yep. It's a pretty spicy situation. There's a lot to play for. You know, drop it like an elevator. Yep. Will Australia be able to walk out the ground floor in one piece, or will the Malaysians be sitting on the verge of victory and send the Australian morale into freefall? We are about to find out. So, let's go. Pretty tame start, but it gets a lot harder than this. So, representing Australia, we got Crab Cow, Jay Ritchie. Representing Malaysia, Cord, Ziggy419, and Vaughn. Alright, here we go. Got some accelerating finishes. Pretty tame, but I assure you it's going to get much harder than this. So yeah, notes are appearing out of sequence, for those who are not looking at it for the first time. So the map is going to intentionally deceive the players this order of the notes play. But these teams have done their homework, as you do when you're a top, hyped up matchup. Crab Cow, Cord on double S's, absolutely unfazed. Richie J giving the Australians a very slight lead over Z419 and Vaughn, who are only 0.1% behind. Alright, now we transition to a much slower base SV. A lot of streamy looking notes as well. Also, a lot of doublet groups in terms of colorings. So you see a lot of 2 and 4 notes of blue and red. And the Australians are just only increasing their accuracy lead. And that is off the back of, let's see, Z419 actually. Yeah. Down to 99%, but everyone else in the lobby is at least 99.6. On full combos, by the way. These teams are absolutely locked in. They want to face Japan in the quarterfinals. They love it that much. And they will fight for the right to do so. And going to the last, fifth of the song, Crab Cow picks up a shocking miss. And there's enough time for the Malaysians to get back. Oh, there's a few more patterns left to go. The Malaysians are dropping on the accuracy front, but Jay picks up a miss. And Malaysia out comfortably in front with no more difficult patterns to go. And that is an absolute clutch up by Malaysia. Yeah, very tough results there. Richie, the only Australian to survive with a full combo, but Cord, once again, just beating the entire lobby on the accuracy front. Cord is an incredibly strong Malaysian player. And yeah, another breakpoint. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure that's getting to these teams. I'm not surprised. All right, and Malaysia's gonna go no on one. Nice, I respect it. So, all right, I respect the choice that Malaysia has gone with. And body to the drum. So, very, very popular no mod choice. Slack, of course, being a well-respected artist in the community. Of course, it is one of our custom songs in this tournament. So, gotta love it. So, let's see what is going to happen here. We have Rango, Jay, and Hungry Turtle on the Australian team. And representing Malaysia, we have Cord, Jerry, and Z419. All right. So, the Australians have their winner bracket chances on the line here. A lot of pressure, unsurprisingly. So, let's see. Can Malaysia win this? Or will the Australians be given a fighting chance? Very even start. In fact, it's actually tied. 4 double S's and I think 1 100 from both Cord and Rango. But this is minor in the grand scheme of things. All right, here we go. The No Mod 1 map. While in this high pressure moment in the match, and the teams are all tied up too. You could not ask for a better matchup. But can the Australians drag it out a little longer? Malaysians are ahead by only 1 100. And that is because Cord is outbeating Rango by 0.1%. If the map is tied, we go again. In the words of somebody, we go again until morale improves. Yep. But you got to be careful. This slow section here, it's a lot harder to play in this sort of room. But don't be surprised if somebody slips up here. Oh, Z419 drops the double S. And Jay drops it too. Okay, all it takes is one sneeze, and it will be over for either team. That is the amount of pressure that is on here. And the song is building up to the final third, and we are all tied up. Malaysia and Australia refusing to give up here. Hungry Turtle, the only player with a double S, which actually works against Australia because Hungry Turtle is the only one that knows he's on the double S. But it might be enough. It's like the saddest 1,000 points, but if Hungry Turtle can finish this, it's going to be a huge win. But the Malaysians are refusing to give up. They're refusing to miss. In fact, oh no, wait, Malaysia's out in front. Rango and Jay picked up 100 each. And that honestly could be enough. But there's a few more notes to go. And is it going to be over for Australia? It is. And there we have it. Malaysia has beaten Australia 5-2. Wow, an absolute phenomenal result. Hungry Turtle getting a double S, not enough. Rango and Jay getting 400 each, was outbeaten by Cord, Jerry, and C409 getting 2 100s and a 100 each. Wow. That is absolutely insane. A very intense matchup from start to finish. Good game, everybody. Well played. Looking at the results. Yeah, absolute shockers all around, but Team Malaysia gets the win, picking up a fairly nice return ratio as well on those coins. So that is a job well done for Malaysia. Good job. And your reward for beating Australia is facing Japan next week. Of course, Japan still needs to play their match. They do have competition that is the Netherlands. But yeah, incredible scenes between Australia and Malaysia there. Job well done by both of those teams. Hopefully they had their fun over the last week or so. So, up next we have Italy and Hong Kong. They're going to be kicking off in about 10 UTC. And we got a whole slew of matches throughout the rest of this day. So, stay tuned for that, as we're going to be seeing some more intense taiko action. It's going to be pretty hard to top that, actually, despite what the results is showing. That loser bracket match is starting in about 5 hours, yeah. And of course, if you haven't yet, feel free to purchase your banners for the Taiko World Cup 2025. Support your favorite countries, or just the community in general. You can buy them. I'm pretty sure you can even gift them as well. And of course, if you do end up picking the winning team, you get to keep your banner for the year. Bonus points if it's not the 11-time champion, soon to be challenging for 12th, Team Japan, as they are on their 12th year in a row trying to get the title. So, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, huh? But nonetheless, we'll have some more Taiko World Cup action coming to you live in a few hours' time. And until then, I am your commentator, Beat43210, and thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you all in the future as the Taiko World Cup Round of 16 weekend for the year 2025 continues.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025. We have the beginning of the round of 16, so we're going to be kicking it off with the match between Singapore, Seed 4, and Indonesia, Seed 13. I am Teasel, joined by DryoDX. Hello.
Hello. Been a while since I've been here for some TWC action.
Yeah, this is both of our first matches this year. So we were both off last week.
Yeah, but we're here now, and we're here to watch this very, very exciting match. Got the battle of the red flags, the red and white flags, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely.
One
only,
is a little,
only
one is a moon
differentiated
and I
with
think some stars.
The moon. Yeah, the moon and stars is the only difference.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go any further than that. I'm not up to date on my flag lore.
But yeah, this one is looking pretty exciting because I think Singapore came out and surprised everyone with getting Seed 4. Like, everyone kind of knows that, you know, with these kind of players, they have a lot of good potential, but I think everyone was just kind of a bit too focused on everyone else and then Singapore just crept in there and one of the highest seeded teams here. So, and
yeah,
Indonesia is a team that has gotten top 3 before. So there's a lot of different dynamics going on. Indonesia has kind of brought back a couple of their really strong players for this year as well. So while it does look like Singapore may have kind of a very strong advantage here, especially if you take a look at the Twitch pick'ems, which is like 300 something thousand in favor of Singapore and then 13k for Indonesia. There's, you know, I definitely think Indonesia still has a shot at least getting a couple of points, and maybe if Singapore aren't playing quite on their game today, I think Indonesia could possibly take it.
Hidden one being the ban from Indonesia.
Makes sense. I took a look at the scores from each team last week, and Singapore had a very, very good showing on Hidden One, so no point chancing that against them.
I think it's interesting, the thing you brought up about people not seeing Singapore. At least in my mind, in previous years, Singapore has always been a very, very solid team. But like you said, for them to crack top 4 in seeding this time is crazy. Like, I feel like they've normally been like 6 to 8.
Yeah,
they've just leveled up, I guess.
Down. And I don't even know if they had a team last year. So it's kind of like another reason why. Let's see. Yeah, they didn't have a team last year, so that's kind of another reason why they were kind of off people's radars a bit, I think.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And then, yeah, 23, they had a much weaker team, so it's been a couple of years since they've had their strongest, best players. Yeah, Nomad 3, getting rid of the tech seems reasonable. Indonesia does have some very strong players, especially within those more kind of complicated skill sets, so let's see where they start off with. I feel like I'm not fully well versed in these teams enough to guide towards what kind of picks I'll be making. Also, I've just made a mistake. Nomad 3 is speed, not tech. So yeah, it still seems decent.
For the record, I saw the artist name and believed you because 96 Glass, at least in my experience, is a very, very technical artist. But I guess also at the same time, it tends to be very, very fast tech. So it makes sense.
Yeah. So it's whatever. But one thing I do like to see is that Nomad 4, our gimmick map, is open.
It's just a matter of will it be picked.
Yeah, this year it is, instead of kind of going all out with editing and notepads and everything, it's just much more focused on kind of SV and reading. So it's like kind of going back a couple of years in terms of how we approach and treat it.
The gimmick maps of old.
Yeah.
Before we started to do crazy things, because we didn't think that Score V2 would allow us to do crazy things.
But I think one of the interesting things about that is it means that because people have been practicing that kind of proper skill set and like crazy SV reading for so many years, it's almost more difficult again.
I was never very good at the highest level gimmick charts in tournaments, so a return to form would have been great for me.
Yeah. But we're going to be starting this one off with the free mod 1 pick from Singapore.
Long chart, huh? Maybe I'm just too used to other games. Been very long since I've been too far into Taiko, so
to be fair,
I'm used to the other games where the longest chart you see is like 230, and you're like, man, that's long.
Yeah, I think generally the pools have gotten a bit shorter over time. Like, you know, we used to see no mod ones that were like 4 or 5 minutes long, but you don't really see that too often these days. Like,
yeah,
you rarely see something that's going over 3.5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like, at least in my experience, 3.5 is the general limit. The only things that would really break past it would be, like you said, a no mod 1, or occasionally a no mod 6, I believe, with a lot of streams.
Ah, yes, yeah. It kind of turns into your TB Lite almost.
Mm-hmm. Just stamina chart.
Alright, so with this one being free mod 1? No. Oh, no, I'm looking at the grand finals of 2023. That's why I was confused. What year is this? 25. Okay, yeah, like, with this one, it's kind of interesting with the free mod since we have shrunk it down to only having 2. So, I think it's generally kind of the more consistency-esque one, and it's kind of accessible to both mods, really, from what I remember about this map. As it's kind of a couple of things here and there to trip people up, but I feel like with all the players, with the players that I'm seeing up here, like, they shouldn't be like having issues with this.
Always nice to have free mods that aren't like terrible to play with mods, where you just kind of like focus a bit more on accuracy rather than having to like study the chart so you can not get destroyed by the fast part with HR or the really slow part with hidden.
Yeah, we'll introduce those later on in the tournament.
Yeah. And generally free mod 2 tends to have that stuff as well, but
yeah. Here we go.
And that's a lot of mods on the side of Singapore.
It sure is.
We have 3 on the side of Indonesia right now. We'll see. We have 5 in total. So only 1 mod difference between the 2 teams.
Yeah, Sarah choosing to play it safe with just hard rock, but sometimes that's genuinely the best thing to do. You know, you want to maximize the score that you're getting, and if adding on the extra mod is going to give you worse score, don't use it. So it does give Singapore an advantage of an extra 60,000 score or so to work with.
Yeah, which, from my understanding, is about 2% in accuracy, assuming FC.
Roughly, yeah. But, of course, Singapore have a harder time here. They need to be more consistent, keep that accuracy high, and not find too many misses.
But Wally is actually having the first misses from these fairly awkward timings. Very hard to read with HGHR.
Yeah, the accuracy falling down a bit into the kind of mid-97s, but still pretty good.
Yeah, already seeing a 40,000 point lead for Singapore is not what you want if you're an Indonesian fan.
Yeah, interestingly, when Singapore played a free mod last week, Larard didn't play with any mods. He just played a no mod. So I think perhaps they were maybe hiding their skill sets a bit, but I mean, everyone knows Blarg well enough to know that would be easy.
I was gonna say, and I feel like especially with these higher seeded teams in these earlier pools, you kind of just expect them to all go HDHR anyway.
Yeah, still 5 full combos on the board. Walper still just, you know, like building up that combo, reaching 400 now. Accuracy is a wee bit low, but
back into the section that made them miss, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they miss at the very end of it.
But I think having that one less mod as well is hurting Indonesia quite a lot. You know, with a score difference of 120,000. All of our full combo 2 mod players are approaching 750. Sarah on the 1 mod, still only about 720.
About a quarter of the song left. So, barring absolute catastrophe, this will be looking like it's going to Singapore.
Does look like it. It's a very, very strong start from Singapore. Really high accuracy. Full modding. Oh, XK with a miss for Indonesia. Going into the outro now. Yeah, I don't think there's any possibility for Indonesia to come back from this one. I think it's pretty safe to call this Singapore's first point. So very, very well picked from them.
Yeah.
3-way full combo with the hidden hard rock. 9, 12, and 18 100s. Sarah with a
Very,
really
very
nice full
impressive
combo as
scores.
well on the 15 100 hard rock FC. And XK with the 14 100 1 miss. Walper doing pretty good as well. Only 4 misses in 2 different places.
Yeah, the whole 2 different places part is the biggest.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, I feel like I remember once hearing that where you miss doesn't matter that much in Scorpio 2, but I don't really know. I'm not gonna lie. The scoring system gets really weird when it comes to misses.
Yeah, I think it's more about kind of to do with like the combo cap being 400.
Yeah.
So if you miss in the first 50 combo and FC the rest, you're going to have more score than someone that missed in the middle of the map. Just because you're going to have that max combo for longer. But here we go, here's No Mod 4, the gimmick map that we were talking about. And if you've not seen it yet, you'll kind of get a better idea of what we mean when it comes to lots of silly SV reading. Things get pretty wavy, and it's very difficult to follow. It takes a lot of practice. This map is also littered with doublets from my memory. Very difficult to keep up with the time with, especially when you can see the timing. You just have to really feel it and kind of get in beat with the music. So we might have a swap in for Indonesia. Yeah, Indonesia must be feeling very confident on this one if they're willing to pick it first.
Yeah. Picking a
feel like
gimmick first is always scary, but on the other hand, it is kind of nice to get it out of the way.
Absolutely. It means you can kind of practice it just over and over before your match and then still have it fresh in your mind. So it's going to be a bigger question of have Singapore been practicing this one? Since they haven't banned it, the answer is probably, but have they practiced it more than Indonesia? It does look like they're still figuring out who to put into that other slot. I have quite a few good options.
Apparently, Odds is saying they have not played this map. If I'm reading the chat correctly.
Alright, they're waiting for one of their players. They're having to use their timeout to get their player in. It's not a good
And
sign.
they just arrived.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's going to count as
Unlucky.
the official timeout usage, but... Because... Wait, I think it
Depends
probably
on
will,
how-
because the timer was set.
Yeah.
My prediction is that Ray was probably practicing the map. We should also give Indonesia a bit of an advantage because Blarar, Zetchi, and Odsy haven't swapped out. Unless Prehistoria was playing the last map, I can't remember.
It is appearing that it does count for their tiebreaker. Their timeout, which
Timeout,
makes
yeah.
sense.
Okay, yeah, Singapore haven't swapped out any of their players, so less practice in.
Cash back on the timeout.
No, unfortunately, once you start that timer, it can't be refunded. You can't bank the rest. So you need to be careful with how you use it.
Here we go. Finish your jump
Right,
scare.
the map starts off somewhat tame, and then it picks up very quickly. Ray being the only player to pick up 100s in this intro so far, but that could just be nerves loading into the map.
Said she just got one as well.
Here we go. A lot of the overlaps make it difficult to figure out what the patterning and timing is. Ray is the first player to miss. Singapore with a score lead of around 40k. A bit of a midsection. Alright, we go into the slowdown. Singapore very clearly practiced this one, and Zetchi misses just as I say that. But keeping the accuracy really high, Walper finds misses of their own. We still have a double S from Borarg though. XK and Odyssey on 1 or 2 100s each at most.
I think that's one, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some big drops from Singapore if Indonesia are gonna be wanting to win their own first pick here. There's only a third of the map left to go. 75k is a lot of score to make up.
Another
unfortunate break from Walper.
Borarg picking up a couple 100s, but
Yeah. This is looking like it's going to be a very early breakpoint in favor of Singapore. Ray does pick up some misses in the final PI as well. And in this outro, I don't think there's enough going on to swap the score back over. There we have it. A combined total 8 to 100s from Singapore, paired with 2 misses from Zetchi.
Just a single 100 from Oddsie coming in. Very impressive.
XK not far behind with 3 100 as well. Walpurgis also showing pretty good there, over 98 accuracy. Just 8 misses, and good accuracy as well, only 35 100s. For a map that is so difficult to read and requires quite a lot of learning, they have done well.
On to Singapore's next pick.
Yeah, Singapore with a very strong advantage here. Could turn this into a 3-0 situation on their next pick. It does seem like going free mod 2 would probably be like a decent shot here.
Yeah,
they were able to outmod Indonesia on the previous one, but they've opted to go for Hidden 2.
I know Hidden 2 is a very different skill set than Hidden 1, but given their performance on Hidden 1, they're also still probably pretty dang good at Hidden 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, it tends to play more into a bit of a speed skill set. Often has a wee bit of reading aspect in there as well.
And a fairly short song at that, 2 minutes 7 seconds.
That's more like what we want to see. Indonesia swaps around the roster a bit. We have Sarah and Kames coming in. What is this map? Fast Hidden? How long have you been playing this game?
This is a couple other picks have like shifted around. Like I feel like there was a time correction. I think there was one tournament where they switched Nomad 2 and 3 for some reason, but Hidden 2 has always been Fast Hidden.
Yeah, I know.
There's like a Hard Rock 2 is always Fast Hard Rock. That's just how it is.
I know in TWC 2021, it's like, oh, here's your first pool for like group stage, and the first map was a tech map, like Nomad 1. I never was this.
Sounds like my kind of tournament.
XK with an almost immediate miss.
I was almost going to start talking about mod advantage. I forgot. This is not free mod 2.
Yeah. Just having a tough time adjusting into the map, but everyone's, other than that, still holding to a full combo. Still 2 double S's from Singapore.
Yeah, the only real difference pretty much just being that miss couple 100s.
Yeah, everyone looking very, very comfortable in this one. Score difference is 22 in favor of Singapore, but if any of their players find misses on some of these, like 1-3 sections, maybe just misread something, that could pretty quickly swing over to Indonesia.
Unfortunately for Indonesia, yeah, it's a short map, so they don't have too much time for that miss to come in.
It's never good when you're having to wait for your opponent to find a mistake. Because if they just never make one, there's nothing you can do. There's still 2 double S's from Singapore, and Prehistoria only has a handful of 100 themselves. Odyssey drops the double S themselves, 100. We're going to need to see a lot more difference than that. Final Kiai, it's coming up to the end of the map. Singapore just looked too strong to be dropping anything.
Yeah, and Blorarg in particular, coming out with an SS.
Odyssey with the 100, and XK with the 0-100, 1 miss.
Incredible.
And of course, Prehistoria 6-100 as well, Kames 11, and Sarah 24. Everyone getting over 99% accuracy is very, very good. It is a very comfortable map, but when you're also
XK missed on a ghost tap.
You love to see it. Fortunately, it didn't make the difference.
Yeah, especially with it being 24 notes into the chart.
But that gives Indonesia a really important decision to make here. They cannot afford to lose another breakpoint here, otherwise Singapore will be in match point. Therefore they've got to pick carefully, and they're going to go for Tech Nomad 2. In previous years we've had Mario, Luigi, Bowser. Step aside, it's time for Donkey Kong.
This bit continues.
Of course it does. And we have some roster changes. Odyssey swapping out for Zetchi. We see Walpurgis come back in instead of Sarah, and a mysterious third player for Indonesia.
Hey, we at least have Donkey Kong in the background this time. It's not just named randomly.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, the first time it happened, because I think that was last year, didn't the song mention Mario or something like that?
I don't remember at all.
I feel like there was
Probably though.
I feel like there was an actual reason for it, and then the bit just continued.
And yeah, Ray coming in for Indonesia. Even though I'm not quite the best at this skill set, I find this map really, really fun and challenging to play.
Here we go.
So I'm quite excited to see how these players do on it, because I predict pretty high scores. Especially from Blararg and Zetchi. Thinking back to their run on the tiebreaker a couple of years ago, that was quite techie based. Oh, everyone picking up a huge chain of 100s other than Blararg. This one's pretty tough to get straight into. Ray with an early miss. Prehistoria matching it though, meaning Singapore will be able to take too big of a lead. Yeah, this chart manages to kind of combine swing aspects and tech aspects together, so it creates quite an interesting playing experience. But it means nothing to Blararg still holding on to that double S a third of the way through.
Yeah. OD 6.2 isn't too terrible for these types of patterns.
Absolutely. The score difference has grown a bit to about 16,000, but Indonesia are still holding on really strong.
And Wahlberg is finding a miss at the very end of that stream.
It was a clean miss, but it does reset the combo. And once again, Indonesia are really having to wait for Singapore to make some more mistakes. There was the earlier miss from Prehistoria, but they're going to need to see more, especially some accuracy drops, as all of the players in Indonesia are now below 99 accuracy. Well, Kames is now just above it. Blararg missing. That's a good start. And again, Zetchi missing too.
The combo advantage is actually in favor of Indonesia
yes,
now.
it's going over. Indonesia have the lead. But Ray misses though on the stream. There isn't much map left to go. Walpurgis also misses. Unfortunately losing all of the advantage they had. It's back over 30,000. With Kames missing as well towards the outro. Difference of 60,000. It might be over.
And indeed.
And Singapore winning that one with 78,000 score lead. The players on Singapore did find the mistakes that Indonesia needed to take the point, but Indonesia then matched those mistakes on their own.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Very
losing
close.
the lead.
But
interestingly, 0 full combos.
rare to see that in the round of 16 pick.
Absolutely. Especially when we have a Seed 4 team here. And Seed 13, this is the winner's bracket match.
Mm-hmm.
But Singapore is now on match point. It's now their pick. They just need one to win. Indonesia will now need to get 4 breakpoints in a row to take it to a tiebreaker. It's going to be a very tough uphill battle. So we'll see where they start off with. definitely taking their time to pick carefully, as, you know, they have such a strong advantage, they don't want to start kind of throwing it away. Don't let the thread
T2.
unravel. And we're going to go with something a bit speedy. Which is kind of interesting, considering they banned Mod 3.
TT's a whole different ball game anyway.
True. The accuracy is... It's almost like you're playing a different game.
You really are just playing a different game. It's not even comparable.
And we see M. Crow coming in for the first time for Indonesia. XK coming back in as well. Looks like Zechi's going to be swapping
a
it for someone
superhero
else in
sweeping
Singapore.
in.
I guess very quickly while they swap in their player. If you're a fan of Singapore, Indonesia, or any of the other 32 teams that qualified for this year's tournament, you can go ahead to the Osu store and buy a banner for your profile showing your support. For $2.50 US cents, you can help support the tournament, the prize pools, just everything that goes into it. And, you know, it can go towards the next ones, this one, but it just keeps it kind of to the highest quality that we possibly can. And of course, if you also pick a banner for the team that wins the tournament, you get to keep it for the whole year. So if you just go over and check it out, and even if you haven't decided who you want yet, they'll be available for the entire tournament, and you'd even be able to buy a banner for a team that has been knocked out. Alright, Odsy coming in for Singapore, making up Lorark, Prehistoria, Odsy for Singapore, and Caves, I'm Crow, and XK for Indonesia. Possibly the last pick of the match. Let's see how it goes.
Here we go. I'm glad we're getting our state-mandated Toho quota filled here.
Has to happen.
Off of a theme we don't normally see either. Not even from a game necessarily. .240 BPM being the speed for a DT2. Not incredibly fast, but as we mentioned, with OD6 DT, it almost feels like a completely different game.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the density kind of stay fairly consistent as well. So stamina is also going to be an aspect that comes into play.
Yeah. Consistent density honestly almost feels better for me with DT, just because you're never getting weird rhythms in your head really. It's all like 3 note, 5
you stay
note
on
patterns.
the beat. Keeps it more simple. And of course, as we see, everyone is still full comboing a third of the way through. Never mind.
Look what you've done.
XA, stop missing now.
And now we're getting to the weird rhythms. Weird meaning not triplets.
Pretty much, yeah. But things are looking really, really strong for Singapore once again on their own pick. A score lead of 70,000 halfway through. The accuracies of everyone is really, really good actually. Everyone other than XK is, you know, significantly above 99%. And I'm sure if we take a look at XK's score at the end of the map, there'll probably be close to as many misses as there are 100s. But once again, we're waiting for, you know, Indonesia's waiting for Singapore to find mistakes.
Yeah.
And they're all still full combo with very high accuracy. So I just don't know if it's going to happen. coming towards the edge of the map now. That score difference is not changing away from 70,000. Couple of small accuracy drops from Singapore, but it's going to need to be way more than that.
And
with the
with
final
chart
spinner,
being over,
Singapore wins their
disappearing.
5th and final point, securing the victory and advancing on into the quarterfinals winners.
6 100s from Blararg is insane for a DT pick.
It's crazy how close everyone else's is. 22, 25, 21, 20,
Yeah.
22. Just those 8 misses from XK and the slightly better accuracy from Blararg is pretty much the only difference.
Yeah.
And it led to such a significant score difference as well. That's how important these kind of accuracy differences are.
Especially on DT, since there's 1.12 million points. Even the
Absolutely.
slightest mistake can have such a bigger impact than you're used to seeing on like a nomad pick.
So this is the point where I normally would say Singapore is now going to be going against X team and Indonesia is now going to be going against Y team. But this was only the first match of this weekend, so we actually have no idea who they're going to be going against. We can make our speculations based off of what the bracket is, but I feel like that would take too long and be too complicated. So how about we just introduce our next match to you, which will be Taiwan versus Turkey, which, funnily enough, after saying that, the winner will go against Singapore.
Incredible.
So this is a Seed 5 versus Seed 12 matchup. And that will be taking place at 15 UTC, 23 minutes from now.
Yeah.
So we'll be taking a short break, but we'll be back very shortly.
See you guys in just over 20 minutes.
I watched it fall away. It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. I watched it fall away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Osu Taiko World Cup 2025. We're gonna keep the matches running for just 1 more hour. It's gonna be Taiwan versus Turkey, a pretty big seeding difference team, so probably also not gonna be an extremely close one. And the winners of this match will be facing the previous match winner, Singapore. So I'm Yongin, and joining with me today, I got Kasa. What was Kasa's last match? Driax.
Yo, I've returned. Fairly close seeding. I mean, the previous match was 4 versus 13. This is 5 versus 12. Though I guess to be fair, if you want a close match, that may not inspire confidence based on the 5-0 we just watched. But hey, the seeds are closer. Match could be closer.
Sure.
I'm always
Honestly,
rooting for a close match.
On paper, the top 6 teams are just so much further apart compared to all the other teams. So I'm not surprised if it's also not going to be like extremely close one. Especially we already see some Turkish player were not showing confidence in the chat before the match even start. So hopefully, we can at least get some closer match.
It appears we're getting the same. Okay. Yeah, we are literally getting a run back of the previous match. The
Yeah.
same bands and the same first pick.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get two really
Even the same color teams.
two really close two really close tournament teams. For example, Taiwan is really close to Singapore. Maybe not in the later stage, but for now they are like basically can play everything. And then strongest skill set is probably like skill caps and such, but also good at hidden hard rock and stuff like that. It's mostly
Yeah.
about Turkey being not so good at the HD skill set, and they are really good.
Fruko supposedly HDHR site reading.
Yeah, they're going up against three-way hidden hard rocks on paper.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that. Especially when we're this early in the tournament, round of 16. Especially from these single-digit seeded teams, you tend to see quite a bit of 6 mod.
Yeah. However, Taiwan is definitely one of the weaker teams in Free mod for, I would say, a super strong high-seeded team. But again, we're in round 16 stage, and they can probably play just fine. They got Yuemao, Ariada, and Palermo. Three really strong players.
You say Taiwan are tryharding now. I sure hope they'd be tryharding in the tournament that they're presumably hoping to win.
True.
We'd see Neural G being sole hard rock. So one mod advantage to Taiwan, 60,000 points, about 2% accuracy, assuming FC. So with that one less mod, Turkey will have to be sure that they can keep their accuracy up to compete with the mod.
Yeah, we will never ever see Nuroji put on in like any tournaments. Like, this guy is completely allergic to hidden. So I'm not surprised he's going with a singular mod. Samoa going hidden hard rock is a very big surprise, and he's paying for it right now. First one to find a break. Rico also with a hidden hard rock mod on of course, but he and Samoa is side reading, so we'll see how it plays out well for them. So far, not a good start.
Yeah, I would not want to be sight reading these rhythms. You may out finding a miss. More picking one up just at the very end of the pattern. That 30k lead now for Taiwan. Palermo missing. Taiwan's accuracy, honestly, is not looking that great in comparison.
Yeah, they
Pretty much just off the back of Zamora's misses that they have their lead.
They're not really a hidden hard rock team, honestly. But they can still put on hidden hard rock. However, it does look a bit rough at the start of the first map, so dropping quite a bit of misses left and right. But again, it's because of Seymour's low accuracy and bunch of misses is making this match quite a bit closer than what we anticipated, with two players side reading hitting Hara.
Yeah, I feel like if they had just gone for one mod this match, like, I don't know if they'd be winning necessarily, but it'd be a lot closer.
Looking at the scores, I think we should be getting around Neuroji's accuracy and also one of the counts, and I think they're actually matching up against Uema and Palamo, so yeah, it's actually going to be very close if they are FC with a singular mod, but Periana is just slightly bit above Fuko, so Taiwan is probably still in the lead if that was the case. A bit of a weird whip from here, it's going to be tripping up some more again.
I think the biggest thing, the interesting thing to me off of this is that, considering this was, I believe, Taiwan's first pick, they're not looking as strong as I would have guessed for a first pick.
Yeah, honestly, they are probably one of the weakest free mod team in the entirety of top 6, let's say.
Neural and Zamor both missing.
However, the other team is not really an HD favorite team, so any more reading maps, they would kind of struggle on. And there goes another claim for both Turkish players. So there are no combo, no accuracies left for Turkey, and Taiwan will safely taking their first point, actually larging their gap to 20,000 points.
Lots of misses coming in. Periada finally dropping their full combo. Unfortunately, just at the very end of the chart. Luckily for them, though, that miss does not matter for the score difference. 212,210 being the final difference in favor of Taiwan.
Wait, is that really not a lag miss? Did 4 players just miss on the same note?
A lot of them certainly did.
Interesting.
Cleo was saying that they got killed by Offset. But Hard Rock 2 being our next selection. Our speedier of the Hard Rocks, I presume. I can't say I'm too familiar with Neural or Zamor, but I know Furuko has definitely been a Hard Rock player for a long time, from what I remember.
Furuko can play basically every mod.
This is also true. Furuko is in fact just old is not the right term. They've played for a long time and are thus very good at the game.
Veteran, let's say.
That veteran really is a good word. That is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
No worries. But yeah, he is really good at slow HD as well.
Yeah. And according to the chat, Neural can stream quite high HR, so it should be, from their words, good for them.
Yeah, Simora also pretty decent at Hard Rock as well. Usually I would assume Magif joining instead. Usually it's Furuko, Neuroji, and Magif on like a speed Hard Rock. But I'm not too sure it's Magif here today, and that might actually trip up their chance even more for at least getting a point.
Yeah, we do see a Monkey D. Luffy coming in for Taiwan, but the side of Turkey remaining the same. Here we go.
Not impossible to rain pick for Turkey. They are pretty good at the skill set after all. However, this map has a bit of BPM slowdown. And if you are a flat-out hardcore player and has not played the map before, who kind of hates reading slow, you might actually get tripped off from the BPM change, because I did the first time I played. So we'll see anyone actually misses on that. Three very strong top rock players for Taiwan team. Taiwan, they got Yuemao, Monkey D. Luffy, and Polamo, all are extremely good at this one after all. Of course, Furuko as well, but Furuko usually is more associated as a slow HD player, but Hara, he can do it just fine. So is Neuroji, some more as well, so a very close battles of fight, especially on how it's not extremely hard to see.
Yeah. Accuracy test. 215 is not too hard for players of this caliber.
Everyone knows it. BPM changes.
Yeah. A couple players on Turkey picking up a couple 100s. But Zamor finding a miss.
It's a slow session, man.
Yeah, certainly a very weird difference in rhythm.
Yeah, it was a BPM drop, and being a hard rock player that usually doesn't listen to too much about slow SV, too much of slow SV, you may get tripped up by that pattern. Some of these quick SV changes, and then offhand 166 going to claim some more, and because of the accuracy dip from both Neuroji and Samoa by a tiny bit, actually makes the lead striking quite big for Taiwan. That's actually able to cover 2 miss difference, I believe.
And now it's pretty much over. Is that and I believe that was an SS, if I saw correctly. Yes! Monkey D. Luffy with the SS. 2 100s from Yumeo and only 5 from Polemo. Very, very impressive scores on the side of Taiwan. They did better on this than their own pick. But still, the other 3 scores on the side of Turkey are still very impressive in their own right. 12 100s from Neuroji and Zamor. Zamor just unfortunately with the 1 miss, and 3 from Faruko. Very, very good.
Yeah, I can see why they also perform well on this pick. Like, they're also not really a free mob team, but they're just abusing the other team's weakness.
GT2 being the next selection. Once again, we're getting our Toho quota for this pool. Love to see it.
Level time 2. Honestly, this is very awkward pick from Taiwan, honestly. Especially you are against a team it's like just extremely good on like speed. However, this week's DT2 is still 240 BPM.
Not terribly fast. But as me and Teasel were saying in the last match, when you play DT, it almost feels like a completely different game. The accuracy just feels so much different.
Yeah, OD6 DT though, so that is probably around OD 9.5 around there, so it's still extremely
I think that sounds right, yeah. Yeah, short answer, too high. I can't do it. I'm bad. I'm terrible at DT. I don't know what it is. I was literally a hard rock player at my peak, and I could not DT for the life of me.
It's just a weird offset that causes on your PC.
I guess so. The first note lag claims another victim.
Hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah, hopefully not now. And I think I remember they fixed that in an update a couple years ago. I could be wrong though.
Not really.
All right, well, I tried. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot we did eventually figure out why it happened. But here we go. You have clock coming in for the side of Taiwan. Turkey sticking with the same set of 3.
Yeah, very interesting roster swap from Taiwan team with the Harry coming in. Well, I mean, Harry should be able to play every map, but Clock joining in for, I would say, the other team's strength is kinda surprising, because Turkey is actually pretty good at speed, like I mentioned, especially this BPM, and there are like not many 1-6 and reading heavy stuff. Turkey should be completely fine. Look at Fuko's accuracy right now. And again, they also performed extremely well on last week's DT2, so kinda surprised that Taiwan decided to let Clock show up on the pick like this.
Merle did pick up a miss, which is largely It's not the only reason we're seeing a lead to Taiwan. Taiwan does have slightly better accuracy overall. But that's mostly just because of the miss from Earl. But it's better to have that miss be early than later.
Yeah. For now, Clock's accuracy is around dipping below everyone else, just slightly below Neuroji even finding a miss, but because of the combo difference, they are still in the lead, but it's closing in, especially as Clock dropping few more 100s. Ariada, Fruko, and Monkey all around the same 100 count. And
Zamora picking up a lot of 100s here. The doubles not being kind to them, I guess. And even finding a miss because of them.
A lot of score drop from Turkey. That's giving quite a bit of a good lead to Taiwan, but it's not safe just yet. Any big drop from their players could have definitely swapped it back, especially with Clock's accuracy being a lot lower than most of the board.
Yeah, still just under a minute left of this song, so anything could happen. 60k is not that big of a difference on a DT chart.
But this map is a bit longer than every other map in the pool, so 600k may be a bit larger than some of the other maps, especially this map. Quite
Yeah,
dense.
it's still shorter than Free Mod 1, so
You're actually correct. Not the same about the density though.
yeah. This chart definitely feels longer.
Still a really good accuracy from Harriet and Monkey D. Luffy, beating everyone else in the board. Clock supporting Taiwan as much as possible. Not a bad score either. I mean, FC in this map is still quite impressive, and he does it.
98 FC on DT is certainly a good score. And that will be another point for Taiwan. 5 100s from both Monkey D. Luffy and Harrieta is insane consistency.
Yeah, they're
And
so
Furuka
good.
with only 9 as well.
They're so good at Egg. Clock being the new upcoming player for Taiwan. Again, when you look at the roster, you know that he is probably probably the weakest member in the team. I mean, Trial is basically this side. It's the another person on the team, and he thankfully made the team and still able to show on DT2 FCing. So proof that why at least he should be in the team. So now next pick from Turkey, and I would say that's probably the
Ooh.
best 2 maps gone for Turkey.
Nomad 5 being the selection. That's I mean, I would say a different chart from last match, which is technically correct, but we also had Hard Rock 2 picked, so seeing 2 different picks so far. Some good old Fraser Edwards.
Somebody streams this time. Stream
37.
again. No 1-4. I mean, no 1-4. I'm talking about no 1-6. So it's actually okay. To be fair, that's actually 1-1-6. I don't know did the players from Turkey practice it because that stream it's kind of mono bursty and that doesn't play too well to Neuroji's play style. Hopefully he practiced it, but that's like
unless you're saying it's a 1.6 mono stream, it's only 185 BPM, so it's not too bad.
you need to count though because it's a K and then
Yeah.
5 down and then 1 cat, so it's like you need to count it.
Good old
five
Taika
down.
Tatsujin type patterning.
Yes. And we see Clock leaving the lobby and Plemo joining in. So 3 very competent stream player from Taiwan. But so be said about the players from Turkey, Zamora, known for his streaming ability. Even last year he was like close to a 4 digit. He was still playing some of the stream maps for Turkey.
Yeah, these triplet patterns in these streams can be very, very difficult. I know, personally, I struggle with them a lot, but Monkey D. Luffy actually picks up a miss.
first time we see Turkey in the lead. So that's a good start for them. And they hit it. Players from Turkey hit it. Nuroji hits the 1-6 pattern. He flipped prepared.
Honestly, at least for me, one of the hardest parts of this chart seems to be the scroll velocity seems slightly slow. But that might just be me being hard rock brained, but it picks up for the Kiais, so. So very closely, but Harrieta picks up another miss to keep the lead in Turkey's favor.
Uh-oh. Halfway through the map, and Turkey is the first time in the
Four finds a miss.
lead.
A lot of misses.
Oh, it's over. Oh no. That is so
Still have a
big.
minute left.
And 3 more mono. This time they're a lot slower though. Look at Nuroji. He hits it. And honestly, there's not much else left in the map.
With stream patterns like this, anything could happen. But another miss from Zamor makes it a lot harder for Turkey to come back. And
And there
Furuko
goes
finding
the-
us as well. Palermo trades it back, but
And the only person I said they have a chance to miss is the only one FC the map. I'm sorry, Nuroji. You did a fantastic. That is an anti-curse moment, so good job on the FCing the map. However, because of the slightly low accuracy, you
3
cannot
players with 0 100s.
Yeah, because of his low accuracy, he cannot beat players with the 0 100s. Harry, Polamo, Fuko, all with a couple of misses.
No, it's just those note locks from Zamor being so much accuracy drop for them. But still, Neural with the very impressive FC. Only one in the lobby. Yeah, the DDKK player is the one that the FC'd the mono heavy stream chart.
Good job. And there goes the final, possibly final pick. No more fall from Taiwan. And it's time for SV. And Turkey is known for not liking any type of SV.
Seeing more new players come in.
Yeah, that's map by Nippy, so you know it's gonna be heavy SV. The SV in this map has a lot of structure though, so you technically can just notice how the SV goes and then play it with.
Turkey is saying that none of them have practiced this. Neural has played it with hard rock.
Yeah, this Turkey card has 2 weaknesses. One is hidden, and the other is no more fall. In Taiwan, just straightly pick it at last. We have High Greeks and Clock joining in for Hyriada and Monkey. Like the new addition of the TS Turkey roster, swapping in for Samoa. Usually fill in for these like HD maps and reading heavy maps.
But here we go to match point for Taiwan. Furuko picking up a miss.
Yeah, it's not already. And we haven't even went to the SV heavy part.
This is the easy part of the chart. Here we go.
Oh no! Oh, everyone
A
finds
lot
this.
of people missing.
Flicker is the only one who is actually doing fantastic on the map.
High Greeks just dropped SS.
Yeah, that too. But Flicker being the only one performing for the Turkish team, so good job to him. I mean, here comes the and no one is poking on this fight except High Greeks. There's no combo on the board except the FC, lone FC from High Greeks. Another break there from Block Brutal. It's breaks left and right.
Bruco almost below 90 accuracy. Incredible. Picking it up though.
There's also one leftover part left with the funky SV. It's the same stuff happening in the first course, so like the structure is the same. We'll see how they perform on that. NeuroG again drops right before it, so there's a clock, and here it comes again. And another great drop there from Flicker. So this Brutal. Here comes some 1-8. But yeah, if it wasn't sealed the deal, it is sealed. Turkey just cannot play these SV reading heavy stuff. Some of their members even dropping down to around 93%. And with that, Taiwan will be moving on forward to the winners bracket of quarterfinals with a lone FC from High Greeks on number 4.
4-100s, very, very strong performance to come in. I believe this is the only chart they played this match. And for it to be a 4-100 FC is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, but kinda a weaker performance you expect from Taiwan, but again, they are probably against like not an extremely strong opponent just yet. However, next week they definitely need to prepare against Singapore, which just showed phenomenal against Indonesia just an hour ago. And Turkey A is not off the tournament just yet. They'll be dropping down the loser bracket. Quite frankly, they missed, I would say, their third best player, Magif, today. So more to pick up some performance, but unfortunately, it's just a bit too. Taiwan just a bit too strong, especially when you're down a player and on a 5-player team. So they'll be losing. They'll be dropping down the loser bracket. Not all for them just yet.
Yep. Well, now we have a bit of a break before our next match. I believe the next match is in 2 hours from now, maybe 3. I know it said 3 on the schedule earlier, but I don't know how it rounds. Yeah.
It's
18 UC. Yeah, about 1.5 hours from now? No, 2.5 hours from now.
Math is hard. But yeah, it's your country, Driox, USA.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I will not be casting the USA match.
But fortunately, hopefully, we do see USA able to play this weekend because last week was a win by default. So it's time for the US players' chance to shine against Finland. Though a very strong early stage team. Some of their players are, I would say, their team got a bit of like a swap, and some of their players were not as active on OSU this year, but they still keep their firepower against USA. Probably, hopefully a closer match. At least on paper, to be that it's probably a closer match. Not on seeding, but you might get some magic over there in that match. And at the same time, there will be Chile versus the Russian Federation on B stream. I do believe they will be streamed on B stream as well. So two matches happening at the same time.
I do not remember which one is on which stream, but as mentioned, there will be a B stream for the matches that are happening simultaneously, which we see happen at 1 UTC as well.
Yep. So enjoy.
According to the bot, US versus Finland will be B stream.
Yes, I think it makes sense. I mean,
and someone's saying the bot is wrong. If you come back here in 2.5 hours, there will be US versus Finland on one stream and Chile versus Russian Federation on another stream.
Yep. So be sure to check out our match again at 18 UTC. 2.5 hours later. And again, hope you guys enjoyed this match between Taiwan and Turkey. Unfortunately, 2 sweeps so far, but we'll get closer ones, especially we get closer seedings. My name is Yongin. Joining with me today, we got Juyox.
Cheers.
Hope you have a great time. See you in 18 UTC. Goodbye.
Alright everybody, welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025 round of 16. Today we've got for you one of the lower bracket matches. We've got, I keep thinking shit, Switzerland versus Mexico, seeds 25 versus 24, so just from that this is looking to be a good one. I'm over to Hedge 2015, joined today by Beat43210. Hey Beat.
Good morning, everybody. This round of 16 matchup is shaping up to be one of the more exciting ones, and that's pretty hard to pull off after the earlier results today. We had a tiebreaker. Switzerland, Mexico. Oh, you want to contest it?
I mean, the earlier results have been a bit odd. We had 3 absolutely convincing sweeps, and then we had what might be the match of the tournament, just out of nowhere. But who knows? Maybe this will be able to compete with it.
It's a high standard. It's a high standard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it seems very close. The teams in their structure kind of seem like they could pull off a close match. They're pretty different in their skill sets, which usually leads to a lot of like held picks and close scores. So I could see this going a long way at the very least.
All right. So going into the rolls, Switzerland has lost their roll. They rolled a 23. Mexico is scoring very high, getting a 93. Ooh. And Switzerland decides to ruin Hiroke's day by banning Hidden 1. Really sad.
I don't know if that map's going to survive a single ban phase this weekend. Like, it is hard. It is a, let's say, a step up from last week's Hidden 1. They don't want to play Hidden.
He said in the song description, please don't ban, and everyone was like, no.
Well, you made it too hard, so unfortunately, you don't get what you want. Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of teams probably struggling.
Getting banned as well. Wow, both of these teams taking Hidden off the table. They don't want to deal with it. Nope.
Yeah, unusual to see 2 bans from the CM mod bracket. Wow, Taiko World Cup actually practiced it to the point of an FC. If you know MC2VP or Taiko World Cup, that's impressive for him. That's something he does not do unless he wants to win pretty bad. Very unusual behavior, but it was all for nothing. Like the gimmick player ripping up his notes as NM4 is banned. Hidden 2 goes off the board.
Absolutely tragic. Hidden players. Hidden player stocks at an all-time low in this matchup. But there's of course the free mod pool, so maybe we may see a touch of Hidden. Should free mod 1 or 2 get picked.
Well, given the bans, something tells me we'll see a lot more Hard Rock than Hidden. Yeah, Neko Tile as well. I think Hidden 2 is Nakarin's kind of thing, I might be wrong, so it probably was an actual insane ban for Mexico. Huge brain, even if they're just banning what they hit. It was something the other team really wanted this week.
If your opponents are molding, it's usually a good sign. Usually.
Oh yeah, for sure. That tends to be the big mental win you can get at the start of the match before the maps even come up.
100%.
All right,
but of course, Mexico. That only works if you prepare for it.
Oh yeah, Mexico to pick.
Yeah.
What will we pick? A little bit.
That is a good question. That is a great question. It is one that deserves a great answer, and the answer turns out to be Nomad 2. And Wolf is very happy, where is he?
This is a very good answer, to be fair. This map is great fun. However, it is one of the harder maps in the pool. Just technically, it's the hardest. I don't think it's really a contest. Maybe a Hidden 1, depending on the player. Kind of gives it a run for its money, but like, this is the tech map, and it's the techiest map by very far this week.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to FC, especially when, you're in a match, you only have 1 try. If you're mind blocked on a part, and you're probably not going to hit it, that just means you're probably not going to FC the map. It doesn't matter how few parts it is.
100%. So, of course, this is the round of 16. So, first to 5 map points will win the match and progress on. The match predictions in the channel stream is closing in a minute, so if you haven't got in your channel points, feel free to do so. That's going to be wrapping up. People are favoring Switzerland, at least. From the flipped. Mexico just picked up Mexico just had a big backer.
It's close as it should be. Yeah. This is a tough matchup to call.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and even in the audience is divided. They're about 50-50. They're about 50-50.
Sitting on this prediction screen with 20 seconds left, thinking, what should I do?
Oh, TikTok, buddy. You gotta make a decision.
Ooh.
I can hear the, like, 24 music from the TV show, just like the countdown music just ticking in the head.
Oh, the cogs are turning. I have 5 seconds. Switzerland.
Okay.
I'll put 20 coins on Switzerland out of the 70k.
20 coins.
Oh, I don't gamble. I just put down, symbolic amounts. But
Nah, that's fair. That's fair. I can't talk smack. I didn't put anything in.
Damn.
So,
Yeah, this one's hard to call. I think it might come down to the tiebreaker just in terms of Mexico, the more mechanics team. They'll probably pick Nomad 2, 3, maybe 1, maybe 5, maybe DT, and Switzerland maybe picking stuff like Hard Rock 1. I'm not sure about Hard Rock 2, probably the free mods, and we'll probably have winnable maps like maybe Nomad 4. I'm not sure how Taiko World Cup will do in it. Both teams have plenty of picks that at least look winnable. Which isn't something you can say for many of these matches.
And we're getting underway.
He-Man immediately misses.
Hey, it's a tough start.
Neko Tile, though, trades it back after a second. Yeah, the intro of this map, brutal.
Yeah, a lot of players picking up misses. Flame Shock, shocking the board with an 87% opener. But this is a very tricky opening. Probably one of the more trickier openings in the pool. So,
yeah,
not surprising. See players struggling on the board.
A lot of nerves here potentially for Mexico. Wasn't this their pick?
Yeah, it was. So far, it's backfiring horribly.
Switzerland kind of going crazy on this. Taiko World Cup with a... Okay, he hits a second and a third 100 as I'm about to speak about him, but still in the mid-99. Nakarin still at seeing, did not know this was the kind of map they could play at all. And Neko Tile sitting on... Looking at a reverse choke here. Really strong score spread from Switzerland, especially for the lower bracket.
Well, Maximil's trying to keep the momentum for the Mexico team, but it's a very tall order to do.
All FCs are gone. Taiko World Cup has missed, but still holding on to the best stack in the lobby by a wide margin, and Switzerland's worst is currently eclipsing Mexico's best by a good bit. This is dominant right now.
Yeah. Going through the next KI time. There's not really much to say that's changing the results. Actually, no, hang on a minute. Nekotel on a really high combo. 770, still on track for that reverse choke FC.
Yeah, and this is only at the start. It's looking good for Switzerland here. Almost 250,000 score to the good. Not something you get that often.
Nekotel.
Combo is gone, but if you just look at this left side, look at the right side, Maxmisil is keeping up with the lower scores on Switzerland, but that's all they've got.
Maximil and Taiko World Cup getting the only 2 scores out of that section.
Yeah, and this being a break point immediately, I mean, it's gonna be... Even a disconnect isn't really gonna save Mexico now. And Taiko World Cup closes out the 99% score. Not bad at all, even if there are the 2 misses there. And, I mean, even just the miss counts, let alone the 100 counts, kind of tell their own story. 252 versus 10, 21, 29. And Nakarin apparently PBing 900k. On all of Switzerland's players, actually, 900k. Pretty good score spread on one of the harder maps in the pool.
Yeah, very good results by the Switzerland team to open things up with a breakpoint too. Gotta love that extra spice. Right is blue and left is red. Hey man, it's hard.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Isn't that the fundamental rule of DDKK?
Nakarin's Red Bull strategy seems to have come into use here. Just take a sip, do well on a map. Works every time. Every time it works, that is. Yeah, really strong showing there from Switzerland. Started off on what I thought was going to be a fairly Mexico-favored map, or if not at least close. And they're going to pick Hard Rock 1, or Switzerland. Diocido di Carbonio. The accurate char, I wouldn't even call it a tech map, really. It's pretty much an accuracy map. Even at this level, we're going to see mostly FCs on this, if all is well.
Well, both of these teams did ban Hidden, so there is an implication that these teams are a bit more proficient with Hard Rock. So I'm actually quite excited to see how high these scores will go.
Yeah, this is... I think this is probably the most accessible of the mod picks, for sure. I think there are probably stronger picks in the pool for Switzerland, but this one does make perfect sense.
And not just that too. This map actually kind of gives Switzerland a bit of a taster to Mexico's potential.
Yeah.
So if they do quite well on this map, they may try to punish Mexico with Hard Rock 2 the next time around.
Yeah.
And if it backfires, they just lose their breakpoint advantage. It's not the end of the world. So I actually like this decision by Switzerland to go a little bit exploring into the world of the mods.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Pretty much textbook here from Switzerland, but you always have to execute.
That's true. That's true. Keyword execute. If you can't do it, then then why?
Yeah, all the strategy in the world can't save you if you just feel to play the maps well and match.
Yeah, exactly. All the strategy in the world can't save you from a lack of skill.
Or just too much nerves. Bunch of things that can get you. You have to avoid kind of a minefield of stuff to really do well in the tournament. It's really impressive when you see people just FC entire matches, especially after playing enough tournaments yourself to know how hard it is.
And then even after all of that, there's always like things that'll be under control.
Like sometimes
like a
lag.
localized lag, localized distraction. You name it.
Yeah, fly landing on your monitor type stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But flies. Do we want to talk about the story how one time I got attacked by a cockroach in the middle of a match? No fun.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, that was horrible. Never again will a cockroach come in the middle of my map. So you never know.
Like
Localized distractions, I tell you.
Anyway.
Oh,
Necrotal
Necrotal.
immediately missing on the intro of Hard Rock 1. The Mexican players alright so far. Obviously, we've not seen any of the hard parts yet, but it's very close. Both teams dropping a lot of 100s. Oh, God, the double 1-6 stream is going to get two of Mexico's players, and suddenly it's looking pretty comfortable for Switzerland already. After a shaky start.
Well, we've had a bit of a player swap in the Mexico team. Algamalpa stepping up.
Yeah, coming in for Flame Shock.
Doing all right, actually. He's at 95%. Although,
So, yeah.
given how well Switzerland's been playing, it's not enough right now.
Yeah,
It's really tragic.
Necrotile again with the misses at the start of the map, but TWC and Nakarin still on their full combos into the second half. Really just taking Switzerland above and beyond here. Not much Mexico can do, but hope for a lot of very large mistakes.
Well, Maximil doing the best he can. 97.5%. It is enough to compete with TWC and Nakarin. And Necrotal to an extent. So,
Yeah,
but it's not enough to lift the rest of the team.
it takes three, yeah. And currently, it's a stretch to say Mexico even have one on the level required because Necrotile is Switzerland's lowest score, still keeping all the way up with Max. And coming into the outro, it's a 250,000 score difference. This map is over.
Yeah, it is. And this is a very productive adventure by Switzerland.
Yeah. Oh, just missing out on the 3-mil team score, but I'm sure they'll be happy enough with that.
Now,
Just shy of a 99 FC
a
from
win is a
TWC.
win, and even better when you have two FCs coming from Taiko World Cup and Nakarin. Very good results there.
Impressive, yeah.
8 with 19 100s from TWC. Can't say too much about that.
The MVP
Wait.
of the lobby saying bad act, you love to see it. That's how you know you've got confidence. Oh,
Bad
man,
act.
I beat all of you
What?
guys, but like, damn, I could have done better too. That's one of the scarier things you can see someone say in a match. is you lose to them comprehensively, and they're like, man, I'm not happy with that either. Unless you yourself know you can get up to that level, it can really hurt you. But Mexico gonna follow up with No Mod 5. Makes sense. Suddenly it seems like there is a decent difference in skill between these teams, even though it was looking really interesting coming in, but No Mod 5 is the coin flip map. It doesn't really matter who you are, you can note lock on this map. Some of the patterns are nasty. Like, just really painful if you're not 100% on it.
With a star rating of 6.17, it's not pulling it back too many punches either. So, especially for these lower seeded teams who are not going to be as precise as some of the higher seeded teams in the field, there's a lot that can trip up any of these players on the board. So, it's going to be a scary 2.5 minutes indeed. So, Switzerland maintaining the strategy of just keeping up with their 3 players. Makes sense. They do have a very thin roster. I think they only have 4 players on across their entire team. So, we're going to be seeing these 3 pretty much for the remainder of the match, maybe. There might be one substitution. But
Polymer also, their 4th player not on screen, Switzerland, hasn't appeared the entire tournament so far. You might be filling the role of signing up so that Switzerland can qualify, so that they are allowed to have a team because they have 4 players. And
that could be the case.
Leaving it to his team.
That could be the case. Mexico, on the other hand, they have a bit of a deeper roster, which
Aaron
is helping them. Yeah, Aaron now as well making an appearance. It is helping them fill up their 3rd players and their 2nd players in each of the maps. But so far, it has not helped out in their match against Switzerland. Will things change here in No Mod 5? Alright. A very peaceful start.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. All 6 players not SSing, but FCing what are already some tricky stream patterns. No part of this map is easy. Absolutely none. You have to focus the entire thing, and Nakarin's gonna get caught out.
Yeah, a very good recovery by Nakarin's gonna keep the Switzerland lead for now, but it is now razor thin at about 10,000 points.
1-3 coming in. Aaron's gonna get caught hard. Yvonne as well. Both recover somewhat quickly, but it's still enough to balloon the lead into almost the 6 digits.
Yeah. Nakarin missing again, but was lucky it was at the end of the combo, so recovery was fairly good. And now we cross over to the halfway point of the match. Nekotal, Taiko World Cup, and Maximil on full combos, albeit Maximil on a low accuracy FC right now, sitting at around 97.5%.
Yeah.
Relative to Taiko World Cup and Nekotal, who are 99 and 99.8 respectively. That is still a very fine effort by Maximil.
Switzerland, a good active team here, sitting on 399s is impressive this late into the map.
Yeah, and it's not getting any better on the Mexican side. As Aaron now the only player with a substantial combo. Despite the occasional lockups, Aaron's actually doing alright at 98.2%.
Coming into the ending, last chance here for Mexico. This was their pick. This is a break point if Switzerland take this. Nakarin is going to find a little lockup, but it's barely enough to make a dent. Taiko World Cup finds the CM, but it cuts a 10th out of the lead, and it's over, yeah. Are they going to get 2.9? No, not quite, but it's pretty close. Pretty
Nekotal
good scores.
is going to be finishing that with a full combo. 12 100s too. That is a very fine result.
Yeah, unfortunate that TWC missed right near the end there on the last stream. Max with only 1 miss, but yeah, I think as usual, it's just the accuracy difference. Like, you look at, say, Hevon's 80 100s, that's more than Switzerland had misses and 100s combined. It's rough.
Wow.
So, Switzerland gonna pick next? Wait, Mexico? Switzerland? Oh, no, Max saying pick HR too.
Yeah.
Wait, but it's Switzerland's pick.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
No, I'm worrying about it, B.
I know you are worrying about it. I am just relaxing. I am chilling. Don't worry, yeah, there we go. They just wanted to hear Hard Rock Fruit 2 for a minute. Don't worry. See, all is good in the world, right? Just as good as the Taiko World Cup banners, which you can purchase right now in the Osu store. Feel free to support your favorite teams. And if you do pick the winning team, you get to keep the banner for the year. If it's not Japan, it is a bonus. You get bragging rights for the rest of time.
Oh,
itself.
if you pick the right team and the right team isn't Japan, you will look like the smartest person in Taiko. It's that simple.
Exactly.
Even if you did it
really
just to support your boys, if your boys win the tournament, you'll not be right up there with them. They'll be kind of in a league of their own, but you'll look pretty good.
You'll be flexing to the end of time itself. So, yeah, feel free to support the Osu World Cup series. How are you doing yet? Anyways, so let's see what we got here. I don't believe we've had any changes in the lineup. Now, Trinity Force is free mod 1. For those who are just tuning in the round of 16 and have never seen any of the Taiko World Cup matches in the last 2 or so years, free mod is free mod. You can go with the map as it is with no mod. You can put on hidden. You can put on hard rock. Or you could put on both hidden and hard rock. There's no restrictions on how many mods you got to do or how little or any of this overcomplicated stuff. Can you put on as many mods as possible, and can you get away with it? That is the two questions that we constantly ask in free mod. And for each mod that you can do so, your team collectively gets about a 6% advantage, which for the rough rule of thumb is about 1.5% of accuracy.
I thought it was about 2%. Either way, it's pretty significant.
It's because it's 1.5 because combo. People, yeah, if you end up picking up misses or something. Yeah, it does. You don't need the full 2% accuracy. It's about 1.5.
It looks like we're getting into this anyway. Oh, okay. 2 mods per team on FM1. I'm a little bit surprised, but also this is hard
Hidden.
for free mod 1. It really is. Yeah, Hivon on Hidden. Didn't think we'd see that this match. Max, Necrotile, and TWC on Hard Rock. Nakarin and Aaron just going to go with no mod each. So, evenly balanced mods here.
All right. So Trinity Force getting underway. Now, admittedly, there is a little trickiness here in the opening bit of the song.
Oh, yeah. It's mad hard to SS.
Yeah.
Not too hard to miss on either. But
there's a bit of SV as well, which is probably why a lot of players decided to go with no mod.
Alright, this build-up turns your hit signs way down. It can be a little jarring for a couple people, maybe tricky for Ak. It's gonna get Hivon, actually. As far as I know, Hivon is DDKK, so maybe a bit of an issue with just the mono-y factor of that build-up, especially with the SV9 on Hidden. Doing okay in this Ki now, but the damage is already done. 40k score in hand for Switzerland on the 4th map in a row that they're looking to take.
Yep. Maximil at 97%. Still going strong with a full combo, but the accuracy is hurting a little bit since everybody else on the Switzerland team picking up a few percentages higher in the accuracy front. That being said, we do have 5 combos on the board. Never a bad thing.
Yep, everyone doing pretty well on this so far. Nakarin and Aaron with pretty good act on the no mod plays, as you'd hope for the low risk play. The safe 980 and 990. But yeah, the Hard Rock act on Switzerland is really there right now. Both players approaching 99. So Taiko World Cup just above it. And another break from Yvonne is probably gonna set this to 4-0 unless some big things happen, but Switzerland have just been so solid all match, sitting on a triple FC right now.
And if that momentum continues over the next minute, there is no contest. Mexico's too far behind on the accuracy front, but Necrotel trying to put a bit of doubt into those words, picks up the first miss of the map. Going to be spending a little bit of time trying to recover that accuracy a little. Oh, and both Taiko World Cup and Nakarin picking up 100s on that 1-6. They both make some really good saves, keeping their combos alive.
It's going to take so much more where that came from, though. Oh,
Oh, double miss.
But
That's
we're
very
onto
good.
The outro. I think it's safe here for for Switzerland. Maybe not so safe for Mexico.
Yeah. It's getting slower too, so Hyven's going to be struggling a little bit.
It's doing all right. Speed's back up here at the end. One last 1-6, and there's the near 3 mil again from Switzerland. The Hard Rock FC is coming out from Taiko World Cup and Maximus, so Aaron with the Nomad FC, but yeah, it's just the mod players were just better on the side of Switzerland.
And it's really unfortunate too, because unlike some of the earlier maps that we've seen today, Mexico can actually play this. They correctly went with 2 mods for this pick, and I don't think going with 1 mod would have changed much. So it may maybe make things a little bit closer, but I don't think it would have changed the end result. But man, it's really unfortunate for Mexico. They were really hoping to at least get a point, and now they are at the mercy of a sweep.
Yeah, and they have one last chance to avoid it, and hopefully start the comeback. I feel like given they asked Switzerland to pick HR2, they're
well, Switzerland may actually, Switzerland may do it. I mean, it is 4-0. Like, what do you have to lose?
I think looking at this chat, they might have legitimately, and especially the fact that they were like, "Oh, please pick HR2" when it wasn't that point yet. I think they might have just thought it was 1-4, or not even that, but just thought that Switzerland had one more point than they did.
People not reading rules in our tournament? No way. That's totally never happened before.
Are we going Nomad 3?
Yes, we are. Broom, broom.
Like
We're going to Scooter Braza.
Alright. This one of the tougher maps in the pool. It's just 280 BPM. It's a decent bit dense too. It's just hard.
Yep, 280 beats per minute. Nothing like a good little speed core to possibly ruin Mexico's opportunities of advancing to the quarterfinals.
Well, maybe it starts the hope train back up. You never know. I like this song a lot. I think it just goes hard.
100%. So now time for Mexico to lock in on speed. I mean, look, this wasn't Switzerland's first choice, nor was it its second choice. So maybe all it takes is one player struggling on Switzerland's side to give Mexico a chance. And given that Switzerland doesn't have the luxury of changing players, unlike Mexico, which actually who does have the capabilities of player swaps, if there is one skill set that can catch one player off guard, it could be speed. It could be.
It's just easy to misread stuff when it's coming at you a lot faster.
Yeah, exactly. Just ask the hard rock players.
Oh, I mean, no, it's easy when it's hard rock. It's just not easy when the BPM is high.
Mm-hmm.
I might be a little biased. Has Nakarin
Mexico in front Mexico in front out of the introduction?
I didn't know Nakarin single tapped 280 BPM. What?
Wait, what?
Okay. KDDK 280 single tap since when? This
Okay,
might...
this is maybe the weakness that I was talking about.
Yeah, unless this is just a pocket in CN 280 single tap that Nakarin's just about to whip out on us. This could be a very well targeted pick for Mexico. If
If Mexico was picking this, but this is actually Switzerland's choice. So, unlike, and it's also
this was Mexico, 100% true.
No, the client's saying Switzerland.
Okay, hold on.
We struggle. Hey, look, players struggle to read
Mexico's.
rules.
It's Mexico's pick according to the bot.
According
Anyway,
to
we had to. Okay, we are. All right, single player game. Oh no! Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, we're in a single player game, boys. Yeah.
We just watch only Aaron's POV, only to see him.
No, that's okay.
That is tragic.
No, it's okay.
Dude,
Aaron activated the weldo. What are you talking about? All right, look, that score is coming back very slowly. Man. Yep. It's coming. It's coming close. 50,000 points. You know,
Nakarin has been struggling.
You can't lose when your opponents are frozen, right?
Oh boy!
There we
go. Everyone about to come back in, and Mexico are ahead.
There we go.
Not doing so hot on this, about 50k score behind the rest of the team, and that's pretty close to the difference.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity by Mexico. They've been in the lead for the first time all match, and they are absolutely running with it.
All right, Maximus still on some clean act right now. TWC on 1/100, but not quite enough right now. An SS wouldn't be enough. Aaron is going to find another brick, but the team is there to keep his back. See if Mexico looking for a point, just for any road in. And it looks like they might have it.
Oh, they definitely looking like they're having it. Nakarin been struggling on the back part of the song. 280 single tap and very hard to pull off over the course of 2 minutes. And Mexico clutches a point on the verge of an exit. So,
wow.
There we go. A very good effort. Perfectly, like I said, Mexico went with the one well-known, tried and true map type that can pick out a player that will be struggling a little bit on it. They picked out Nakarin on Omod 3, and they managed to clutch in and get the point. So, a very, very well-done effort by the Mexican side.
Yeah.
Now, can they survive the rest of the pool? How far can they go with this? Okay, you're right. It actually was Mexico who picked it. It's just bugged on stream.
All right, so Switzerland gonna pick free mod 2, the hyper flip, crazy SV, crazy patterning map. This thing's hard as hell, honestly. We got sometimes it's just a little sad to say goodbye. No, this one's tough, bro.
No, Switzerland can't do this to Mexico on match point.
Oh,
no,
wait,
you can't. Yeah. You can't do that on match point. No, you can't do that to them. Not like this.
Saddest feat of all. To exit TWC on this.
Well, this sadder one. How much time do you have? You know, never forget a few years ago, the United States team had an early stage exit on Incandescence's own map. That was and he was commentating, hoping that they were going to make a recovery. That was a sad thing to watch
for him, but not so much for the team. For the team, it's just, man.
It was an early exit for the United States. It was a very sad thing for them as well. Yeah. They were expected to go a bit further than quarterfinals that year. So, there have been sadder stories in this world.
Alright. TLC says, you can FC, Max. I believe in you. This is going to be HDHR. Watch. This is going to go crazy wild. If this is HDHR, I will be impressed. Especially if you can play it. This one is tough.
Yeah. Is there a requirement for... I forget, is there a requirement for 1 mod minimum? Or no? I don't think
No,
there is.
literally free.
Literally
mods.
no. Yeah, it's just literally
Like
free mod. Cool.
tiebreaker style rules. Oh,
Excellent.
triple no mod is allowed. Triple HDHR is also allowed. But we've got single HDHR coming out from Max. Aaron's internet is,
I believe.
giving us some trouble.
I believe.
I didn't catch what the mods were from Switzerland. Hivan's on
Switzerland.
No mod.
There were two mods. Necrotal was on Hard Rock, and I think TWC was on Hidden. Yeah. So, very interesting to see Mexico with their mod choices. I'm actually looking forward to it when we get to it.
It looks like we might be on waiting for more players here. It didn't even start. Oh no.
The curse of South American the connection speeds sometimes does come in at the worst time, and it's very safe to say 4-1 result is a very bad time for internet issues.
Yeah, especially in the team that is behind. That's maybe not what you want for morale. Looks like we're gonna have an abort and try again here.
Yep. Wait, how old is this song if you used to hear it when you were a child? What? That's actually interesting. When was this song released? I'm kind of curious now.
The one the Raisa song that we are listening to is like a year old. I remember listening to it when it got released because this is like the genre I follow. Yeah, it's like a year old.
Ooh.
When was it? May 2023. Okay, so it's basically 2 years old.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. TWC just asking, hey, can we just get the point? It said after the abort that we won.
Avon claps back. Nah, bro. You clearly misread. Oh! Wait, what's this?
Oh no!
Aaron's coming in! Oh,
he wants to play No Mod 3 again.
he wants to play No Mod 3 again.
Alright, come on, please. Yes? Max Vasil, Hidden Hard Rock. Just to balance out the mods, TWC HR only, Necotile HR only, everyone else is no mod. This is crazy for Max. I could see it working, just like two no mods is safe score on an anti-mod. That's not the worst of ideas. This map is very sub 1 millable for like the lower bracket kind of teams with one mod.
Yeah. I mean, if Maximo can hold like a decent A rank, there can be some high score potential. Especially on a field like this where there's not as many mods. There's not as much of a pressure to be as accurate that you need to be.
Alright, and EHR on this is quite hard. I'm going to be straight with you. I think this is going to be absolutely nothing for TWC to full combo, but Necotile, I'm not sure if they have the fast reading and just the kind of, not overlap, but reverse overlap, I suppose, reading for this. It does actually require some proper HR skill. It's not, the first thing is not going to catch Necoloid, but it's going to catch out Max. And that's bad news for Mexico.
On a double S. Oh, never mind. That didn't last very long.
Nice work, B.
You're welcome, buddy. What can I say?
Honestly, that is the hardest part for Hard Rock out of the way. For Hard Rock only. I think the ending is tougher for HDHR, just because of the patterning, but that start with those weird sections of SV.
Nactarin with a drop.
Ooh.
That's a little scary.
Max. Probably comfy enough on this section. This is just like comfortable SV hidden, as long as what you play on hidden isn't only speed. And it looks like Max is okay with this. It's just the accuracy is sitting in the 94s right now, below the no mod scores. Not what you want, but he's making it at least kind of work. Kievan's gonna miss, but it's at least treated by Necotile. But
yeah, which is actually better for Mexico.
Oh, Nagrin finds another break. This should be all Switzerland's to lose.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
yeah, Necotile does pick up the miss.
doing okay though, hitting pretty much everything, and we've only got a couple measures left. Not much time
Maximil
left here.
on the two mods, getting 94%, barely
His
above an A
combo is
rank.
crazy. He actually FC most of the map. Did he FC everything after the intro?
I think he did.
section? Wow, that's impressive as hell.
Unfortunately, doesn't get the A rank and only manages to keep up with Nakarin, which was the lowest score on the Switzerland side. So doesn't get much of a reward for the performance. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a 5-1 victory for Switzerland. GG, well played.
Yeah.
Good job by Switzerland keeping up with their roster throughout the entirety of the match. No player swaps. Only got exploited on No Mod 3. But alas, it was a very through and through solid matchup for them.
Yeah, comfortable enough win, but the next match is where things are going to get quite a lot tougher. They're going to go from a team 1 seed above them to almost certainly a team many seeds above them. I don't have the bracket in front of me, but yeah, this might be the pinnacle of Switzerland's run, but they did look pretty good in this win. Run to 16, a good pull for them, it looked like.
Yeah, and tragically for Mexico, they are exiting the tournament. Very comfortable defeat on their front. But you know what? They did get some good scores throughout the tournament. And nonetheless, I'm very excited to see how the Mexican team develops over the next 12 months. Looking to see them once again try to punch their weight into the higher seeds matchups, into the deeper runs. But that will be for another time. Up ahead, we do have a stacked set of matches. In fact, we have 2 matches happening at the same time at 1 UTC. Brazil and Canada are going to be facing off against each other, and Argentina and New Zealand will also be playing at 1 UTC. So we're going to have 2 streams. Again, what we've seen very commonly throughout this Taiko World Cup so far. That is set to continue, so we'll have commentators for both matches. Very exciting for that. I'll be there to cover one of those 2. I forgot which one off the top of my head. And then later on, we do have Australia versus Malaysia, the 8th and 9th seed matchup. It's going to be a tight result from what some people have been saying, or at least from what it looks like on paper. We will see. And then we'll have a very huge break later on to have the second round of matches at 10 UTC onwards. So plenty of exciting matches ahead over this next 12 hours. We'll be here to cover it all. And yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, what is that? China versus the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Ooh, that one might be good. I mean, what? I'm not biased. But yeah. We'll see you in 4 hours for the next one. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Take care.
見たわね。見られたからには死んでもらう。美しい月夜に運のない男ね。私が噂のヴァンパイアクイーン。教会のハンターに負わされた傷もお前の血がイエスでしょう。今日に何を嫌いなんて言われたことがなくて、私を死ぬ前に描きたいってお前って書かれの Dear Time I Love 私綺麗なの。鏡に映らないこの身を見てみたい。そんな願いがふっとよぎったの。勘違いしないでいつでもクローゼロモデルってじっとしてなきゃダメ？くしゃみくらいはしてもいいのよね。ねえ、私変な格好してない？流行りの服とかよくわかんないんだけど、お前が買ったこれちゃんと私に似合ってるんでしょうね。ああ、寝癖？ダメよ、寝癖は書かなくていいわ。高貴なヴァンパイアクイーンに寝癖はいらない。何笑ってんのよ。学童の日々は悪くはなかったわ。そんな自分に戸惑って完成した絵みたいでも完成してほしくない。過ぎ去る日に見出されて人と怪物だってことを時々忘れそうで、一人でこれまでもこれからも私は夜さまよう Dear Time I Love 私強いの。闇をした影の力でどうして振りほどけないの。触らないで勘違いしないでデスククローゼル。
よく描けているが罪深い絵だ。我々は神の意向を称える芸術以外認めていない。モデルとなった吸血鬼の居場所答えてもらう。
教会の拷問にあった傷だらけのお前を抱く私を売れば命くらいダサかったはず。勘違いしないで私はお前を殺すつもりだった。勘違いさせないで。こんな綺麗じゃない。お前が残した絵の中で夜笑に少女が笑う。これがそうなら
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025. We're back here with more round of 16 matches. This time we will be covering the United States versus Finland. This is a pretty big one. Some big name teams, seed 3 and seed 14. In some cases, don't let that fool you. And some very stacked teams on both sides. But I won't be covering this alone, as I have the new, the wonderful Over the Hedge 2015. Say hello.
Hello, but who are you? I don't think you introduced yourself, my friend.
Oh, I'm well
Who
known enough,
might
I
you
don't
be?
need to.
Oh, okay, Diesel. I see how it is. But yeah, USA versus Finland. This, Finland, one of the stronger low seed early round kind of teams, but you look at the USA roster and it's like, it's just hard to make a game plan because you think of a map, they have 3 players for it, surely. So I think this is going to be extremely uphill for Finland, but if any team around their seeding range is going to make it work, I can see it being them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Finland are a very strong team early on, as you say. But the United States, in theory, even stronger. In previous years, they have been known to, put it lightly, troll. But it looks like in the past sort of 2-3 years, they've really gotten their act together when it comes to TWC. They figured out what works for them, and they're showcasing that very strongly, especially last year with their 3rd place win.
Oh yeah.
So, let's
After
see how
many
they go.
years.
After many years.
Yeah, of being one of the teams that, slated to get a badge, a lot of people predicting them, and they'd keep falling short, but last year they finally broke through, and now they're looking to show it wasn't a fluke, and that they are just that good. And
Their team this year, I believe, is almost exactly the same. I believe there was one person swapped out, Zoc for Pet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pet is in for Zoc now. The rules, by the way, Finland rolling a 6. USA rolling was 60-something, I can't remember what. So, Finland banning Hidden 1 as their first ban. And USA's ban is going to be Nomad 1. Makes sense. It's the normal map. It's the most likely one to be a coin flip. Right?
Yeah.
Finland does have strengths, but I can understand just picking Nomad 1 and thinking we're probably better than them at their strengths, at the level of strength that the USA is at. That's the one OS original in the poll gone. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Off it goes.
We should deduct
such
a point from the USA for that.
Absolutely, such a huge disrespect to Slacks.
Unbelievable. It has a really nice custom as well. I like it.
It is. We have quite a decent range of song types in this pool, although it does seem to lean more towards one side. And this is one of the ones that doesn't lean to that side in the slightest. It's going to be Nomad 2.
I suppose this is also an original, so they banned one and picked one. It's just that this one was for, I believe, OWC 24? We got Valdez.
I wasn't even aware of that.
This is one of the harder maps in the pool for sure.
Ah, it is an original.
It's tricky to see. Yeah, it's really nice too. I really like the song. It's, if anyone remembers Sleight of Hand from TWC 2023, the way I would describe this map is Sleight of Hand light. It's a lot easier, but it is still that kind of swingy but still techy tech map.
Yeah, it's a really interesting combination of skill sets, but I think it works so well. And it's a shame that there's such a lack of songs that fit it. And that's why they often have to be custom produced.
Yeah, especially like more technical, complex swing and stuff. You can find stuff like, say, Falling Down quite a lot, right? Where, okay, there is a swing rhythm, but stuff that allows for really more improv is tricky to come by. But Anwolf did a really good job with this one. I've really enjoyed practicing this map through the week. And it's not the easiest either. I'd say this is one of the hardest maps to FC and match in the pool.
So starting this one off, we have Aurora, Silver, Tyrant, and Pet for the US, and Dusky, Anti, and Gamer's Decision for Finland.
Yep. Notably no Vanen, one of the two kind of core players for Finland over the past few years, but Antti is gonna miss immediately as the other of those two core players. In 2v2, these guys could pull off some wacky things, beating an Italy team composed of 5 top 100 players, but 3v3 kind of changes the complexion of their team a lot. Gamer's Decision is quite good, Dusky is quite good, but yeah...
Are they good enough to beat the US? So far, the answer is no.
Well, it's not like that's the fairest of standards. You know, Silver Tyrant is currently assessing through about a quarter of the map. He tends to do that. One of the strongest no-mod and DT players in the world. Anywhere. Now, you can include Japanese players all you want. Probably about 10 of them beat him, if even. He is currently 1 digit. And he isn't just a masher either.
Quite the feat to be achieving.
Yeah, you can see the accuracy background coming in.
Yeah, the other 2 players for the US are holding on very well too. Very kind of central to upper end 99 full combos. Anti finding more misses though on that stream. So it's not looking great for Finland. No player above 99%, even though Dusky and Gamer's Decision are on the full combo.
Yeah. USA's worst player is still clearing Finland's best right now, as their worst player is a pair of 99.5 FCs on Aurora and Pet, and Silver is still max scoring this. Just got through what I consider to be the hardest pattern in the map. It is, I do think it's fair to say that a lot of things in this map are like friendly for DDKK compared to KDDK, but nothing's crazy for either playstyle. Aurora is going to find a break.
Like, Decision does match it though.
Oh my. Alright, Silver coming into the last section here with the double S intact. Is he gonna manage it? This is what happens.
Yeah, the map
when you
doesn't
give
really
a
let
Bongo
up.
player finger control. Here
Yeah,
we
not
go.
many of those.
Coming into the outro. Just a little bit more. One more burst, a few more finishers. Maximum score for Silver Tyrant. That's a good
Beautiful
start right there for
performance.
the US. And close to a triple FC. I think it was just the 1 break from Aurora, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Finland not doing bad on that either. An FC from Dusky and a 1 miss from Gamer's Decision is not bad. Even Unti's 917k, perfectly respectable, but the USA really showing out on that one.
Yeah, just unfortunately, when having to compete with a near perfect score, it's going to be pretty tough. But that was the US's first pick. They're going to be confident on it, and they clearly have been. So let's see where Finland start off.
Of course. What do you think they're going to go with? I think HR. Oh, never mind. No more 3.
We didn't even get time to discuss. But I was thinking, I had HR in my mind as well.
Yeah, just because Antti and Vananen, both very strong in it, but I suppose there's a 3rd player, right? It's hardly like they would have big 3rd player issues on the mod. I think this pull is accessible to
perhaps
the rest of their
Hidden
players,
2
but
would be good for them.
I can see it. Yeah.
Although it'd also be good for the United States, so...
Oh yeah, but every map in this pull is going to be good for the US. I don't think there's a single
That's the
exception to
problem.
that.
Well, Finland better find an exception. They only have, its first 5.
Well,
it's not a whole lot to work with.
Don't need an exception to USA being good if they can find a way to be great, right? There's always beating them at just being skilled, but that's still really hard to manage. Antti says this map is fun with Hard Rock. I can't say I understand. I play a lot of HR, but I don't get it. This is too much for my taste. 280 HR, pretty stressful. On the eyes and the hands and the brain.
We have the beloved BFKB113 PBK swapping in for Finland. And RJ coming in for the US.
Yeah, in place of Aurora. Makes sense. At the level of team the USA are, this is essentially an accuracy map, and not really anything more. So even though this map does have some finisher difficulty, their KDD players can probably handle it just as well. And
Antti being the only player to pick up a 100 on the intro.
Only one. There will be more where that came from, unless the USA are about to 3-0 this. I think it's a little bit more than 3-0 max score, because there are a couple spinners. I might be remembering wrong though.
The drum rolls as well, right?
Here's the hardest part of the map to SS, in my opinion. Coming in. It's not completely done, but those kind of offbeat rhythms, a bit tricky.
Both BFKB and Gamer's Decision have dropped their double S, but still holding strong on the side of the US. All 3 are still there.
USA are a third of the way through this map with the team max score right now, it looks like, but yeah, Finland not far behind, keeping it within 10k almost. Despite
Yeah, if a
everything
single
the
player
Utes are
were to
doing,
miss for the US,
RJ
it'd
finally
be
hits
very
the
helpful for
100.
Finland.
Yeah, Anti's sitting on 2, and Mega Mela, BFKB, and Yura's Decision are both on a bite. I think 4 and 5 respectively. RJ though with a miss.
Oh, that's big.
The Team Max is a distant dream all of a sudden. Not even the triple
course it
FC.
is.
And
It is a very clean miss, but it will still help Finland now having that combo advantage, slowly taking it over to their side.
yeah.
And they really need it because they don't want to be giving up a breakpoint, especially when it is first to 5.
Oh,
Gamer's
Gamer's
Decision misses though.
finds the break
That's
and
a
finds
big
more.
drop.
Oh, that might have just bailed the USA out big time on what is still an amazing team score, but sometimes you just need a little bit of
RJ
luck.
misses
But
again.
RJ's gonna miss.
We're going to need bigger misses from either Silver Tyrant or Pet.
Oh,
But they
it's
come
gonna
from
be
BFKB.
instead. And wow, that's... Did you guys just double max that? Like double SS?
Yep.
Yes, they did. 1,000,2,800 from 2 separate players. It's just RJ with 2 bricks and 3 100s.
Still a very
I
good
mean,
score.
It looks bad compared to the rest of his team, but this map is just hard to FC. Like, it's just that his team is ridiculously strong and happened to double SS it.
Anti
Silver
with
Tyrant,
a
like 2 for
3
2 on
100.
SSs.
Yeah, Anti with
Yeah.
a 3 100 full combo as well.
Yeah, still very impressive. And BFKB was holding very strong until the end there. Finland can play this map pool, no doubt about it. It's just that the USA are something else entirely so far. They're double FCing every match so far. Even on this level of pull, this early in the tournament, that's still kind of insane. Missing is just easy on these maps, and oh, okay, the USA gonna continue their time-honored tradition of picking the practice maps and being good at them, probably. With No Mod 4, Elevator.
Yeah, I mind a couple of years ago, the US managed to win a point off of Japan on the Gimmick map. So they're very good at taking on these heavy practice maps, as you say. So I don't think this year will be any exception.
Back in 2022, I think is what you're on about, right?
I mind there was one, there was like an Easy FG song as well. That might be in a different team that won off Japan
Bluff
though.
Liar?
Can't
well.
know, was it? Yeah,
Either
something
way,
like
the
that.
USA have a decently long history now of really taking to what used to be the Gimmick maps, and sometimes the SV maps, and are now just consistently the SV maps. It kind of helps that Gimmicks very break the game sometimes, and we don't, you know, it happens. So we've got SV maps instead, at least for now. Who knows, maybe we'll see Gimmicks later. I'm no puller. I kind of can't be, I might be playing in the tournament. But, coming in, RJ Silver Aurora back in for Pet. Dusky back in for BFKB. Anti and Gamer's Decision staying. Silver looking for his 3rd SS in a row. USA looking for their 3rd point in a row, but this map is not, it's just not that simple. It's just not simple at all. Really
Picks up in
easy to break
difficulty
anywhere.
very fast.
Yeah, we've seen nothing yet, and their already SS is gone. Dusky with a few 100s, Gamer's Decision with, I think, 3.
The thing is,
Anti's
as well,
holding the SS.
you know, on top of the SV, there is also technical aspects of weird snapped doublets.
These doublets coming in, I believe they're all 1-8, so it's uniform enough, but it's just the SV they come in on. Silver and Aurora both SSing that first section along with Anti. Gamer's Decision gonna
Gamers
find a
find
break,
miss.
and with how strong the USA have been playing so far, that honestly might be the map. With
Yeah, Anti
so much
also
left to
dropping the
go.
full combo.
Yeah, and Dusky is the
Dusky
one
with
remaining one, but
The
his
reverse
back
choke.
is- Has he missed?
Yeah, very early
Oh,
on.
yeah, he has. Okay, back on the normal section of the map. Silver finally gonna look a bit mortal, hit a couple 100s.
Oh,
Actually
Dusky
hitting
drops that
several.
combo.
Yeah, so it's now 3 FCs to 0. USA looking imperious on this one. I'd consider this to be like the last really hard section of the map to FC, and it's just gonna get RJ as it's on its way out. Just stubs his toe out the door. But you have a
Silver
left
Tyrant
elevator
also
yet.
missing.
You might be about to drop a few floors. Silver finally missing, yeah. Took him 2.5 maps. Aurora, the only FC remaining, sitting on 100.
Yeah, it's
someone
going to
in
be very
chat perfectly
difficult
describing this.
for Finland to come back from this one at this stage. Only a core left to go.
Yeah, they do have a couple combos back in Anti and Gamers, but the thing is, there's just so much difference already, and one of those combos is suddenly gone. And Aurora is still holding one lone 100. This is crazy.
I think he's dropped it there.
Yeah,
One more, a couple more
a couple
there.
more, but I mean, you can't exactly disrespect a 4-100 FC on this. This is a very hard map to FC in a match setting. There's just so much that can just get you, even if you practiced it. It didn't get Aurora. Crazy FC. Gamer's decision with 1 miss. I mean, the highest miscount on this was 6. Both these teams knew this map.
Absolutely.
Really impressive.
When you
score
just
for
look
him.
at the accuracy, 100 count as well, it's very clearly favored towards the US.
Yeah. Dusky says impossible map after 5 missing it. I mean, he did okay. He did pretty good.
And he missed because he changed his posture.
You know, that is a very real type of thing, I feel.
Oh yeah.
Just doing any little thing can cost you your focus sometimes.
You go to like nudge your keyboard a wee bit for a more comfy position and just flies across the room.
Yeah. And just a quick update on, where is it? Russia versus Chile, the match going on over on the B stream right now. It is currently 1-1. Russia just won their pick of Nomad 2 by about 20,000 scores. Chile picked Hidden 2 first and won that. So it's 1-1 with Chile next to pick. But as for this match, we're already 1 map ahead of them. We're on 3-0 for the US, but Finland gonna pick. I think free mod could work. Okay. And as soon as I go off of mentioning the HRs, that's when they pick it.
Yep.
It's gonna be Hard Rock 1. It makes sense.
Yeah, it keeps things simple for them. And I know Finland can do well on the Hard Rock 1. I know it very much plays into anti-strengths, and with them being such an important player, I think that's good to do. And Dusky is well versed enough in the tournament scene to know how to play lower stage Hard Rock 1s, despite being a hidden player.
Ooh, here's decision-making way forward. It is. Huh, okay. Player you might know from Standard, actually. I don't know if he's been on the Finnish OWC team, but I've heard the name enough that I'm fairly sure he was at some point. I am just surprised when Nanja isn't playing this, maybe not present for this match. But he's known.
I was thinking even Dusky would be playing this one, but I guess Finland have become a bit more of a well-rounded team.
This EHR roster, though, for the United States is a bit terrifying. I could see I could see Silver SSing this, I could see Pet SSing this, I could see Aurora getting like 2 100s. If all 3 of those happen at once, I'll be like, yeah, fair enough. And that will be an unbeatable team score. That will be the kind of thing that Japan could play this in their match and very easily not get. And you know what Japan are like, they tend to beat you at things. And that's the kind of team score we're talking about that the USA have potential for here. This is a sheer accuracy map for them. And it is one of the easier FCs in the pool for sure. As long as you have the Hard Rock fundamentals that I know 4 of the players in this lobby do. I haven't seen Gamers play HR, but if he's on for this, he's probably okay. And I just don't know about Hades. Completely unknown factor to me. And Silver and Aurora have already lost their SSs right on the intro. That's unfortunate. There's a lot more map to go. Unti and Pet, the only players to hold SS through the intro section.
Yeah, most of the score difference is coming from Hades having a slightly lower accuracy, but is back into the 98, so still a very strong score.
Yep.
Once again, Finland just behind the US, waiting to snap up on any mistake that they do make.
The gap, is not that big. 6 FCs tends to do that. Pet finally hits 100. Unti's the last one standing. Gets through that little offhand doublet there that can catch out certain playstyles just for not being on 100% focus.
Score difference
And
is
we're
now
halfway through the map.
20k.
I mean, the point is within reach if the USA make a mistake, and it's one of the easier maps to just get through cleanly, but it's not impossible. It's never impossible to mess up. No matter how good you are, you're always human. And coming into the main Kiai here is where we see the most awkward patterns in the map. But Finland running a bit short on time really quick here. Not the longest map.
Yeah,
Hades is gonna be
Hades
the one to miss.
missing. Dropping the
And-
accuracy a bit as well. Gamer's
Oh,
decision below 99.
This team score from the USA is about to be absolutely mad nuts as long as they don't get caught by the 1-6 triples in the ending here. Gets one, gets two, gets three. There's one more, and they've got it. Oh, never mind. I actually didn't know how many there were, but look at that. 3166 out of a possible 3180k. 10 combined 100s on the US side. Antti almost MVPing with the 200 FC. I didn't even notice him losing SS. Gamer's decision also with a nice FC, but even if Gamer's two teammates double S the map, it wouldn't have been enough because USA just had 3 players at that level. That's ridiculously strong from the USA.
Yeah,
On the opponent's pick.
Yeah, like the United States have won 2 breakpoints now, and they've been winning these points very convincingly as well. Like, Finland are a very strong team, being seeded 14th, and they just can't quite compare to the strength of the US's seed 3. Even in these earlier pools, the United States are really making sure that they stay in that winner's bracket. Because they've been seeded second before, but getting knocked down into losers bracket significantly earlier than you would expect, so they really don't want to be repeating that mistake, because it makes things a lot harder.
Yeah. So this should be it. This should be where the USA finish cleaning up just with a 5th straight mega strong performance. But can't just call it like that all the time in the tournament. And they will have to earn their way to the point. Especially because Finland have brought in Vananen, which probably means they'll have 5 mods, I want to say. This is the relatively moddable free mod pick. I find it kind of hard for an FM1, mind you, but Antti and Vananen probably both capable of EHR. Gamer's decision probably capable of EHR only. And I'm gonna be straight. I think the USA are gonna 6 mod this. I mean, we've seen much lower seeded teams 6 modding it. I don't see why.
Yeah,
they
I'd be
wouldn't.
very surprised if they don't.
Is Miniature Lamp going Hidden Hard Rock? Wow, that's unusual. He's known to avoid HR. But
Oh, and looks like Finland are playing it safe with only 3 mods total.
wow, okay, that is surprising. I
That's an extra
believed that
180,000 score that the US have.
Oh, but Finland are ahead because RJ hit a few 100s in the intro. Surely this will hold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to take long for that to swap back over. 1 mod of advantage is something very tangible. 3 is absolutely massive. This is going to need to be a completely different level of play, mods aside, from Finland compared to the USA. They're going to need more than just a few breaks. They have to win by 180k score, essentially, in terms of just how they play the map.
Yeah, you see that score advantage just going way up in favor of the US, just because of that extra score advantage.
Yeah.
Even as they pick up extra 100s.
Minilamp actually the only one with any real clean accuracy here on the US side. I mean, of course, 98s aren't bad, but Lamp is sitting on 2 100s right now. Really showing that, hey, I actually can play this hard rock mod. As long as you let me attach hidden to it at the very least. But Finland obviously still with the triple FC. Nobody's missed a note yet. Everyone hitting the little troll note after the finisher there. I've missed on that before.
Still
You feel like
doing
an
that.
idiot, but you feel like an idiot, but it's very possible. It's very missable. And the break. All players can now see all 6 scores. Aurora has climbed back up to 99. Lamp is still sitting on what I'm pretty sure is 2 100s. On a mad one here. Most players have been nowhere near this kind of back halfway through, let alone the end of the map.
Yeah, and we see the mod advantage really taking hold now. 75,000 points in favor of the United States, and you know their accuracies are lower.
Yeah, this new mod is
Everyone's
actually
on the
just
full
really
combo
catchy.
though. So I mean,
Right.
we're gonna have to see huge breaks from the US now. Ideally, a triple combo reset to give Finland a good fighting chance here.
This last third, though, is the hardest part for HDHR. Look at this snap change. It's going to catch Banana, and none of the US players. Suddenly the advantage gets even bigger, and it was already not insignificant. Everyone hitting those doublets on the slowdown. And suddenly the USA are just in even more of a driver's seat than they already were.
Yeah, it's going to be... I don't think it's really possible for Finland to make the comeback here. The US are just simply too strong. They were confident in their ability to 6-mod this. They didn't need to. And it's still paying off significantly.
Yeah. Alright, last one set coming in is going to catch Vananen and nobody else.
Oh, mini lamp.
That's so unfortunate. He was on a great run there. RJ and Aurora both hovering. Is RJ at 96 or 98? I can't actually... Okay, no, he must be at 98, right?
98, yeah, just got into 99.
90 just hits 99. Aurora, if he SS's the rest, is going to get there too. Yeah, there it is, and it's going to be... Is it? Ah, Aurora just about loses it, but that's almost a triple 99% from the United States, an average score there of 1.09 million, 2 HDHR FCs. And that's it.
Yeah, very good score from Finland, the hidden FC from Gamers Decision, the Hard Rock FC from Anti, and the near Hard Rock FC from Vodnanen as well, but unfortunately not enough to beat our winner, the US, as they advance on through the winners bracket.
Yeah, it appears. I think I snuck a glimpse of Lamp in chat there, alluding to the idea that his miss was just lag as well, meaning the USA could well have triple HDHR SC'd this. Really impressive if true, but either way, a 5-0 is a 5-0, and I'm sure they're going to take this one. The United
It's not over for
States move
Finland,
on
though, because they will be
quarterfinals.
dropping down into the losers bracket for the quarterfinals. And I feel like they'll have a good time down there. They often perform very well, still through into the quarterfinals in the past, so I don't see why this year will be any different.
Yeah, so in their first match, they will play the winner of later match Switzerland versus Mexico. But that'll be in quarterfinals weekend, and the USA in quarterfinals weekend will play the winner of Chile versus Russia, which, funnily enough, is currently going on the B stream, currently at a score of 2-2, and we are going to head you over to that channel to continue watching that. That might be a match of the week contender. It's the first one that's not asleep anyway. So that's us for now. We'll see you over on the Osu Live 2 channel, and we'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the US Taiko World Cup 2025 round of 16. I'm Dryad X, joined by Jay here for Chile versus the Russian Federation. Sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm reading the stream title. It's Brazil versus Canada. We made it a good 10 seconds before messing up something. But Jay, how are you doing today? Alright. So, with... Sorry, I'm just... The flipping stream title has gotten me all sorts of messed up. But Brazil versus Canada, we have seed 26 versus seed 23. At least for me, it's the closest seed difference that I've casted so far, so we're hoping for a close match today. Nomad 2 being the first ban from Canada. So no tech today. I'm currently waiting for Brazil's ban. Hidden 1. Yeah, that's not surprising. I've been seeing a lot of Hidden 1 bans in the matches I've seen. But this is the first time I've been able to see Nomad 3 available for pick. And sorry that it's a bit quiet right now. Jay is having internet issues. Apparently a storm literally just started. But hopefully they'll be back soon and we'll be able to add more excitement to this match that I myself cannot contribute. And Nomad 3 will actually be the first pick. So talking about how I haven't been able to see it, and it's the first map we get to play.
We are Scooter Brothers! Scooter Brothers!
Are you with us?
What is up?
Yo,
That was the strangest thing.
I really
Sorry
thought I got
about that.
airballed for a moment. It was
I
kind of
would
fun.
not do that to you. Yeah, it's crazy. The internet on my PC decided to dip, but my mobile phone was fine. So now I have to like
Interesting.
USB tether it. It's very strange. Australian internet, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, luckily for you, it appears that Brazil wanted to wait for you. They took a fair bit of time to pick this map.
Thank you, Brazil. Now, since I dipped, I didn't get to say, but I'm actually very looking forward to this match. Canada and Brazil are two countries that have historically been very strong, and then it's just very interesting to see them this year with like pretty much
Yeah.
two like completely new rosters down
Yeah, I
in
was
the
just thinking
lower
the same
seeds.
thing.
23rd and 26th. I've got to say, I was really actually impressed with Brazil's performance in the round of 32. So I'm looking forward to how they do this week. Canada, no slouches either, though.
Travel them largely. We are Scooter Brothers! Scooter Brothers!
Tutu really repping the early 100 gang.
You just got to get it
And
out of your system.
unfortunately also representing the early miss gang. That one's not as
You gotta-
fun.
You got to get it out of your system at the start, right? There are no nerves. SS happens now.
Seeing a couple misses come from the side of the Brazilian team, giving Canada an early lead.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shaky start when it's their first pick as well. Could just be the nerves. Sometimes it takes a map to get rid of them.
Yeah. This was Brazil's pick though, so if that is the case, it kind of sucks that it's on your pick.
It's to lull the opponent into a false sense of security, right? They
Early.
think, oh, we just got a break point, we're chilling, and then the 5-1 kicks in.
I mean, to be fair, Tutu has recovered quite well.
Despite the miss, it's still 99.5. Still very strong accuracy in the lobby, but we've got Coconut Human and Kombucha also holding very high accuracies on the side of Canada right now. It is a little scary when your first pick is also a trap laid out for the opponent.
Oh, Spicy Onion picking up a miss just at the end of that Ki.
Yeah, and followed by Hey Tonto as well. There's not much map left. It's going to be a swift breakpoint for Canada. Infinity's going to find a miss. They still have those two strong FCs. Yeah, for 23rd seed, those are actually very, very scary good scores.
Yeah, 4 and 3 100s is scores that I feel some of our best players would be putting up on this.
Yeah, even Spicy Onion and Tutu, despite the misses, still single-digit 100 count. There's actually very, very scary performances across the board here.
Yeah, even from the two Brazilian players, single-digit 100s on a speed pick is nothing to scoff at.
I see the vision. I see how it could have been a strong first pick.
Yeah.
But it's fine. Like, the nerves are gone. This is it. It's lock-in time. But Canada gonna enjoy a nice little advantage at the start here as we go into their first pick. Let's see, what have they banned? Slow, Hidden, and Tech? That's fair enough. They are very polarizing skill sets.
Yeah. Personally, I think it's a little interesting to see a Tech map being banned this early in the tournament. But I mean, it's all skill sets, so if your players aren't comfortable with it, Hidden 2.
Fair enough. When in doubt, if your opponent bans a mod, pick that mod.
Yeah.
I think it's very nutty that so Brazil banned a map by a Brazilian mapper, and Canada has just picked a Brazilian mapper map against Brazil.
Makes you think.
Truly the mind games.
I remember when I pulled CGTS a couple 4 years ago, I was mildly worried about if one of the turrets I wanted to pick ended up being played by the person who made it. I don't think it ever happened, but it did worry me.
Nah, the worst is when you actually have a map in the pool and your opponent bans it on you. Canada did that to us in 2019. It was very unfortunate.
Incredible. At least, luckily for TWC and a lot of other of the higher level tournaments, generally a lot of the popular mappers end up being the ones who are either mapping for the pool, making the pool, or simply playtesting it.
Yeah. I mean, it's all of Sweden, Brazil, and Italy. They just joined World Cup stuff. I got some roster switches here. We've got Pet Center coming in for Brazil and Flakier coming in on Canada's side. Good luck, have funs in the chat.
Another fairly short song, just barely over 2 minutes.
Yeah, this one's at a relatively comfortable BPM for Hidden, but in the Ki's, especially in the second half of each Ki, it gets a little bit of a ramped SV. It can be a little bit stressful, a little bit uncomfortable to read and play. We'll have to see if anyone gets tripped up by it. Here we go, pick number 2. Canada's first shot. Hidden 2. A little bit of shaky accuracies from a few players in the intro.
Have a miss from Flaker, but I think it was only a miss or 2, so lead's still in Canada's favor for now.
Yeah, the score difference I think is pretty much just Spicy and Onion's accuracy, but still plenty of map to get that accuracy back up, close that gap. You can see the score will shrink slightly just because of Plague's miss.
Hedson finding a miss.
We go right into the next KI. Nobody's gonna get tripped up. Oh, but Kombucha! Kombucha's gonna find a miss. We've got 2 combo breaks. No, only 1 full combo left on the side of Canada, but the accuracy lead is really, really carrying them by this 30k right now. A little bit of downtime here. Anyone not at the combo cap is gonna get some free combo here.
30,000 points in the lead for Canada. Like we said, short song, so just barely over a quarter of it is left.
You can see the Canadian team is looking pretty strong right now. Every
Hedson
player,
finding a lot of misses.
every player hovering around 99%. See by the UR bars, some players hitting a little bit early. As I mentioned, this SV is increased here. It's just a little bit stressful. Hedson's gonna find a miss. Right at the end of the map is gonna seal it. Canada is gonna take 0-2 lead.
Indeed.
Look at this, I'm
5-100s.
5-100s FC. Kombucha also, Flaker even with only 3-100s.
Yeah, they just
The
had
100 count.
that early miss.
That's what I say, you gotta miss. You gotta miss at the start to get it out your system.
Yeah, and this might just be me. It's a little hard to tell from just watching the chart with Hidden, but it seems like the beginning is honestly one of the hardest bits.
The beginning has some interesting rhythms, let's say.
Yeah.
Do not look at the end of I'm 2-2 score. Okay, it's gone, guys. You're safe.
Usually I'm good about noticing that stuff, but I would not have noticed it if someone in chat didn't say it.
Alright, back over to Brazil's pick. I've got that 0-2 deficit. I saw the vision with No Mod 3, but we'll have to see what they're going to lock in for this second pick of theirs.
I mean, if I'm being real, I feel like we've been seeing some like pretty consistent accuracy. I wonder if a No Mod 1 pick could be in the future.
Yeah.
If I'm being real, I feel like either team could pick it, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, they're definitely taking their time with this pick as well.
Or they just have people practicing it. Sometimes it's like that.
It's true. They do that sometimes.
I've been there firsthand.
Let's just see what their pick is. I feel that maybe free mod is a little risky after seeing that hidden performance. DT2, I think that's fair enough. They went for a speed pick first, they'll go for a speed pick second.
Getting our Toho quota.
Yeah, every single match you commentate, they seem to pick this one.
Indeed.
This one is good. It's very similar to the DT2 of last week. Same BPM, but this one is much denser. But I think I found on average most players have actually found it easier because of it. You know, there's less gaps between notes, which means you can stay in that flow state.
Yeah, which is especially important for DT because of how weird the accuracy is. If you can stay on beat all the time, it almost becomes easier. And at least from what I remember, the patterns in this aren't that uncomfortable for the most part.
No, they are mostly quite comfortable, yes. For single tappers, full alters, it's all relatively calm. I think actually the hardest part to hack is probably the intro. Just because there's a little bit of, I don't even know what the snap is, it's like 3-8 or something, it's very strange.
Interesting.
Anyone interested in the Oslive A stream between Argentina and New Zealand? They're also at a similar sort of position right now with an 0-2. That's also another very good match, 22 versus 27. Very similar seedings to this one.
Yeah, we got that close matches right now. This is a loser's bracket though, so whichever team loses here will be out of TWC.
Yeah. This really is the make or break match for both of these teams, wanting to make it through the quarterfinals.
That beautiful noise.
You know, it's been maybe 11 years since I first heard that noise, and it never gets old. It's almost comforting at this stage.
It's been a while since I've heard it. I feel like I might not have even heard it last TWC. Malakoa finding the first miss.
Yeah, it's also very interesting to see the rosters here. You can see I'm Tutu and Spice are kind of hunkering down for Brazil, and Kombucha and Coconut Human also aren't moving. They're just subbing out their third player where necessary. Wal is going to find a drop now. Both of the third players for both teams have found misses now. And what was looking good for Brazil at the start is looking very good for Canada right now, 1/3 into this DT.
Yeah, Malakoa is mostly recovered from the intro.
Yeah, the accuracy on Wal is a little bit shaky. You can see the UR bar, it's hitting early, it's hitting a little bit late. It is still early days, that is only the first half. I'm going to have this small little doublet section here as an intermission before we get back into everyone's favorite 1-4.
Malakoa finds a miss.
Yeah, Wal's back at that 400 combo, so if they can keep it for the next 300 notes or so, it's going to greatly benefit Brazil. But I think they're going to need to see another error on Canada, and that's not what they want to see right now. But
Malako trades.
He's going to trade it.
30k, but roughly similar combos for the third players on each side. Oh, but I'm two finds a miss.
Oh no, that was very bad as well. They were keeping pace with the other two FCs on Canada. Spicy Onion is the only one with FC left on Brazil. Kombucha and Coconut are holding very strong at this 1200 combo.
Only a quarter of the chart left.
There's only about 100, 200k score left up for grabs for each player. And Canada's lead is looking very, very strong right now. Double miss! Double miss. This is what Brazil needs, but there's not much math left. The accuracy deficit from Wal, it might be too much. That miss alone gave them 30,000 points, and it wasn't enough. They needed another 40,000 off that.
Yeah. Coconut just holding strong and managing to keep their FC alive. Same with Spicy Onion.
Wal's miscount isn't even bad as well. It competes with Moloko as well. Very close, very good run there. But unfortunately for Brazil, it's another break point.
Yeah.
And Canada up 0-3 on their pick as well. Very dangerous position for Team Brazil right now. Canada is looking very, very strong. So that DT pick was very risky. You can see it from the Brazilian side. They had two of their best players beating two of Canada's best players. To see what Canada goes for. They went for the silver platter pick of Hidden. I have to see if they delve into some of the other mods. It seems to be working for them.
And maybe we can just get the sampler platter of picks and get an HR and an FM. Get one of everything.
And that would 5 mod categories, 5 picks, 1 of each, maybe. Have to see when they feel comfortable. I feel like this pick is going to rest mostly on that 3rd player that Canada's going to sub in. Hard Rock 2, there it is. The platter is being served.
The faster of our Hard Rocks as well. Played a lot of we've only played fast songs, as a matter of fact.
Go fast or go home. That seems to be the mantra. You know, they really said I only have 2 speeds, fast and dead. Now this one's 215, but the SV also increases by... I think it gets up to 1.1 in the choruses. Let's get decently high. So a good 230 scroll. 240 almost even.
Yeah. And at least to me, I feel like 240 is kind of the break point of where Hard Rock like starts to get really, really difficult.
Let's see if there's any switches. Flake is going to come in for the Canadian side. Doesn't look like anyone in Brazil is swapping. Now it's very interesting for a hard rock pick that the OD on this is honestly not that high, and with some scary stream patterns in the key eyes of this one. Miss on that is... I don't even want to think of what happens to the team. That misses on that.
I mean, I guess if we're gonna think about it, like for an HR pick, the difference between 6.5 and 7, while there is a difference, it's not that much. And like
I'm gonna disagree. It's hard.
Like OD7 being increased to 9.8.
9.8.
Like you're almost 10 at that point. The only difference is like I believe a millisecond on the 100 window.
Yeah, for the 300 count, it's essentially the same. It might as well be OD10. Whereas this one barely just scratches over 9, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, yes, I think 6.5 goes to 9.2. That sounds right.
He was close. He was close.
Been a while since I've played a lot of Hard Rock, so
yeah, working out the OD calculations is so strange because Hard Rock it's like times
1.4. I know that.
But then DT it's like 2/3 of the millisecond requirement, not the OD, which is
because DT just boosts the game speed to 1.5.
Yeah, calculate the OD by doing 2/3 of the millisecond requirement in your head quickly. That's just not happening.
I just see it as subtract half.
Now I have to remember the OD chart.
I was also never really a DT player, so
no, me neither. DT is just no mod 3, but with Hard Rock hack.
Literally.
It's not even a mod. It's not even real. It's not even double time. It's time and a half.
20,000 points in the lead for Canada right now.
Alright, here we go. The pickup into the chorus, the 1-6. No one gets caught out by the 1-6. Ki SV increase. There's a long stream here. Wall is going to find the break.
Yeah, so does
Tutu's going to find the break. Oh, well, that's what happens when you miss that. 200k for Canada.
Yeah, that's a lot. Dropping below 90 accuracy for a moment even.
It is a very, very mean pattern. Yeah, and everyone in Canada right now still holding a 99 or near 99 FC. The team score is looking very strong. Oh no, Flake!
Kombucha.
Wait, Kombucha as well. Ah, but there's no stream patterns as dense or as difficult as what we saw in the first chorus, I
Yeah.
think. Even with the misses here, the damage is already done. And Canada are gonna take it to match point. Then that team score over 3 mil. Getting 2 FCs on the board. Spicy Onion, Coconut Human, holding down the forts for their teams.
Yeah. Both players have been putting up very impressive scores on pretty much every map they played.
Well, this is it for Brazil. This may be their last pick of the match and of the tournament. They want their timeout. That's a fair enough time to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, a little update for our A-stream match, Argentina-New Zealand. Once again, in a similar boat as this, New Zealand currently up 0-4 match point. And they're also looking very strong right now. Sparks getting a double S on No Mod 1 in that last map. That's it, they are going for No Mod 2 on that stream. They are definitely not going for No Mod 2 on this one.
Indeed.
I'm not really sure what Brazil picks here. They're kind of getting defeated at every turn here. They could just pick the next fastest chart, which would be No Mod 1.
Yeah. Without being there, it's hard to tell exactly if they're having like consistency issues, though. Like it's hard to tell, you know, like with just to use as an example, if Wall missing that stream was just a one-time like complete accident, or if it was a consistent thing, you know. Because we all have random mistakes that happen. So it's a question of, are they nervous, or was that just a one bad mistake? Because if you're nervous, No Mod 1 is probably not where I would want to go.
No, probably me neither. I probably wouldn't want to go No Mod 4 either. I guess I wouldn't want to go No Mod 5 either, because that is historically like an SS or lose battle. I'm not so sure. I feel like if you're nervous, Hard Rock 1 is probably the most comfortable thing here. DT2 is a, no pun intended, scary pick.
We've already gotten DT2.
I mean DT1, the one with Spooky, hence the scary.
True.
But it is an actual scary pick.
Yeah. If it is nerves, the absolute last place I would go is DT.
No, I agree. That one is not it. DT1 is probably the most chokeable map in this pool.
This may
Especially
just be,
with that speed increase as well.
This may just be the, for lack of a better term, rebellious spirit in me. But in times like these, I would probably just pick No Mod 4 and send it. But as mentioned, I am not Brazil, so I don't know what they're thinking.
It would be
We'll just
very
have to
upsetting
await what they pick.
if they picked FM2 and then lost on it. And then sometimes it's just a little sad to say goodbye. This is it. They're running out of time, even with the timeout. Have to see what the fruits of their team strategy. There it is, No Mod 4.
No Mod 4 indeed.
They're about to drop it like an elevator, which is probably one of the worst things to drop, but it might be one of the best things that Brazil has picked.
I'm not gonna lie, I believe this has been picked in every single match I've casted. And this is
We've
going to
done
be
it.
stuck in my head for a while.
We have finally fixed gimmick. It's being picked. Now if we could
Drop it
just
like
stop
an elevator is such a
Can we-
funny line to me, and it
That's
lives in
what
my
I-
head rent free.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, but it's still hilarious.
Drop it like an. Oh, this is interesting. Spicy Onion's gonna switch out for the first time this match. Hey, Tonto coming in.
I believe we saw them on the first map.
Yes, we did. I'm gonna play No Mod 1 for fun after. I agree. I do like No Mod 1.
All
So
for
that's a
confident
brand
that
new
they're gonna
song.
win, huh?
A brand new song, Jet Lose on Purpose. Oh, I don't know about that one.
I mean, hey, all I'm saying is if you want to play No Mod 1 that bad, you have it in your power.
Yeah, just win, and then just ask nicely, and the opponent will do as you say. Probably.
I mean, that's from the side of Canada. If Flake just throws really, really hard, they can just pick No Mod 1. All you really lose is a point in the respect of your teammates, but you get to play No Mod 1. But here we go, into what could be the final map we see from Brazil in TWC.
Yeah, this is it, their final stand, unless they win, in which case it's the penultimate stand, in which case they win again, then it's just a stand. Alright, a nice, calm intro. And then the funny doublets come.
Here we go. Hey, Tonto being the first to drop. But Kombucha follows soon
Kombucha.
after.
Oh, 2-2, the trade though. And this part is also so deceptively difficult as well. The 1-8 doublets, they just come on offhand and it's so awkward the time, and Canada's coming out of that intro pretty strong. 2 FCs still to their name. Here we go, the low SV 2-2 is gonna trade with Flake, Coconut Kombucha,
Everybody
full team,
having issues with it.
full team wipe for Canada. But Wall is the only one with combo on Brazil. Ah, they just had a second player here with combo. They could narrow that score gap, but another miss from Hey Tonto. It's not gonna help.
Yeah. 85,000 is a very, very big wall to get over.
Yeah, we're already
Third
60%
the chart
through. No, 2-2, missing in the calm sections. Dropping the combo like an elevator.
Hitting the doublets once again. It would take something absolutely catastrophic from the side of Canada now, I think.
Alright, this section is also pretty weird, but it's also the last section. They need something really bad to happen here, and Canada is not going to budge.
And yeah, with 170,000 points as the difference, I think that does unfortunately spell the end of Brazil in TWC 2025, as Canada takes the match 5-0.
They went for the funny wall. Picking up the pieces, the only FC in the lobby.
And 25-100 is certainly a very respectable score for a gimmick chart.
That is a GG, well played, Brazil. Unfortunately, there'll be no more in the Taiko World Cup 2025. And Canada is going to advance through the lower bracket. They're going to see another week. They're going to survive to see the quarterfinals. Yeah, well played
Congratulations to
from
Canada.
Well, congratulations to Canada. Well played from all players, both teams. Very intense bout. Some very, very, very impressive scores. I'm just still thinking about that No Mod 3. They had like some top tier scores for mid-20 seeds. Actually very impressive.
Yeah. With that, I actually don't know. Is that the end of the B stream? It appears that it would be. Yes.
Yeah, and the end of the A stream too, while we're at it. As you can see there, New Zealand taking the 0-5 against Argentina as well. Which means New Zealand is also going to live to see the quarterfinals, but alas, Argentina, we bid them farewell.
Yeah. Seems like we didn't have terribly many matches today, but don't worry, there will be a lot more matches tomorrow. If I remember correctly, there were only like 7 or 8 for Saturday, and there's like 14 or something like that for Sunday.
Yeah, there's definitely some crazy matchups coming up. So stick around for that, and we will see you later for more Taiko World Cup round of 16.
Yeah. Well then, cheers.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Taiko World Cup 2025. We apologize for the delays on this B-streamed matchup. We had some issues getting everything loaded in the client and bouncing around, but we are here now. We are ready to go, and we are going to get set with Chile versus Russia. This match has already started by just a little bit. We're only a couple minutes behind for you all today. We are currently 1-0 Chile. They won their Hidden 2 pick, and for you all on this pool screen here, Chile banning out Nomad 3, and Russia banning out Hidden 1. I am Chile Repair, once again joined by Yasuo, who I imagine is not happy with the Hidden 1 ban.
No, absolutely not. Good evening, everyone. We're losing a really good song here at the Hidden One, but I think we are fine with the other songs because the pool has some really great stuff in it, song-wise and map-wise this week. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how the players are going to perform on them. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting round we have in the round of 16, because you start to get matches that are slightly closer than what you have in the round of 32, of course, but there still does tend to be this disparity in how the team's performances are compared to the high and low seeded opponents. Now, in this matchup between Chile and Russia, we're seeing sort of that realm where, we effectively have a double seed disparity here. So a 6 seed Chile going up against an 11th seed Russia, and a strong start to the match for the higher seeded team. Of course, Chile winning their Hidden 2 pick by a decent score margin. It wasn't anything unbelievable, but it is going to be Russia's turn now to try and get a point on the board. Both teams played through last weekend, were fairly confident in their matchups. Russia a little bit closer, 5-1 against New Zealand. Chile 5-0 against Argentina. And now they are going to duke it out against each other for a chance to remain in the winner's bracket going into the quarterfinals next week.
Exactly, and we have Nomad 2 picked here. And not much to say about this map actually, it's just a swing map mostly. And a lot of swing, a lot of monkey in the background. We love to see that.
extremely love to see it moment right here. We've got a love to see it score difference between these two teams here as well. Absolutely minuscule accuracy lead for Chile. Anything could happen between these two, and this is the swing rhythms on this do tend to provide that accuracy slip up here and there, and both teams doing well to manage it right now. Still holding strong across the board on both teams. We have seen no misses yet, but a decent length on this one. Full rhythm game size, and just now approaching the halfway point as that score lead continues to dwindle as Chile falls 2 players now barely above that 99%, where Russia is holding strong across the board.
That score looks very close right now.
Not much to hold on here. Russia really making their pick look good for them. Again, barely a score difference between these two teams right now. They're absolutely crushing it. A very early miss from Taiko Shala here. But other than that, the rest of the lobby clean the entire time. I'm seeing full combos on all 5 other players, and luckily the accuracy extremely well off for Russia right now. 99.7 almost on every single player. Muchi falling just below that 99, going to give over just a little bit more score to that 11th seed here, and that might just be their first point on the board too, tied up 1-1.
Yeah, despite Taiko Shala's miss in the beginning, accuracy is just way on Russia's side, so they can take this one.
Unbelievable from both sides here. Extremely confident, strong performance from all the players here. Again, really, really early miss from Taiko Shala, but that accuracy made up for it towards the ending there. And really good overall for both teams. They're a little bit more accuracy struggle inside of Chile, though. We're noticing 2 players sitting closer to that 99% instead of that 99.5 that we are seeing on every other player here. So a strong team performance from Russia, which is exactly what you want against these higher seeded teams.
We are seeing Fremont 2. Picked by the Chilean team. What a great song it is too. Like, oh my god.
There is a lot of like Daria Core and borderline Daria Core in this pool.
Yeah. Hyperflip Daria Core. If you like this genre, this pool is just for you.
Very polarizing, I think. There's a lot of people that really like it, and a lot of people that are not a big fan. So, back and forth a little bit, but this is definitely a good side of things here, as we are tied up in this match now, 1-1. Early points on the board for both teams, and it is now once again Chile's chance to get another point on here. Goal is to see points traded back and forth the entire time. That is the ideal scenario for viewing. Now, obviously, both of these teams certainly wanting to gain a little bit of a lead. And if Russia continues the performance that we saw on that previous pick for Nomad 2, then we might be in for some serious battles for Chile.
Yeah, I'm curious what players pick what mods here. This could be very deciding for whose team going to be strong in this map.
It is all the possibility in the world that we could see this match go pretty far in, but Chile, they looked good on their first pick.
Oh,
and
they
we've got
have
serious
full mod.
mods. Whoa.
Full mod from the Chilean team. And there's hard rock on all the Russian players.
We'll take the hard rock on the 3 players. Definitely more of a comfortable triple combination than a triple hidden hard rock, I do have to say. But it shows the confidence of Chile, again, into your own picks on these free mods. To be able to run all 3 players on the hidden hard rock does have some sort of aura to it, if you will, I guess. We'll see if it holds up in reality here, but it's going to be a little bit of a slower start for the Chilean side here. Actually, they do have the accuracy lead somehow with the mod advantage.
People struggling at the beginning with accuracy. Seems to recover quite fast now. Going into the first QI. quite dense, quite streamy as well. So it is easy to chain this here if you play not careful enough with hidden hard rock especially. We have a break from Teruyama.
Teruyama does find it's a relatively clean break. Not too bad of a drop, but certainly could have been a little better. The note lock was definitely not showing through too much, but it really is just an overall lead on those mods for Chile right now. Halfway through the map now, 33k still in their favor despite Russia having better accuracy across the board. They might be able to hold this as long as they don't see any other major breaks here, especially if they see one come out from Russia at some point in this last quarter here. But that score lead just continuing to go over to the side of Chile, actually surprisingly so how far it's going, but it really is just making all the difference in the world with those mods right now.
The overmod definitely makes a difference here. 80k points right now, despite this one miss. Also accuracy looking a little not as good as the Russian side, but yeah, the mods just pull it up with them. Another miss from Teruyama.
Ooh, that's gonna... Oh, it's
well,
too late. Yeah.
It's way too late. Almost 100k point difference. Winning Chile the second pick.
I mean, that is 100k for what I would say is purely off mods there. I mean, accuracy on every single player for Russia, significantly so higher than Chile, but a really, really good hidden hard rock FC from Yuchi. And Teruyama and Shibamasu not too far behind, a little bit rougher for Teruyama there, but Shibamasu with that very late break and some good accuracy as well. The best for that hidden hard rock. Very clean overall for Chile. So using that skill cap to their advantage overall to be able to put that hidden hard rock on all three players, that is a serious advantage on a map like that, and it paid off. Now Russia's chance to respond. Plenty of maps left in the pool still. It's very early in this match. Still riding first to 5 though, so the room for breakpoints is very slim, like we saw last weekend still.
Exactly. We're now waiting for Russia's pick. Still, GT has not been picked yet. Oh, it just has been picked, DT2. Wow, okay, crazy.
Can't believe you did that to them. Can't believe you did that.
Yep. Is that the cast curse?
You have to wait to read the script until the timestamp hits, and then you can say that.
Ah, didn't see the timestamp there. Hold on.
Yeah. Sorry, daylight savings hasn't started yet. You gotta get...
Oh my god.
Oh, DT, this is not something we saw a whole lot of last weekend, actually. I don't actually know what to expect.
We have that really great song. We love Toho. We love ideal mapping.
Well, we've got strong rosters on both sides. We're seeing a couple of repeat players, of course, here, especially on the side of Chile. We're expecting to see Muchi in for a lot of maps here. Taiko Shala continuing to make appearances for Russia as well. And both teams very much holding strong in this match. We have seen unbelievable synergy out of the Russian roster so far. That's 2 maps now that we've seen on stream where Russia has had 3-way high accuracy full combo plays on these maps, and that gives them an advantage overall. Now Chile, they are certainly displaying their skill cap. One of the teams in the tournament that is known for being able to play those later stages very competently, especially with their top end of their roster, and they have a decent enough trio to back up against this Russian team, even though they're the 6th seed. Certainly does not give them a guaranteed win, though, with the way Russia have been playing today. And they're off to another decent start with the accuracy here. A little bit of struggles on the top side of the roster, but Deniak and Taiko Shala both holding on strong against Miuchi and Teruyama. Shiny Froki really the big difference there on the front runner.
29.6 accuracy right now, looking quite good. Also, the other two players from the Chilean side are recovering accuracy quite well. The accuracy on the Russian side just looks so much better right now. Like, two bottom row, the same accuracy.
They look good. They look very good. They've been solid across both maps we've seen previously now on the stream for them, but Chile, they've certainly cleaned up their act. However, Miuchi finding a break is not amazing there. That falls barely below 99. And it's not going to be the end of the world for Chile, but it certainly is not helping when they were already down a bit.
Yeah, we're only halfway through the map. Stuff still can happen. But Chile needs a break from the Russian side now in order to have at least a decent chance to still take this.
I think it needs to come out of Taiko Shala as well. That accuracy far too high, the confidence reigning supreme, and it needs to be a pretty messy break at that, to be perfectly honest. Even though Froki and Teruyama are holding on very strong, there's still Taiko Shala well above the rest of the competition in terms of their confidence here. It's not giving them a ton of an advantage, but I'd say that's at least 10k off that alone. Miuchi now above that combo cap again. Accuracy struggling just a little bit, 99.02%, and continues to fluctuate between that 98.99 and 99%. Quarter of the way left in the map now as Chile slowly runs out of time to make this comeback as Russia continues this confidence as a roster.
Yeah, Taiko Shala just insane accuracy, holding strong. With the last few moments of this map as well.
Absolutely nothing from Russia given up on these picks thus far. Again, only losing that free mod pick off of the mod advantage from Chile overall being able to match. But this is just stellar stuff from this roster. That is now 3 in a row on the triple FC with high accuracy. 11th seed to be feared in this matchup. The score differences are not massive, but they are certainly big enough that they have well fended off this onslaught from Chile. Both teams continuing to pick up their own points here, so very, very solid from both sides right now. They know exactly what they're capable of. Chile going into the skill cap a lot of the times here. Russia really digging that consistency, and it has proven successful for these first 4 maps, and now they've got to sneak out 2 more each.
I would not mind seeing the tiebreaker here, because just way too good of a song again. And I believe we see Fremont 1 here as a pick from Chile.
There it is. So back into the free mod, and I'm again wondering, HDHR2 from Taiko
It's
Shala.
true, it's true. Are we seeing a full mod from every player again? That would be crazy, especially since Fremont 1 is quite a tacky map. Like, there's so many snapping changes that can really be a difficult time for players if they are not careful, especially with hidden hard rock, or just hidden or just hard rock. So that's gonna be interesting if we see full mod again.
How techy this is. Talk about how long it is, too. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, which is a fairly sustained period for the style of mapping that we're about to see here. And with hidden hard rock stacked on top of that, that would definitely be the ultimate display of skill cap for Chile right there, if they would be able to make that work. Now, some uncertainty from Teruyama in the chat leaves me to believe that we will not be seeing another triple over mod from them, but you wouldn't put it past it to see at least 2 players on that hidden hard rock. I mean, Miuchi would not surprise me. Teruyama looked very, very good on the hidden hard rock as well. And we did see 3-way hard rock across the board for Russia on that previous free mod. I do say that we will likely see, based off of free mod 2, no additional hiddens from Russia, considering that hidden 1 ban and the hidden 2 loss for them. They are definitely not the team that wants to dig hidden into Chile. Even if, especially when they don't need to on free mod.
Yeah. I'm so curious what we're seeing here. MP start is happening. Let's see.
Show me the money.
Show me the
That's
money.
one. That's two.
one.
That's
It's-
three.
It's 3.
Oh, it's 4. It's 4. Koban on the top for Russia with the hidden hard rock as well. All right, 4
Oh my
hidden hard
God.
rocks. Wow.
On this kind of map, that's respectable.
That's Deniak and Twin T-Sama on the hard rock only. They're going to be the two to hold Russia down on this one, right? They're going to be the ones that need that high accuracy, that confidence across the entire map, because those are going to be your anchors, right? You know, that's what we kind of talk about with the free mods a lot of the time. You want your strongest players on the most simplistic mod combinations to be your anchors on these free mod picks. So if Twin T-Sama and Deniak can at least put up these FCs with some good accuracy, it's going to be a solid base for Russia to hopefully be able to use the extra hidden advantage on Koban here. However, Chile, again, that display of skill cap is really going to come into focus here, and we can see those two hiddens already coming into play. And it's a bad miss from Deniak, unfortunately, to give Chile a very good start here now.
And even though full mod from the Chilean team, accuracy-wise, it still looks good. Also, no miss yet to be seen by any of the players. Oh, I'm so sorry, Teriyama misses.
What have you done?
But
what have you done?
It does not really matter, as the score lead keeps growing, which is just because of the epic hidden hard rock on 3 players in the Chilean team.
Well, there's
Insane.
another break on Muchi too, actually. So that's 2 breaks now for Chile. Unfortunately for Russia, there is not a solid base to make a comeback off of right now. Koban on the hidden hard rock sitting low 98s, continuing to drop hundreds here. Deniak has recovered a little bit, and Twin T-Sama kind of left on the top side here. But that mod advantage is going to continue putting the work in, even if the score lead starts to whittle down a little bit.
Hitting that hard part. Everyone hitting that hard part. Going into the next PI here.
Not much to be done. Shibamasu holding really well right now. Halfway up to 99s, a third of the way left to go in the map here. Koban, Twin T, and Deniak all holding above the combo cap right now, but with Muchi fast approaching and at 99+% accuracy, those rough breaks from Russia at the start to middle of the map, as well as this overall advantage for Chile, is just going to prove too difficult to come back into, as Shibamasu does drop the final full combo in the lobby, I believe. Oh no, Twin T-Sama and Koban.
Does not matter at all. Look at the score. It just keeps growing and growing. Twin T-Sama breaking helps that, of course, even more. This is a sealed deal for Chile.
They made it look good, and that skill cap again showing up in waves for Chile. They've been picking these more difficult maps, and a lot of the more technically intensive skill sets do tend to work fairly frequently for the higher skill cap team, and it is holding on extremely well for Chile right now. And rightfully so, as the 6th seed, trying to show that off early. The only FC coming out from Koban, actually, on the hidden hard rock. Unfortunately, not the cleanest accuracy, which contributed to their score being a little bit lower than it could have been there. Maybe bringing it back a bit, but with 100,000+ on the difference there, that was just a Chile team difference overall. They're strong with every single player. And now it goes back to Russia. We're going to see this continue, this trend here. The consistency from Russia needs to maintain now. 2 picks left for them to force that tiebreaker. They do have to go through at least one more Chile pick after this map, and that means that the 6th seed is going to get to tiebreaker match point first. So there may be a little bit of nerves there for the side of Russia if they're not able to get this point on the board. But based on what we've seen thus far, I have no reason to believe that Russia won't be able to grab at least one here.
Yeah, since we've seen Chile being really strong with hidden hard rock, there's no more chance to do that. Both free mod picks have been picked already, so there's only hard rock really left to show modded play, except BT. And yeah, we see Hard Rock 1 from Russia. Quite the straightforward pick. A few 1-6 patterns here and there. Especially with Hard Rock it can be difficult, but considering how on what level we are gameplay wise with both of those teams, it shouldn't be that big of an issue, so it might just be an accuracy battle.
Well, Twin T-Sama doesn't quite seem as enthralled about this pick as their teammates are. Not as ready for this one. I don't know. Let's hope that doesn't spell doom for Russia here at this later stage of the map. Again, even though Russia has done a fantastic job as a team outside of the top 8, holding up extremely well against Chile right now, there is still the possibility that they could let it slip away if they don't focus up here. Likewise with Chile, they've been really solid on their own picks, but those free mods are gone now, and Chile won that hidden 2 pick they had before those free mods by a very slim margin comparatively, which is going to mean that Russia is going to have a lot less distance to cover on these next couple picks here, but they've got to get their own on the board first, right? If they don't get this, that's Chile in match point, and that's their own pick to end the match. And that's the kind of the danger point of 5 picks in total.
Yeah, the pressure will be on. But let's see what the players are doing on this pick.
Strong starts for the accuracy on the Russian side on every pick we've seen in recent, besides that tech-oriented free mod here. And again, that's where that consistency comes into play. If they're able to continue maintaining that as a trio, they are very much going to give Chile a run for their money into the end here. This is the time to do it. They're going to lose the accuracy lead by just a little bit at the start here, but it's slowly going to climb back with those early hundreds.
Now one last double S. High accuracy still high. Nope. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Accuracy
Very
now
good.
on the Russian side looking a little more confident than on the Chilean side.
It's 2 1-100s on the side of Russia, 1 1-100 for Teriyama. It looks like 2 or 3 for Kyoshings and Shibamasu. Slightly lower on the side of Taiko Shala here, but that extra accuracy from every player on Russia right now is giving them the lead. There's only 1 matching, which means that Koban is an unchecked accuracy lead of a fairly significant margin, and Taiko Shala holding, and there's a couple hundreds for Shibamasu that Chile cannot afford right now. This map is not particularly long.
Especially not with the 2 misses now from Teriyama. Unfortunately.
Good. Not good for Chile, but this is great for Russia. This is one of their last picks in this match, and they absolutely needed to get it on the board before Chile goes into their final one. And honestly, Yasuo, I don't see any reason that Russia would ever let this map slip away at the ending. Such a calm outro to this song, and that is going to be yet another point on the board for the 11th seed, as this match continues to go back right over to the side of Russia to even it out.
Yeah, nothing else can be done here. This is once again a sealed deal for the Russian team, grabbing their own pick once again.
Look at that ACK across the board, 99.62 on every player.
Call that consistency. Oh
Right?
my god. Call that.
That's crazy. Love to see it from Russia. They've been displaying that the entire match thus far, too. I mean, that is now multiple points in a row where Russia has had extremely good accuracy as an overall roster. Again, really only struggling on that 1 Chile pick. Everything else beyond that has just been Chile using the mod advantage, and now that those free mods are gone, where do they go? They're actually going to be taking a time out at the end here to make sure that they plan out this last pick, and rightfully so. This is their last selection before match point. And if they don't get this one on the board, based on how Russia's been playing thus far, it could mean a Chile loss. So they need to be very careful, very calculated. There are only 5 maps to choose from. 3 in the no mod pool, 1 Hard Rock, and 1 DT left. And Russia were the ones to go for DT last time.
Yes, it's a good idea to take the timeout right now. Really want to think about that last pick.
The thing about Chile, though, is they're taking their timeout now, which means that if this ends up going to tiebreaker, they don't have it for tiebreaker. So if Russia feels good going into tiebreaker, if we get to that point, they could just skip straight past the timeout and just get started. And if nerves ever come into play, it could potentially be there. But it all depends on what we see over these next two picks. Again, even though Russia's been consistent across the board, you are still playing a higher-seeded team, which is an uphill battle in and of itself, although they've been making it look fairly straightforward. Same thing with Chile. They did a really good job of getting those free mod picks on the board, but that hidden 2 we talked about earlier, only 50k on that, which wasn't massive overall, and it's going to be no mod 4 speed-up version of Elevator. A little techie again, perhaps, for Chile. Quintisama not too happy about this pick on the Russian side, meaning that we may be seeing some difficulty from the blue team on the right-hand side. That's really what you want to see if you're Chile.
Yeah, this map is just insane. You know, if you know Nifty, you know SV maps, and if you know SV maps from Nifty, you know this is going to be definitely something. Yeah, this is techie, and techie. That's all I can say about this, pretty much. It's very easily misreadable if you didn't practice this, especially with the SV applied on the notes. So, yeah.
Confidence is key.
Yeah, Chile really needs to focus on this one right now. If they want to get their pick.
Yeah. No usage of that timer almost, by the way, for that timeout from Chile. They just picked straight into this after it was over. Maybe they underestimated how long the initial pick timer was here, but that is definitely not a bad thing from them. It means that they had the pick locked in sooner, which means that this may have been a more standout option for them. Yes. So, Russia not exuding confidence based on what I'm seeing in chat, but we didn't see verbal confidence on the previous pick, and Russia was still able to win it out. So, we'll see if this tech map is a turnaround for Chile. It was an extremely them-favored map on free mod 1, and I'm imagining it's going to end in a similar fashion as long as they maintain their composure here. Russia going to need to fight back into this last pick, but this is Chile's chance to get match point. Here's the build-up. Let's see what happens. Strong accuracy on both sides, a little bit higher for Chile. And here we go. First key eye section. Light start to the map.
Chile holding really good accuracy. All 3 players still.
No issues with these SV changes whatsoever as well. Absolute mastery of this. A little bit lower on Deniok, but actually their teammates holding down extremely well. Koban and Taiko Shala really right up against those Chilean players here. It's just Kyoshings and Shibumasu who are holding so confidently through that stream there, and here we go. Density.
Taiko Shala missed on this one node. This is so unfortunate for Russia. Denik missed right after as well.
Density just demolishing players here. That is 4 breaks, and unfortunately 3 of those 4 coming out of the side of Russia, and that might just be it. Chile, 70k, still holding 2 players of high accuracy right now, and Kyo with some very clean misses, and that's 98 for 2 players on the side of Russia. Koban the only one to be holding that 99.5. And it is just not going to be enough against this onslaught from Chile right now. A third of the way left, and Chile might have just done it, squeezing out that match point at the last possible second on this no mod 4 tech pick. It continues to work for them. Shibumasu finally dropping that double S.
Yeah, that took him a while.
Ending section of the map now. There's not too much that could give this over to Russia, especially with another break from Deniok here. And that might just be all she wrote. 2 full combos still holding from Chile. Unwavering performance from Chibamasu and Teruyama. It's 88k and climbing. We might see another 100k score difference into the ending here. It's going to be so close, and that miss from Shala is going to do it. Look at Chile go.
What a play. Both Teruyama and Chibamasu really standing out on this one. 99.96% accuracy on this pick. Absolutely crazy play. Giving them their 4th point.
Unbelievable play from Chibamasu there. 1 slip up in total, almost a double S, and an unbelievable score difference between those two. Again, Chile showing their mastery over the tech here, and Russia also now going to be taking their time out to get their final pick in. If you're going to use it, this is the time, unless Russia had a immediate ace in the hole pick for this last map here. This was always going to be the outcome, I imagined, and we are now 1 away from tiebreaker. Russia just needs to make this map work. They were good on the DT2. I don't know if they're going to immediately jump back into that DT1, but what would be better for them? The hard rock, okay, on HR1, but HR2, a completely different map style as well. I don't know if they're going to want to go for the slacks on that No Mod 1, which kind of whittles down our choices here.
Yeah, they don't have much left to pick from. And only really the DT really stood out earlier from the Russian side. So I am expecting a double time pick. However, this is going to be very, very intense for the Russian side, as they are now either facing Chile's match point or the tiebreaker. So that's insane pressure on their pick now. So let's see what we are going to see after their timeout.
Too worried about Russia. They've been kind of rocking in the same position the entire match, even though it's looked like it's been really back and forth. Realistically, because Chile had that first map on the board, Russia has just always been perpetually in the state of being 1 map down, and that's just kind of the nature of having second pick in a match when you are in such a low best of for best of 9 here. So I think Russia very used to this situation by now, hopefully. It does add a little bit more pressure, of course, being on match point. Like, I don't think it's anything that they can't handle. The real point of contention here is whether or not they can find a really good map out of the 4 that are left. You hit this point in the match and the number of viable picks that you think you're guaranteed to win starts to become very, very small. And Russia using a little bit more of this timer than Chile did when it comes to this tactical timeout. But they're going to do everything they can to try and get to that tiebreaker, and it's going to be the Hard Rock 2.
Hard Rock 2. Okay.
All right. I respect it. They won Hard Rock 1 by a decent margin. And they looked really good on the free mods with the triple Hard Rock, so clearly a team that is confident.
Taiko should I not happy with the song.
Well, you can hate the song if you're good at the map, I guess.
It's true. It's true. And they really need to be good at the map now in order to save this and bring this to tiebreaker.
Well, it's the point of no return. Chile as the 6th seed really looking to close this one out without any further contention. This is already much closer than I imagined they wanted this match to be, and Russia has just made absolutely quick work of every single one of their picks thus far. And they need to do it just one more time, one more map. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And Russia could be dragging the 6th-seeded Chile straight off to tiebreaker. And it all stops here. Hard Rock again. The same trio we've seen for multiple picks on both sides here. Hiroki Teruyama and Chibamasu going up against Koban, Taiko, Shala, and Twin T. Now, this is the culmination of this match. Will we get the tiebreaker? Will Russia maintain this consistency, or will their nerves get to them?
Where's the song? The Russian song? A big help for the Russian team. Is this the Russian buff, maybe?
Or will they lose focus being able to understand the lyrics? It's happened before.
Teruyama finding a break though, so it's still early, but the song isn't long, so
we had a very funny comment in OWC a couple years ago from the Japan team on a song that had some interesting lyrics, and they went map pool feedback and they said, please pick better music next time. We can understand what the character is singing and it's very bad. And it was definitely the shining map pool feedback moment. But a good start for Russia here nonetheless. They're holding strong, and that is 22k now. Very close, halfway through the map. Both teams making it through this high-intensity section of the Ki here. No slip-ups from either side, and there we go. Cooldown afterwards here. No misread.
Toyama kind of recovering with combo as well as accuracy.
Pretty well, actually. Taiko Shala now the second lowest in the lobby, aside from Shibamasu. This is anyone's map right now. Couple accuracy drops from Russia is actually now going to put the accuracy almost dead even between the two teams.
Last
and as
quarter now.
time's whittling, oh boy, it's 10k. Here we go, the last section. Who will have the act drop? Taiko Shala down at 99%. The accuracy is slipping away and it's holding on Chile. Russia, don't let it slip away now. It's 7k, it's 6k, it's
God.
holding. Russia, all you need to do is a couple more seconds. It's 4k. I think they may have barely made it to the ending. No 100s on this section into the ending here. Russia may have held on for just long enough, and they did. It's 3,000.
We are going to tiebreaker.
They did it.
Seed 6 versus Seed 11 tiebreaker. Here we go.
Our first tiebreaker of the weekend. This is 6 seed versus an 11 seed. Chile versus Russia, trading points back and forth the entire match, all to get to this point. And it's tiebreaker time. This is our first tiebreaker of Taiko World Cup 2025.
It is, yeah. Oh god. And then we start with with such a song. It's time. This map has everything. It's not only 5 minutes long, even longer than 5 minutes, 5 minutes 17 seconds. It's quite dense with a lot of streams. We have a really difficult 1/6 section in the middle of the map. And just 1/8 doubles and 1/6 patterns all over the place. So this is going to be interesting.
Extremely good song, too. This is a map is about less than a year old now. I actually say maybe even a couple of months. This was ranked back at the end of 2024. And it, I definitely have to say, not a lot of full combos on this map, Yasuo. Just want to throw that out there. We may see a couple put up on these two teams here today. We've got the strong lineups in for both sides here. Again, we've seen a couple of switches out. But really what I'm looking for, any mods? Are we going to see some mods?
Yep. Let's see.
Oh, a hidden on Shibamasu. Ooh, okay.
The hidden is interesting, considering also the map has so many SV changes that are going to be difficult to be readable with hidden. But it is a little more combo multiplier for the Chilean side. If they pull off a good play on the hidden side.
It's not an unbelievable multiplier, though, and that's something Russia's going to have to remember, is that the accuracy will absolutely make more of a difference than the one hidden, not unlike in the stream mods, where they tripled up. But it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to win Chile this map if they're able to maintain on it. And Shibamasu's been one of the best players on Chile today in terms of consistency. And if they can do it for just one more map, it's going to send that 6 seed soaring into the winner's bracket quarterfinals. But 5 minutes of map to go. We have an unbelievable stretch ahead of us for both of these two teams. It's Russia for the first time in a very long time that we're seeing them start down on the accuracy. Now the question is, has anyone practiced this tiebreaker?
Hopefully, especially if you pick hidden on this, you have to practice this. Especially on the second half of the map, this is just very intense patterns, really slow SV as well, so you really need to practice this map in order to pull this off properly with hidden, especially.
Dense section here with the streams. All players holding on extremely strong, and Chile looks unbelievable at the introduction of this map. We are almost a quarter of the way through. It's Taiko Shala to find a break, and Chile continues making absolutely light work of this map, and Chiba has definitely practiced this map before. That is unbelievable accuracy with the hidden. Now a quarter of the way in, Teruyama does drop that second SS, but that miss from Taiko Shala is going to matter a heck of a lot more at 98.9% as Chile continues to hold this lead.
Chiba looks so strong, even though he did miss the double S now, still accuracy-wise very up the top right now.
It's a quarter of the map, just past actually, we're about a third of the way in now. That's at 5 minutes and 17 seconds, so decent length here. 40k now for Chile, and this is going to get pretty bad for Russia if we don't start to see some breaks from the side of Chile, but they all look good. Here comes the density section. Will we see a slip-up? The potential is so high in this section, Yasuo, but nobody missing, nobody faltering. Everyone is Muchi to find a break. That's really good for Russia. It's a clean break, though, so it's certainly not going to give the map away for Chile, but it's exactly what Russia needed to see. It could be the start of something, but we need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, just halfway through the map right now. We have one miss on each side right now. Both clean misses as well, so... Oh, Taiko Shala missing quite a few nodes there. Is going to matter a lot.
Ooh.
Missing again, unfortunately.
What do you do against Chibamas right now? Like, what is this performance on the top that I am seeing right now? We're seeing good plays from everyone else, and even Teruyama now succumbs to this map. It's 2 full combos left on Russia, but the accuracies are never going to be enough to go up against this performance from Chibamasu. Teruyama and Muchi both holding strong accuracy down on the bottom as well, but what are we witnessing on the top of our screens right now?
This is unreal.
Number 1 accuracy on this map that currently exists on the leaderboard is a hidden 99.77 from XK. Into the last quarter of the map now, Yasuo. I don't know if there's anything Russia can do to get back into this map unless we see an absolute meltdown from Chile. Teruyama continuing to find some breaks, but it's a trade from Koban and Muchi. That's not what Russia needed to see there. They needed the clean break from Chile with no trade. And as long as Chibamasu stands, he is putting his foot down.
Teruyama and Taiko. Shala as well breaking. Trading though, so... But Chibamasu is just way too strong for anyone in this lobby right now.
Chibamasu once again picking up Team Chile and bringing them all the way through. An unbelievable force in this match today. Has put together the best overall performance, I believe, of any player we've seen in here. And as valiant as Russia's efforts have been, what do you do against this performance from Chibamasu? The number 1 play on this map in the world, and you do it 4-4 in tiebreaker in Taiko World Cup.
In a World Cup. That's crazy.
That takes serious composure, and Chibamasu, clearly the effort in practice has paid off, and there it is into the
this
finish.
Is it. This is it.
What a performance.
What a play. What a performance.
An extremely deserved win off of that play, and a great backing from the rest of the team there through the entire match. Chile had to fight through every single map in this pool in order to get this win against Russia today. They made it all the way through to the ending, but what do you do against that tiebreaker performance? That is just unstoppable. Well played to Chile. They now get the distinction to move to the winner's bracket quarterfinals to face off against the United States. That's going to be a close match.
What did we just witness? Not really sure, but goddamn, this was masterful. Oh my god. To
So
both
impressive.
teams, actually. 4-4 and then tiebreaker with this caliber. It's insane.
Great consistency,
Good
too, on
stuff.
these early stage pools. That takes a lot of composure, a lot of practice, and a lot of experience to be able to pull that sort of thing off. So an unbelievable score. Nobody in the lobby could even keep up remotely with Chibimasu on that. And it is why they are in the winner's bracket quarterfinals. That'll be the 3rd seed United States versus the 6th seeded Chile next week. Russia is not gone yet. For all you Russia supporters, they will be falling to the losers bracket round 2, where they will face off against the winner of Bulgaria and the Philippines next weekend. That match will not be decided until, I believe, tomorrow, a little bit later in the day, 15 UTC, so plenty of the way to go there. But that's going to be it for this block for now. We've got about a 1-hour break before we are back on the A stream, and that is going to be... on the winner's bracket stream, Switzerland versus Mexico. 25th versus 24th seed matchup, a 1 seed difference. Do not miss that. We'll be back on the A stream in an hour, which gives you plenty of time to buy banners.
Exactly. I just wanted to say that. Do we have the same mind or what?
We share this thought.
Go ahead, over to the Osu store, get yourself a banner. Right now, support your favorite team. Or support every single team. Your choice.
I'm in favor of supporting every team. I think that shows full impartial banner support, and therefore is the best possible method. Thoughts?
Exactly.
Everyone thoughts? Fantastic.
That's how it is.
Eat banners, everyone. Plenty of time. Get some banners, get some water, get some food. Be ready. Be back in 1 hour on the A stream. 20 UTC, Switzerland versus Mexico. 25 versus 24 seed. Do not miss it. We will see you up there then. Take care.
Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of Taiko World Cup 2025. The round of 16 is going to be lighting up the scene once again as China, seed number 7, taking on the United Kingdom, who is 10th seed in this tournament. Both of them had very good opening round of 32 matches, and we're about to see a big clash today. So joining me once again is N-Wolf. N-Wolf, how you doing?
Hello! Very excited. Doing well. Big
That
match
is-
ahead of us.
Big lineups too, filled in with lots of fan favorites from both the Chinese and United Kingdom's communities. Can't wait to see how it goes.
Yeah, me neither. Like, if you compare the scores from the last few weeks, you don't think this is going to be a close match. But there's always variance in performance, and UK is just trailing China basically everything.
Yep. Oh, okay. Super Triple S rolls a 43. I think that was enough for the win, actually. It was. So United Kingdom loses a roll, has to ban first, is banning Hidden 1. Again,
China in
very
shambles.
popular. China in shambles. There's not even all the O's in the world could describe the amount of no's that came out of Akura Rizona's text box.
But it's only fair. So if you remember when they said that Team Hong Kong was number 1, the Chinese team was number 2 on Hidden 1 last week with only 2,000 points less.
Wow.
They had an insane Hidden 1 score, so you know what? Makes sense.
Yep. Checks out totally. Alright. Hard Rock 2 is being banned, also known as the Russian song. Wow. Big bands coming in. Hidden 1's been banned at least 8 times.
It's either been banned or picked, yeah.
Yeah, it's been banned at least 8 times. Hey, look, you get your map to start with. Nice job, N-Wolf. Congratulations. Congratulations.
This has been a favorite to open matches. Unlike last week, where Darling tended to be the final map of a match.
Yeah, no, this
Like,
has
I
been
think-
more of the opening pick.
Yes. Either first or second pick, depending on who picks first.
So, this is a best of 9, so first of 5 maps will do the trick. The winning team will go on to the quarterfinals, where they'll be up against, I believe, the winner of South Korea's matchup, who is second seed. If we follow seeding favorites, the predicted opponent in the quarterfinals will be South Korea. So, who knows? Definitely some big competition ahead for whoever wins in this matchup.
But it's a while till we get to that point.
100%. And there's a lot of things going on in this lobby, so let's see who is part of the opening lineup. Representing China, we see some of the old familiars over the last 3 years. Super Triple S, Michael Leon, and KK Negative. Looking to start out for Nomontu. And on the United Kingdom side, we got Mazionga, Nathaniel, and our recently added Taiko World Cup commentator Over the Hedge 2015. We got a few commentators within our lineup that's also playing in Taiko World Cup.
Yeah, we
So-
just saw one last match, Yongen.
Yep, we have Yongen from Hong Kong. We've got Jay from Australia. Over the Hedge, currently playing for the United Kingdom, and even both of us, we've represented our countries in previous years. So,
No, I haven't.
wait, you never did? What?
No, I never played the Taiko World Cup. I've always been mapping. Snapping
Damn.
or pooling?
I thought you would. Okay.
No. My only chance would have been last year or this year.
Ah, fair enough. Oh well. My point still stands. A lot of commentators also do play in Taiko World
Yes.
Cup.
Tizo also has been UK third badge.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so let's get it underway. The United Kingdom off to a good start. We got Mazionga topping the lobby, currently tying with Super Triple S. Over the edge, looking absolutely fantastic as well at 99.6%.
Yeah, 5 of these players are quite evenly matched. The only thing that puts China back a bit is KK Negative's 98% accuracy, which isn't a bad accuracy. This map is stupid, but UK is currently destroying it. But we know from past experience, it's very easy to find multiple misses at once on any given pattern, like this one. Nope, not this one.
Yeah, it is incredibly close. Only 20,000 points separating the two sides. That is not very much. A big miss will easily flip the result. And there we go, Mazionga getting the miss right on cue. And over the hedge will tip the lead over the edge to China's side.
Now it's their map to lose Super SSS trades, but is it enough for UK to steal it back? Because they still have 2 combo deficits. But with the accuracy drops from China, it could be enough.
It's going to be very close. There's only 200 points apart that's separating these two teams. But over the hedge with a critical miss. Going to give China 10,000 points and rapidly climbing.
No one
Despite-
missing over 112 cut.
Yeah, despite the very solid accuracy on his front, the combo playing a bigger role in this matchup. And it looks like China is going to defend the opening pick.
That was a close one. And that's what I said. There's variance in performance. Like, this could have been easily United Kingdom's point, but when the Kia section hit and multiple of their players found multiple misses.
Yeah, MVP going to Nathaniel with 4 100s, getting a full combo. Michael, Leon, and KK Negative also getting full combos at 10 and 13 100s respectively. Everyone else in the lobby picking up 2 or 4 misses here and there. Still, the 100 count was very low, as you were saying. Definitely within the realm of variance for the majority of these players. So, China very, very lucky to be on the right side of that coin to walk away with the point. And here we go, Nomon 3, Scooter Brother.
Rare? I don't think we've seen this a lot.
No, we haven't. Yeah, I don't know. The speed pick hasn't been as popular as I expected it to be. I mean, look, last week a lot of the higher seed teams usually use the speed pick to abuse the seeding deficit that you see in round 32. Round 16, I did expect maybe a little bit less interest, but I didn't expect this amount of drop off. I guess a lot of maps have just been more popular. The free mod pool, no mod 2, no mod 4 is an example.
Yeah, no mod 4 has been quite a bit more favorable this week than last week.
Yeah, 100%. So let's have a look at how this will shape up. China maintaining their roster. United Kingdom switching out over the hedge for Rose.
Eloise.
Oh, Eloise. Oops, I didn't see the L there, my bad.
It's a funny name.
Eloise, okay, that's it. Alright. Well,
yep.
Alright, cool. Just checking. Because it's gonna be hard to remember on the fly. but not as fast as this map. 280 beats per minute. It's very intense. In fact, only 11 points separating the two teams. What? Okay. That is a very...
Levo because Michael found another 100. No, KK negative found one. Super SSs found one as well. Double SSs are gone except for Maziongas.
Yeah. So, with that introduction out the way, not even introduction, sorry, halfway into the song, and United Kingdom barely holding a 4,000 point lead. The accuracy advantage being led by Mazionga, who is holding a double S through a very phenomenal first half, and is being well supported by Nathaniel. Oh, but Super Triple S picking up a huge miss there.
Yeah, this is quite a good lead for the UK now, because we don't see a lot of miss on this map, generally speaking. Unless someone runs out of steam towards the end.
Well, let's see. China does have a lot of good backup scores. KK Negatives at 99.9. Michael Leon's at 99.7. United Kingdom can still choke this. It only takes one. So, Mazionga losing the double S, very tragic. The win is very comfortably in United Kingdom's hands. A bit of accuracy dropped to finish off the map, but United Kingdom brings it home. And just like that, 5 S ranks across the board. Look at that. That's a beautiful sight to behold.
Yeah, no one with a double-digit 100 count. Mazionga with 1, Nathaniel with 2, as well as KK negative. Michael and both Super SSS have 6 100s, and then we have Eloise with 8, which is ridiculously close. All of them.
Yeah, those are some very top scores. So, definitely a good opening pick by the United Kingdom. And now, it is up to China to retaliate in kind to keep things even in the world. So, where will China go from here? We have a lot of choices. No Mod 1's been popular, No Mod 4's been very popular. Heck, we even got like free mod and whatnot. Oh, here we go. Super Triple S going with No Mod 4.
AK song composed by Nathaniel.
Very exciting. Nah, you know, totally, yep. Hey man, you never know, man.
You won't be playing it. Hedge replaces Nathaniel.
Wait, Nathaniel's part of a name change? Very exciting.
Lore?
Checking
lore instantly.
We have to go to the VAR.
Hey, Nathaniel was eliminate 294 or eliminate.
100%. So, let's see. Louis Minato stepping in for China. Yep, alright, the VAR is coming in. Apparently Nathaniel was eliminated in the past.
Yep. I just checked.
Wait, I spaced out. I was reading in the chat.
We're going to start with map. Last match we've seen tricky performances from most players. Let's see if these are a little bit more comfortable.
Well, let's see. I mean, both United Kingdom and China have placed a very high bar over the first 2 picks that we have seen. So there is definitely plenty of tension that is building between these two teams. Not a lot of room for error, which is to be expected from a winner's bracket match. You're not expected to be holding back, especially when you are 7th and 10th seed. So
we have a single 100 lead.
Yep, 2-100 lead in United Kingdom's favor. Definitely a good start for the United Kingdom. There we go. As the first key item continues to press on, everyone's holding steady. But let's see. As the song carries on, so does the intensity. Alright, now a lot of players can get caught off guard as they switch their perspective to account for the slower SV.
This will probably be the hardest section of the map.
And everyone's doing incredibly well. It is neck and neck. All of these players are absolutely in tune.
I think China has managed to stay consistent throughout that section and have a minor accuracy lead.
Yeah, this is absolutely intense.
Mazionka is trying to keep UK in the lead with the highest accuracy in the lobby still.
And you know what the worst part is? I think the worst part of the song was over.
Yeah, this section is comfortable
This is relative
in comparison to the rest.
Yeah, relatively, of course. But there's still plenty of time for a miss. It only takes one.
It's actually just within 100s that could be catastrophic. Just a single more 100.
I actually think they're on track to tie.
No, China has a single 100 lead right now. KK Negative is ahead.
Can China bring home the point? This would be a very thin victory, and it is a very thin victory for China. China winning by 2 100s. That is on the gimmick pick, by the way.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. That is absolute. Louise and Minato canceling each other out. Super Triple S and Over the Hedge canceling each other out, but KK Negative 2 100s and Mazionga 4 100s. That is a phenomenal result.
Yep.
Wow.
And that just shows this match is going to be insane.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. You thought that, you know, there were exciting matches today in the taiko scene. Oh, this may be a top contender if China and United Kingdom keep playing like this.
So far, both teams could have won 3 maps each.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. So.
And UK going with Hard Rock 1, which is the map they got #1 on last week.
Yep. United Kingdom going for another defensive pick. Probably a good idea to do that in this matchup. But yeah, the pressure is definitely on. Well, let's see. Who is coming in for China in this pick? Will it be Akura Rizona? No, it's going to be Lai.
Apparently Sushi.
Oh, Sushi, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, his nickname
is...
His nickname is Sushi, and that's what the other Chinese players call him.
Yeah, it's about as pronounceable of a name as Eloise's written name.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
But chat, what does the song title mean? This is a quiz. You have 2 minutes time.
But what about the song? What about the map? We ain't got the time to Google that.
Means what it means. That's incorrect. It doesn't mean. It doesn't translate to.
It is what it is. You know. You leap when you leap.
Dissonance of Carbonara. See, this is the kind of answer I like.
Ah, of course. Grimbo coming in clutch. Oh, and so is the turning client with the machine fire. Yep, sounds about right. Someone needs to take that sound effect and turn it into a mixtape. I'm surprised no one's tried it. I'm surprised no one's tried it yet.
I don't remember the song entirely, but there's that Daria Core song from the O's World Cup. And it might have that sound. It definitely has the miss sound.
Good meme.
Yeah.
Alright. So, let's go. As we get this matchup underway, United Kingdom out in front. Expected when you have two double S's. Okay, make that one.
Yeah,
So-
logic 109.1.
Yep. It's only 2 minutes long, so this 10,000 points looks a lot wider than it actually is.
Yeah.
Like, you thought the 2,000 points was pretty wide, separating two 100s. This is going to be even wider than that, so... Definitely a lot to play for in this chart. Halfway in, United Kingdom ahead by the thinnest of margins. It's just Over the Hedge who's absolutely locked in on this pick. On that double S and refusing to give China any leeway. Everyone else is... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, everyone's just consistent. It's like the last couple maps. It's just everyone's consistent. It's within 100 counts.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? United Kingdom looking incredibly good to win this, but it's only 6,000 points. There's only a little bit more to go. But Over the Hedge is going to be clutching this. And that is a phenomenal carry by Over the Hedge, getting a double S for the United Kingdom, straight up just taking the point from China's hands. And that's really unfortunate for China because China actually did better, like, consistent wise. Like, they got 6 100s, 7 100, 9 100s, which was better than both of the United Kingdom's second and third players who got 10 100s each. But Over the Hedge was like, nah, not today. Not today, old friend. And just took the point from China. Absolutely locked in. And doing it in style too, getting the double S. Absolutely banger performance. So this matchup shaping up to be a heck of a doozy one. 4 defenses from both of these teams, and still no one getting ahead just yet. In fact, almost aesthetically pleasing if it wasn't for the fact that the United Kingdom's on the right side of the screen instead of the left. But yeah, apparently that's his first double S on the map too. You know, nothing better than you love to see getting a personal best when you need it the most.
Hit into AK Flurry. It feels so odd that it isn't a map of mine for once.
Oh really? Wait, is it Flurry? No, it's not.
Kind of. It's a Foxaroo map on a Jicicle set. Also, there's a cat in the background, I guess.
Okay, but cat doesn't mean furry though.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Think of a reason.
No, you scare me. Your descriptions are scary. Oh well. It's the truth. So, here we go. So, China, after a very tough start to the match, looking to try and continue the pacing of the match with Hidden 2. very, very tough battle ahead, but we'll never know. We'll never know. We'll see just in a few minutes how United Kingdom's going to respond to this. And just like what we've seen so far in this matchup, both United Kingdom and China absolutely neck and neck, which is even crazier on a 3v3 setup. You know, sometimes you see this sort of matchup in an individual matchup, or even in a duos, but in a trio, to be only 2,000 points apart. Absolutely criminal how close that is. Over the hedge, My Angel Saya and Sushi on the double S. AK negative and Louise doing very well at 99.7%. Super Triple S, 99.6%. Not enough, and is responsible for United Kingdom having a 5,000 point lead. It is absolutely scary. And as the chart goes on, the accuracies are really not even much to look at this point.
He's found a couple 100s. Lead instantly shrunk to basically nothing.
Yeah.
It can't decide.
Oh, 15 points separating the two. Okay.
That's illegal.
That is actually illegal. Alright. So, China absolutely fighting back for this.
Yeah, but now it's definitely on China's side. Unless
we look at, I don't know, KK negative and we say that he's about to get a good score, and nope, no curses today. China.
A good score.
Well, either way, that is so true. Look at those phenomenal scores. Oh my god.
It's a single 100 difference.
Wait a minute. Wait.
I'm also going to say there's also finisher somewhere.
My Angel Sia got a double S, and it was not good enough in a field where no one misses. That is horrific. That is horrifically depressing.
Okay, so Over the Hedge missed the finisher. Look at the scores between KK Negative and Over the Hedge.
Yeah, exactly. 15 points apart. Wait, no, I can't do math. 500 points apart. Checks out.
Still wrong. 1,400.
1,400. Damn.
Yes.
I can't count math. It's nearly midnight. Forgive me. Forgive you, boy. But that is absolutely intense. So, an absolutely thrilling first half to the match, and we still have more to go as United Kingdom has to maintain the pressure. Where does United Kingdom go? Double Time 2. Another popular choice. Prepare for another scary pick. Miscalculate. Is a scary speed DT pick.
Yep. Hopefully not miscalculated, so we get 2-3 scenario.
That is so true. Like, this is absolutely intense. Some would say the most intense match of the week.
Yeah. For sure, like, all the maps have ridiculously close. This match could be over.
It could have been over. That is so true. And you know what the craziest part is? It could have been over either way.
Yeah.
We could have easily been looking at, oh, this is the end of the match. United Kingdom has won. We also could have easily said that the match is over. China's won. But no, every single point has been a successful defense, and that is crazy to see when the margin of victory is like what, less than 2,000 points each, around 2,000 points per map.
Yeah, just up to 3 100s of difference.
So let's see, we got 14,023, 232. So that is an average of about what, 7,000 points. That is scary.
Ignore the first two matches as well, first two maps as well, because even if you count the misses out, the team still wins.
Yeah, no, this has been a really good match so far. I'm glad I stayed up for this.
Actually, no. Nomad 2 is the only map so far where if misses didn't happen, the losing team would have won. But that's the only one.
So true, so true.
Granted, we
Sorry.
also haven't seen misses since Nomad 3. That's 4 maps ago.
Alright, let's see. So, My Angel Seer, Mazionga, and Over the Hedge representing the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, for China, Minato is back in. Michael Leon and Super Triple S still staying on board. So, definitely got some more intense battling ahead. I mean, Minato leading the lobby at a 99.9%. Good start. Over the Hedge doing what needs to be done to offset that. Absolutely trying to chase him down. And everyone else is just on point. Mazionga dropping below 99%. Probably probably the first player to be separating from the group in quite a while, actually. A little bit unfortunate for United Kingdom. This is their pick, so things can backfire horribly from here. But this is still a good striking opportunity for United Kingdom. Of course, it does depend on China picking up a tragic miss. But will China give them the opening?
Who knows?
I've just noted
China's map to lose.
Oh yeah, Mazionga actually picked up a miss. We didn't. And Michael Leon has done it. Has missed back. And
accuracy territory, but Mazionka also has sadly fallen behind.
Yeah, no, this is actually really good for United Kingdom. They're definitely going to be winning back a few thousand points from that. I have a feeling they're going to need a little bit of help. I don't think it's enough. $12,000 points, 11,000 points. And it is slowly decreasing. Will United Kingdom suffer the first breakpoint against him? We are about to find out. Yes, they will, as China clutches in a massive breakpoint. And that was off a 2-miss performance by Mazionga. That's the margin in this lobby.
And again, without the misses, it's 6 100s. No, 5 100s of difference. Which, fair. That's how this match has been going.
It is absolutely crazy. So, China on match point, but they don't feel safe. Not yet. It is actually stupid how close this match has been. And it's only going to get crazier from here. So, China needs to find one more win. But where are they going to find it from?
I'm surprised they haven't gone with Nomad 5 again, but it's different from last week's where they just got 3 players with a triple double S, so they got a 3 million score on Nomad 5. That was funny.
Yeah, that was a good thing. I actually forgot they did that last week. Thank you for terrifying me once again.
Yep, that is. Nomad 5 AK no block heaven.
Alright.
We've seen that in the last match. Especially at the end.
Yeah, no, this is a scary choice for China, but you know what? I actually respect the decision. You know, they do have the rep from last week where they absolutely crushed around the 32 Nomad 5 collectively. I don't think any other team did that either. But all 3 of their players getting triple S's. Ooh, absolutely phenomenal. So the ice, it is very stream heavy. You're going to be seeing plenty of notes that just don't stop rolling. And if you misread it, you fall out of tune, you're going to suffer some huge drops real fast. And we haven't actually really seen that from this matchup. Not really. A lot of the competition between these two teams have actually been incredibly close. So what is probably equally important as hitting the notes is actually also recovering from your misses. I think that's going to play a much bigger role in this particular matchup than some of the other matches that we've seen today. So, yeah, good luck. Okura Arizona stepping in for the first time.
After the tragedy that is Hidden One being banned. And make it very clear. They didn't like that.
Going on a comeback tour. We're coming back from Hidden One bans. So let's see how China can do this, how United Kingdom can extend this. Out of the introduction, over the hedge, and Eloise getting a double S, along with Super Triple S. Sushi is canceling out Mazionga at 99.9%. Oh, but Super Triple S, that is a very big drop.
Thankfully at the very end of the stream, so not much was missed or badly acted.
Yeah, but that lead is easily going to United Kingdom's favor.
Yes. But we have a few more streams left.
Yeah, it's still early days.
Nothing happens on these streams.
Yep, just casual 1-3 in the middle of the 1-4 stream, because why not? Welcome to round of 16.
Soon they will be joined by 1-6. Yahoo!
Meanwhile, United Kingdom still looking incredibly solid. I mean, look at that. 2 double S's and a 99.85. You can't ask for much more than that.
But we may never forget, this is a stream map, and what happens on stream maps is that sometimes you find a stream of misses. And
Yeah,
that means that
it can be incredibly devastating.
yes, 20,000 can be gone within 1 second. Oops,
So,
all gone.
yeah, and United Kingdom can't afford that. So, they got a very small buffer in case there's a minor mishap, but... Oh, there's a minor mishap. And going into the last
Is it enough
stream-
time?
Oh, there might be enough time, the combo.
It looks like there's enough time.
Oh, no, it wasn't. United Kingdom clutch it. 127 points. Okay. Over the hedge, making the cleanest escape ever. That is absolutely criminal. The United Kingdom got away with that.
But over the head
With
found
a
misses.
5 misses. 5 misses, 1/100. That's the requirement, ladies and gentlemen. Locked in. Locked in.
Mental performance.
That is a crazy result. Oh my lands. And United Kingdom's still in this fight. Needless to say, very good performances by everybody across the entire field. You know, but wow. Man, I wish we had more time to look through those scores, but 127 points gives United Kingdom a second life, and that second life is taking them straight to No Mod 1. Okay. Whew. This is a scary matchup. Yep. See, everyone thought that Australia and Malaysia was going to be the closest matchup of the week. No. They've been rightfully disappointed. This is officially the closest matchup of the week. This is
ridiculous. And we're going to
Absolute
possibly
cinema.
end on no more one of our maps.
No.
Just accuracy
No.
for 3 minutes.
It's not ending here, boys.
I hope not.
But we'll see. We'll see. China wants to end it here. Okay, it is getting a little late in China, so they want to wrap this up and have a nice sleep tonight. If they will feel a little bad if they lose it from here. Right. Imagine going from 4-2 to 4-5. Not the happiest time. A lot of amateur players can probably attest to this in every mode. Never a fun time. Look, I haven't seen the script today. I kept it in my cabinet over here. I'll unveil it. I'll unveil the old familiar when the time comes. In the meanwhile, Body to the Drum, it is our custom song, composed by Slacks. Feel free to check out the song in its entirety. Definitely some positive reviews, especially for those who are into the breakcore space. Yep.
Means also both the Osu originals in this pool have been played again. Big W.
All right, let's see. Let's see what happens here. So, United Kingdom hoping to lock in the tiebreaker. China's not going to let that happen. Okay, both teams starting on a tie. Shocker. I mean, it's to be expected at this point, especially with how competitively close these teams have been all day today.
Yep, any 100 matters. It doesn't matter where you get it. All of them matter in this match. It's been down to single 100s, been down to 3 100s. All of them matter.
Here we go. So, in terms of the accuracies, oh, my Angel Saya picks up a miss. That is a huge drop. Doesn't matter. That is a huge drop. And Nathaniel's following right after.
This is huge for China because this is, well, a consistency map, and we haven't seen a lot of misses from either team throughout this match, and
oh, that's devastating.
Yeah, China might be able to just take this. They can afford at least one miss anyway. I don't think they would find more. Unless, well, they just run out of steam in the second half.
Well, you never know. There is still another half to the song, so
indeed.
It does take a massive drop for China to lose this. But that is absolutely devastating for the United Kingdom, and my Angel Saya missing here as well. That is going to add more fuel to the fire. As China now goes over 40,000 points.
Yeah, that is a comfortable lead for them right now.
KK Negative losing the double S. Maybe the pressure's starting to get to him. Over the hedge, the last player left standing with that double S, trying to keep things together for the United Kingdom. You can pull off a Houdini once, but can you pull it off again?
There's not much left, and it's looking grimmer and grimmer for the UK.
Well, there are these massive streams at the end here, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, just China looking incredibly solid on this pick. I think the United Kingdom made a misplay on this one. I'm surprised they didn't try going for a Fremont pick, but oh well. The choice has been made and the consequences have been met. China takes the last breakpoint just to deny the United Kingdom a tiebreaker.
Yep.
It was a great match either way, and Over the Hedge finishing things up with a double S.
GG.
Wow, GG. That is absolutely crazy that we saw that matchup. Easily the best match of the week so far.
Yep, and I would be very scared if I was any of the next 2 weeks worths of opponents of the UK, which in this case is definitely Hong Kong. And afterwards could be Vietnam, could be Slovakia. We will see. There's lots of undetermined matches.
Yeah, 100%. So congratulations to China for winning the match. Very tough matchup. It honestly could not have been much closer than that, but China managed to pull away from it at the very end, locking in a very good victory to advance to the quarterfinals in the winners bracket, where they'll be facing against either South Korea or the 15th seed, which I don't know off the top of my head, but South Korea is a very powerful team. They are expected to win their matchup, but you never know. We have seen some stranger things.
Yes. It's not the 15th seed though, because Vietnam got an upset on Poland.
Oh, you're
That's
right.
Yeah. That's why Vietnam mentioned.
Ah, yes, of course. And then, of course, unfortunately for the UK, they're going to be licking their wounds a little bit. But I think the United Kingdom can go down to losers bracket feeling a little happy that they kept it as close as they could. So I think both teams are going to be satisfied with their performances. As we turn to the matches up ahead, 14 minutes from now, we're going to have 2 matches taking place. Yes, we're doing this again. So we have South Korea taking on Vietnam in one of the matchups. The other matchup, we have Portugal taking on France. So, hopefully.
Yes, hopefully.
Okay. Keyword hopefully. Of course, if hopefully they don't get lost on the way to the matches. You know, there are the very, very shiny looking Osu store around the corner where you can buy your banners. Maybe they don't get lost in there trying to pick out their favorite teams for this year's Taiko World Cup, because they do like to support the community, you know. And of course, if you pick the winning team, you get to keep the banners for the whole year. It's only $2.50 US. So if you're up for it, take it. If you're not, totally fine. I believe you can gift banners as well. Maybe.
Never tried.
Never tried. All right, fair enough. So, nonetheless, that is going to be it for now. So, stay tuned. 13 minutes from now, we're going to have 2 matches taking place, hopefully. And yeah, that's going to be it for me. Animal, do you have anything you want to say before we head out?
Bye!
No? All right, fair enough.
Can't, in a sinister way, whisper bye banners again because you just blocked it.
Tragic.
Heckies.
I've repelled the furry once again.
Yes. But I'll be back in 12 minutes.
You will be back. That is so true. Thank you everybody for tuning into this match. Wherever you are, hopefully you all have a good day, and take care, because the round of 16 in Taiko World Cup is going to continue, and when it does, it's going to be absolutely spectacular. So stay tuned for some spicy performances from some upcoming performances. Take care.
stop trying. ready for your second lesson, let us look back and see what were the most important things you've learned from your first lesson.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the people watching the stream between O2 Taiko World Cup 2025 as the next match begins. After a very close one between China and United Kingdom, we're gonna get a lot further seed this time between the 2nd and the 18th seed, South Korea and Vietnam. My name is Yongin, finally here to cast for quite a while because we're gonna get a lot of string of matches. And today with me, we got a brand new caster who start casting in the round of 32, Yasuo. Hello.
Hello, good morning or good evening, wherever you are right now. I'm excited to be here with Yongin today, watching this epic match between South Korea and Vietnam. Yes, I'm very excited. Let's see what this match holds for us. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam last week actually upset against Poland, which technically Poland unfortunately did not have some of their players show up due to reasons. And Vietnam also one of the strongest 17 to 24th seed, which I mentioned before in the prediction stream, and able to upset, and now going up against a way stronger opponent though, South Korea. South Korea last week has been chilling out a bit, and Piso has still been assessing every single map in this tournament. Let's see, can he keep the streak today?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting if he can actually keep the streak, because that would be crazy. I mean, we know that Peaceful is a good player, but still, double S-ing every single map in a tournament like this is still very impressive. Yeah.
Especially, he SS like multiple mods, even free mod with Hidden Hard Rock. He did not play the gimmick last week. Well, not gimmick anymore, like SB, so they did not play the no mod 4. So we're gonna see our first ban. First ban from South Korea will be from DT2 actually. Not banning on Hidden 1, and I'm not seeing Vietnam banning on Hidden 1 as well. So I think we finally have a match that Hidden 1 is free from the banning jail.
Yes. A good song, not being banned. I'm all here for it. But let's see. Let's see what Vietnam wants to ban here.
Hidden 1 has not been played yet throughout the entire tournament this week. So, very excited to see that being selected. I'm pretty sure Vietnam would not ban HD1 as they are actually a pretty decent HD1 team. And they will be banning out Hidden Hard Rock maps, so Trinity Force will be out, no Sack today, no Waribashi. The beginning map is gone. That map is a 3 minutes, and Hidden Hard Rock from South Korea, probably one of the best Hidden Hard Rock team. 3rd to 4th best, I would say, in this tournament. But below Chile and Japan, still amazing team after all.
Vietnam going for the Nomad 3 pick first. We are going to see 96 Glass. Very good.
Gonna get the Spanish song.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Argentinian, because Paz is Argentinian. So
yeah, and he maps quite a lot of speed maps, and this one is quite comfortable. 280 BPM. There's some finishers that could be trolled, but I would say the hardest part is actually acting the start of the map. because I can see some teams just suddenly forgot how to act the start, and it might cause some difference because we have been seeing SS battles on this match, or in this map.
Yeah, it's also just only 10 BPM more than the last round's number 3. Still within reach for both teams, I would say.
Especially this week's patterning is a lot more comfortable compared to last week one, where Yasuo you met the last week one, and there was one very spicy DDD KKKT.
Yeah, we were told that this is going to be interesting to see in matches, so yeah. And it definitely was an interesting pick. But yeah, this one, as you said, way more straightforward, and we can be very excited to see what they're going to do in this. Also the finisher part, yeah, you need to look out for that.
We got our players in the board ready up. South Korea, we got Piso, Atlas, and Kompaku Serial. So 3 very competent veteran players on the South Korean team. Atlas and Kompaku basically started playing Taiko World Cup since 2014. So they have been playing this game for very professional in this game for at least 10 years. And Piso, previously known as Metro Stream, start building up this Korean team since 2018, still another veteran player, one of the best hidden hard rock players in the entire world. But speed and dreams is definitely a piece of cake for him.
But we have a little issue here right now, because there's only one player in the lobby for Vietnam right now. We're missing 2 of the players, and the referee already called out on it. So they have to join now. Buttermilk is here. Oh, they're both here. Awesome. Nice.
They are
very good.
Everyone in the board right now. Should be NJ, Buttermilk, and Random and IDK.
Random name is apparently confused that they are already playing. Okay, let's see. Interesting start to the first match, to the first map.
Yeah, they were late in the lobby, so the referee just forced Buttermilk and Random and IDK to join the lobby instantly. Hopefully that does not give them a heart attack, because the start of this map is easy to get a heart attack.
We're starting with a slow beginning section again before we start into the actual map.
So we do see Piso got a bit of a heart attack, got an early 100 drop, so does NJ, and so does Buttermilk as well, so 100 difference, and that could be the difference to make it, honestly, especially Buttermilk right now instantly dropping down to 95% when the burst starts.
Accuracy-wise, not looking too good on the Vietnam side right now, but it's only the beginning of the map. Anything still can happen. Very strong double S from the Korean side, though. Just matched with 1 double S from random name here.
And a break there from NJ on the finishers. But as we sometimes feel not the best at capping speed, you might get trapped by those patterns. We do see NJ is a player who gets speed cap once past like 270, and there's a big difference between him and last week's performance for now. That's 97%, dropping a lot of score. There goes Buttermilk as well. Another couple of breaks from the Vietnam team. So a very dominant South Korea first map already in the match.
Remote breaking, random name the only one with an FC back. But we are seeing...
Looks like Piso is gonna break his double S streak on the nothing session, by the way. But this is the first 100 drop from Piso in the entire tournament. And there goes the map. NJ, Buttermilk struggling right at the end. And random name being the only one matching the Koreans. But still, the Korea team just has 3 fantastic FCs on the end. 100 from both Peaceful and Kompaku Sario, and 6 from Apollos.
Yeah, just great accuracy all over the board here.
Yeah, a couple of misses from Vietnam. It's not a good sign for the Vietnam team. I'm surprised that David Min did not come in to play this map, so does Mafuyu Kirisu. Probably preparing something else, but usually Vietnam requires David and Mafuyu to play the speed maps rather than NJ and Buttermilk. So that was a weird lineup, but probably because they were running out of time.
And let's see if we can get David into the lobby for the next speed pick. But yeah,
There's
Vietnam
no
being...
Wish DT2 was being banned already, so now...
Oh, it's banned, true. Oh no.
Yeah, on to South Korea's pick, Hard Rock 1. The name that I cannot pronounce. It's gonna be mapped by TKS, so a very old style of map, but a modern setting instead. It's your tech accuracy hard rock map in the pool, OD 9.1. There is a bit difficult 1-6 sessions in the second chorus. No SV changes at all, so a very tame map in terms of readability. Only being BPM of 188 should be comfortable for all players on the board.
Very much so, yes. Also, I'm not going to try to pronounce the Italian name either. I think I'm going to disappoint every Italian in the stream. So, rather not do that.
Yeah. I mean, this map, fairly comfy. But Vietnam is not the best attacker actually. They are pretty good at Hard Rock mod. Not Hard Rock 2, but Hard Rock 1, they should be fine on it. But again, they kind of need a filler to play Hard Rock maps, because Buttermilk is a player who doesn't really like playing Hard Rock. And usually the best rosters is NJ, David Min, and Buttermilk, so any maps that all 3 of them can be participate in the same room should be the strongest map for Vietnam.
And we have Mafuyu here instead now.
Yeah, the Hard Rock and Speed filler for the Vietnam team. A very well-rounded team for Vietnam, actually, for a below high seed team. So main reason why they were able to really upset their first match against Poland, which maybe not as well-rounded, but stronger on some of the other skill sets. However, they are against another well-rounded beast. Doesn't even need to switch any players. Still gonna be Peaceful, Kompaku, and Apollos. Not too sure about the other Koreans. Are they even playing the match? But I do believe they should be here.
They should be here, but they don't even need to switch out the roster as it is right now, because they just way too strong. The Korean wall is just there, standing strong.
Yeah, already the 1-6 claiming Mafuyu at the southern map. And that's not a good sign, because that's one of the easier 1-6.
Yeah, there's still many up to come here.
Even a break on offhand from Mafuyu and a very weird miss from David. And there goes another offhand, and seems like the Vietnam did not prepare that at all. All funding breaks, there's no combo for Vietnam, and all 3 players on South Korea are FCing onto the combo cap. SS from Peaceful, 200 from Kompaku, and around 600 from Apollos.
Peaceful right onto that double S streak.
Gonna start making one again. losing the 1-100 on a no more free on a very awkward note.
Fuyu continues to struggle. That Ki here, 1/6 missed. Just can't get a hold of any combo here, sadly.
Fortunate for Vietnam. Seems like they are running out of firepower so far in this match against a dominant team from Korea, especially SS from Peaceful, and 2 to 3 Ranger from Kompaku, and 12 from Atlas. One of the best team score of this weekend, definitely.
Double S Machine is back on track. Winning South Korea their first pick. Pick goes back to Vietnam now. Let's see what they are up to now. Especially after last week, they were really strong in the Hidden One. Maybe they are going to pick it again. Into South Korea though, it's a little more difficult obviously because South Korea is just that good. But they might have a chance.
I see that being a pretty good pick as well, honestly, for Vietnam. South Korea, I would say it's more like a speedier team. And Hard Rock 2, no more speed as well. And just like fast SV, something that South Korea are really strong at. Fast hidden, but slower maps though. I usually don't associate South Korea with that.
Yeah, going to go with no mod 4 here. We're going to see the tech pick here. Nifty map, so you know what's coming.
Yeah, especially with some spicy SV. And another map that I know South Korea doesn't like to play too much usually. These are maps like SV heavy, gimmick heavy stuff that South Korea usually tends to avoid. Especially some of their players who are they're serious, I would say PRC players kind of hate playing this skill set. But this year they got Kompaku, they got Minix, these two players can definitely back up Peaceful on the SV leading heavy maps.
Absolutely. Minix joining the roster for the first time this match.
Yeah, this year Minix, they have a lot of discussion about a 6th player. It was between Labby or Minix. At the end, Minix was put in the team instead of Labby, which is a very interesting choice. Less of a speed roster from South Korea, going for a player who is more competent in mods in general, and also practice-heavy maps because Minix actually really likes practicing pools. He even play maps from the other tournament pools where he doesn't need to play. So he loves the game, and I can see why he was he was elected into the team, and definitely in for some of these like practice-heavy maps. And of course, Vietnam going back to their 3, I would say, big players: NJ, David Min, Buttermilk. On a skill set, they are quite decent on as well.
Yeah, and considering the SV that are on this map, you really want to practice this map. Because misses can easily happen everywhere. Snapping changes, SV changes, all over the place, pretty tricky. So not practicing this map can be crucial. Going into the first little section here, no real struggles from both teams, except NJ who misses.
Very clean miss though. You can see he definitely did his homework, so it's not out of reach for Vietnam just yet, but they need South Korea to give a respawn, but instead breaking is Buttermilk, and there goes 2 FCs from Vietnam, and South Korea is still on 1-101 so far.
Crazy player from the South Korean team here.
especially Peaceful did not play last week's practice heavy map, and he's definitely putting in the homework this week. Still onto a double S, finally 100 drop from Kompaku, and feel more on Munich side as well, but only one who is able to match up on the Vietnam team is David Min. Not terrible scores from NJ and Buttermilk as well. I mean, they're still holding a pretty decent accuracy, and Buttermilk only finding one singular drop on practically not a practice session. He missed on the stream, he missed on the pattern. So kind of unfortunate for him, but their accuracy count are just night and day against South Korea.
Yeah, nothing can be done here. Accuracy just looks way too good on the South Korean side. Peaceful really wants that double S again. And he works for it.
Yes, definitely. I guess Yasuo will be counting Peaceful SS today, seems like.
Yes, we will.
And here comes the speed 1x session, and it's really tripping up the Vietnam team. And all three players finding a drop in that session, and that is basically it. SS from Peaceful, 100 from Kompaku Sario, and a backing of FC from Munich to seal the deal. Third point for South Korea. Amazing team score from SK. You need to basically average 100 to win this map. That is insane.
What a performance from the South Korean side. Look out at those boards, look at those accuracies. Yeah, and therefore we once again see breakpoint for South Korea. It's their pick again.
Yep, definitely. In the meantime, they're thinking out their pick. We do have a B stream on the second channel, which is Portugal versus France, where Portugal actually have 3 players show up this weekend. Sadly, their third player is a little bit struggle compared to the rest of the board, but they're still fighting for it. Currently 0-2 in favor of France. So if you do wish to see some another players to see the Portuguese team playing, then you can hit on the B stream, but of course also turn on the A stream at the same time, because we don't want you to go elsewhere. Thinking out of the picks for South Korea, and seems like SK is just not letting it go. Going for Nagiha. Valadas.
He want the Donkey Kong.
He does want a Donkey Kong. There's a series made by M Wolf, and also original songs as well. Yeah, the last time it was a Bowser. It was also an Osu original. And it was also Osu World Cup, the UK original. This time is Osu World Cup. Semi-finals, No Mod 3 original. In Taiko World Cup this time, being No Mod 2. You hear swings. Despite the low BPM, that means you need a slightly bit of speed to play them.
Absolutely, the swing part is going to be tricky if you also didn't practice this properly.
Especially the start, where there is K, and then 2K, and then 3 Dawn, 1K. That first and second K were separated by a tiny bit, so if you just hit them like a regular 1-6, you will drop accuracy. So assessing this map is quite difficult. So far we've been only seeing 1 SS from Silver Tyrant, but Peaceful is definitely up to challenge that.
Yes, definitely. He really wants that streak going again.
In the same time, we do have Chosen playing for South Korea, actually their first map of the tournament. A very high skill cap DDKK player as well, but not the most competent at hacking, so that's why he's not playing much maps so far. And the SS streak from Peaceful is gone instantly, right out the gate.
Yeah, no double S's again on the board here from neither team. Vietnam struggling a lot with accuracy, especially on the lower side here. Both below 98%.
I would say especially these kind of tag maps where you require speed, it does show quite a bit of a crack. I would say it's probably one of their weakest skill set on the board. 97% from both David and Buttermilk. A very early drop from David, by the way. Random names so far with the highest accuracy. Some player you probably would not associate with tech with, and that also meant this map is quite speed player friendly. As usually when you see Random IDK play, he is in for a speedy map, and he is using his speed to wiggle some of these patterns. David been finding another break. That's a huge score lead in favor of South Korea, and they are still growing as combo cap all in favor of South Korea. Accuracy cap as well, not so high on Bottomless and David Min. Random Man trying to catch up, but just free, once again free 99.67. They are all having the same score.
Really can't do much against this kind of performance, especially on the accuracy side here. David still struggling with the chain miss here. This really counts towards the score of South Korea.
Yeah, not much they can do. We still have one more final part left, but it's not gonna matter. There's one more 1x to claim players off, and it's just gonna be cleaning off the FC from Random IDK. Buttermilk have the FC left, but no accuracy, unfortunately, to battle against South Korea. Last set of finishers, and that is going to be it. 4th point for South Korea, touching the quarterfinals winners bracket.
Yeah, the pick goes back to Vietnam. Once again, they have one more chance pretty much to win this match, win this game, or this map, in order to not fall into the losers bracket.
I think they have one pick they want to still have. I want to see Hidden One.
I also want to see Hidden One.
It's opened, we have not seen it, and Vietnam is quite good at it.
Yeah, they definitely know what they're doing, and they're picking Nomad 1, so we are not going to see Hidden One, at least not now. Maybe they are going to win this, and then we could still see it, somehow. But we are getting the... Yes, we are going to get the original of this week. Nomad 1.
OC Original to another OC Original. Some by Slacks, mapped by Lure1211 and Wawibashi, two very close friends, I would say. Map a lot together, SV a lot together, usually with Licks as well, but this time it's going to be a Lure and Wawibashi, or previously known as KT1 and collab. Very comfy map when you see these two mappers map. Like, most of the loved maps, the map or the rank maps, they're extremely comfortable to play. They're for players to have some fun moments, let's say. There's a bit of an offhand at the ending, with long streams at 2:30 BPM, but the offhand is not like your very difficult offhand, it's your DKKD rollable offhand. So another very accuracy maintained map, or a ship missable map. Once you ship miss in the last chorus, you drop a lot, especially your long streams.
Yes. Name a better combo, Slacks and Lure. I'll wait.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Maybe the better combo would be Lure and Wawibashi, which is the mapper combo.
That's true. Okay, I waited for that.
So far, probably gonna be an SS battle game. In earlier morning, between Malaysia and Australia, Malaysia hit total of 5-100 and Australia hit total of 8-100. And that is the difference.
Very close battle.
It could be a close battle, and maybe the Vietnam team knows what they are doing. They are still holding a freeway SS for now.
Yes, this while South Korea struggles a little bit more with accuracy. Not that much, but
The nerves at the slow part though really hits me when I was playing this like 2 hours ago on match. No one should be mixing, especially in the winner's bracket. Buttermilk did drop a bit of... Alright,
Oh,
so
he-
too early.
yes. He breaks, unfortunately.
Dropping on the 4 cats. PDKK play a moment. Unfortunately. That's gonna give South Korea a bit of a lead so far in this match. 2 100s from both Atlas and Kompaku. SS from random name IDK, NJ, AMP as well. They need a miss from SK. It's completely possible, especially your nerves build in this slow session. However, I don't think the South Korean players are very nervous for now. Especially at 4 points ahead.
We're about to enter the chorus, and now anything can happen. And South Korea needs to find a break in order to Vietnam having any chance.
Time is slowly running out for Vietnam, but the map is also become denser, especially in the final quarter half. Here comes the long stream. They play on the block.
Oh, Buttermilk missing again.
Oh,
Very
he
unfortunate for Vietnam.
of an offhand and the last pattern, last note of the stream. Double S from NJ, actually the first time from Vietnam, matching a player completely on South Korea. Randomly RDK with a couple of 100s, but 4 and 6 from Mapo and Kompaku respectively. And South Korea will be moving on to this winners bracket of quarterfinals.
And Peaceful once again on the streak of the double S's.
3 SS today from Peaceful. Or 2. No, I think it's 3, right?
I think it
Yeah,
was 3, yeah.
A lot of no mod maps being selected. Unfortunately, we cannot see our HD one being selected. But at least
Maybe we
ended
get
with a
another
banger.
chance.
Maybe. We ended with a banger, and now South Korea moving on. Vietnam dropping down to the loser bracket. They're not out just yet though, and especially they upset a team in round of 32, so they'll be facing actually a lot slightly weaker opponent compared to what we expect they face with their seedings. And for now, they will be facing, I do believe,
They are facing China.
South Korea will be facing China, and Vietnam will be dropping down loser bracket and facing the winners between Perry and Slovakia. So not a very close seedings, but Vietnam, I would say, outperform their seedings quite a bit. Not so much today, but they able to outperform their seedings again against Slovakia with a lot possible opponent against them. Final next week. In the same time, we have Portugal and France playing on the B stream right now, which right now is 0-4. And if you do still see one or more taiko actions, to hop onto the B stream. But 27 minutes from now, we'll be having Japan versus Netherlands.
It's also very, very intense match going to be for the Netherlands facing against a strong team like Japan.
Favorite to win for the 10th time in a row, for the 11th time in a row, actually 12th time in a row.
It just keeps on counting.
Yes, I mean, Japan is missing some of their players because they are currently 1v1ing battle in another community tournament. So, I mean, Japan may lose. Who knows? They still have 5 players, so another player who was expected to get onto the team grand finals actually did not get to grand finals. So they are only missing 1 player instead of 2. Still a big chance for Netherlands. So be sure to come back at 26 minutes later.
Exactly. Before we leave, however, we can also talk about banners once more. Just head over to the OSA store and get your banner, support your favorite team. And if the team wins, you keep the banner for a year. And I think that should be it.
And they are worth 2.5. 50 cents.
Exactly.
And that's all from us. So we'll see you
Thanks
guys in 26 minutes later.
Thanks for joining.
of the multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that overtake it. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Osu Taiko World Cup, Twitch.tv/Osu Live. We got the Earth, a banger song, and also a banger match. But right now, Japan versus Netherlands. You look at the seats, look at the players, maybe not as a banger because it's Japan, and they are against not a top winning team. So probably a bit of a one-sided match, especially Japan has been winning Taiko World Cup for 11 years, and Netherlands slowly building up a team, and once again they did upset against the 16th seed, which is Philippines. So now facing up against Japan, finally not Philippines this time, facing Japan. So hopefully they'll do a better job. My name is Yongin, and once again, with me today, got a player who also just played the match as well. Hi, Botch.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I like to hope we delivered with UK versus China, but this isn't UK versus China, and I have to get back on to casting. And we got Japan versus Netherlands. Yeah, this one, I think you pretty much said it all. It looks like it's gonna be tough, to say the least, for NL, but I think you kind of shared the sentiment where if Japan are going to lose a point anytime in the tournament before like finals, this is probably going to be it. NL have their very strong picks at the kind of lower pool level, which this counts as.
Wow, especially rolling a 99 from Koki Tree. Also,
Wow.
not too sure is Great T gonna be participating in this match due to a very big match for him.
Just got
ended.
done winning EGTS actually.
Yep.
Yeah,
Big coming
after a
tournament.
bracket reset, 2-hour set against Kenta and 07, who was on their team last year for TLEC, but yeah, we'll see if he arrives. If he doesn't, I don't think anyone will blame him, because he basically just played an 8.5 to 9-star pull, as opposed to, low 6 for 2.5 hours straight. It's pretty exhausting.
And not only that, he probably did not put too much practice in this pool, which technically he doesn't need like extreme high practice in this pool to gain SS.
Ooh.
We'll see.
Both the free mods getting banned is surprising. Japan banning FM1, I think is a little bit surprising, but then NL also taking free mod 2. And they're gonna pick first. Is he gonna be hit 1?
Not too surprised that Netherlands ban out free mod 2. As I do believe free mod 2 has a bit of like a rough BPM, shenanigans, just a hard song to listen to. And Netherlands players, like
Hard
these
to
such
listen
players,
to, wow. I like
yes,
it.
it's kind
But
of
the
not
timing
the
is
song.
well for some people, and the timing is definitely funny in some way. I'm like fairly confident of that. I grinded it all week and just couldn't get the hang of ACK. And Japan are gonna have the hang of acking every map in this poll. You just have to have it about as good as them and hope that you do better. That's how you win a point against these guys right now. And this is a map that makes sense to pick when you're going for that. They're gonna pick No Mod 1, Body to the Drum. Our only OS original of this run. Thank you very much to Slacks for that one. This map's cool, but it's very normal. This could be a 6 mil, honestly. It's never likely, of course. SSing is hard, and 6 people it's even harder, but it's never gonna happen. I could see it being right now. All 3 NL players have crazy hack, and, Japan.
Especially you're probably not going to be seeing Great T playing today instead. So I do believe that gives quite a bit of a chance to Netherlands. Maybe so does Marmaying as well, but I do believe because Marmaying doesn't need to play the Grand Finals of EGTS today, so he should be a bit more appeared in this match instead. But for now,
Yeah.
move on to No Mod 1. Very good pick from Netherlands. I mean, against Japan, just going for SS1 should be the way to go.
Yeah, I was about to say right 4 hit a 100, and that might be the map right there, but Mayan Jalari, in his first streamed TLEC map due to Japan having no round of 32 match to play. It's his first time out, and he does hit a couple 100s on the intro, but you can see the lead size. It's 1-100, and there's a lot of map to go, and it just got neutralized. So dead even.
Not gonna lie, seeing my Andrew Aru playing No Mod 1 is a bit interesting play from Japan. not too sure. Okay, my error was he's a really good HHL player, but his consistency is also probably one of the lower ends of Japan, and seeing him play consistency maps, he should be fine to probably assess this like probably 10 out of 11 times he played the map, but in match though, and also with nerfs, this player gets nerfs very seriously, quickly, so interesting selection from Japan.
Yeah, real nerds check this map. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the only thing that does get checked by it, as long as you have the stamina, and something tells me that the team of 1 digits, and also the stamina players of the Netherlands, have the stamina for a few minutes of 230. At this level, even though NL isn't super high seeded, their physical is good. It's not going to be anything too straining for them. And you can see it in the SS from Cookie Tree, the double SS from Japan, another 100 from my Angelari. The gap is 1 now. The gap is 0 now. Dead Tide, maybe? Oh, is there a minute amount of score here? Because the 100s have come on different players from NL, but only 1 from Japan.
This is flickering sessions in the middle of the map. But I would say the part where the offhand stream comes may be the deciding factor of this map.
Yeah, the last couple streams in this have some trickier patterns. Nothing too crazy, but after playing the rest of the map in this KTYM Lure collab, it's so comfortable, it's easy to get caught out by a couple of tricky patterns coming in from 2 of the biggest comfort mappers in the game. Just everyone's favorite when they want to turn off their brain and hit some patterns, but you need some brain activity for these. Here we go. Everyone hitting the first 2. This is the last one. Everyone FCing through the hardest section of the map. Now it's just some line down. Cookie Tree has lost his SS. Has won 100. Not exactly bad at all. Oh, but Angelari with the break! With seconds left, it looks like NL are about to take a point off Japan. In their own words, I'm gonna pronounce this terribly. Puntia. That is a point. Japan on, technically, the back foot here. 1-0 down to the Netherlands. Their first point loss of the year. Actually, they have a 0% win rate this year. Like on maps. They didn't win any maps in round of 32 because they didn't play the match. And now they've lost 1 and 1-0. Pack it up. Just pause the tournament here. Freeze this in time. Japan are winless in the Taiko World Cup. I'm sure it will stay this way, and they won't be about to absolutely destroy people. And you can see what it means to the Dutch players. Gabiji just with nothing to say except a few slaps to the keyboard. Incredible scenes. 2 SS's from Japan as well, but it's not enough. That's unfortunate.
Your co-caster was dying behind the scene because I said this match is going to be a 5-1, and so far
you did! And I had sweep, didn't I? I think because we both did predictions together on which end.
Yeah, you put sweep and then I put 5-1.
The genius wins as usual.
Or maybe not. Maybe we'll be looking at stupid because Netherlands will be getting more points. But for now, they need to withstand a Japanese game.
You know, everyone who's predicted sweep will just look even more stupid, but anyone with any points looks smart when the other team gets any points. That's how good Japan are. That is wild though. And yeah, this makes perfect sense. Japan picking DT1. Honestly, I think this is the hardest map in the pool to get a very high score on. Japan are about to drop 3 very high scores in this, most likely. As long as they just perform to the level they know they can. The 1/6 in this is very mean, to put it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm tilted at the map from practice. It's very mean. Especially the last is just the most difficult thing in the map by quite a lot. It is about 15 BPM faster than the rest of the map at 225. The ending stays 225, but it's the only 1/6 of that BPM. And it's also differently patterned from the rest, which can really easily catch you out if you're not absolutely on it. Especially at 225, 1/6 is hard. That's the level where most players just can't burst that fast.
Yeah, I mean, this map is very rough to hack, especially the slow down SV, and just picking up maps that requires high accuracy, high skill ceiling. Maps like this is something that Japan should have picked. Even
Yeah,
some
this is
small mistakes would not cost you the map, and this is what Japan should go for. And especially they are missing one of their big players possibly this match, so I can see why Japan. Yeah, instead of Mama but no great team again, and probably still want to get a bit of a rest.
Nekomusha gonna immediately drop the SS, Ariha too, so the only one remaining is Mai, of course. Just got done coming 3rd place in EGTS, just narrowly losing to 10-10-07 on tiebreaker. I mean, it's one of the best 1v1 training players in the world. TWC is ultimately easier to perform in, because first of all, you have a team that you can vibe with and just have high morale, right? And if you have the skill, then the maps are easier. They are. And you can kind of see that in my right now as he hits 100. But Japan still 15,000 score to the good, despite no SSs remaining. This map not really SSable in a tournament setting. Maybe for Grip Team, maybe for Mai if you were to get lucky, but this is not the run.
Especially their BPM changes latter half of the map. And that is easy to drop one.
Quite intuitive, but yeah. Yep, the 1-6 does not catch anyone. This is kind of insane, actually, from NL. Seed 17 having triple FC through the first two 1-6 bursts of this. The only one remaining is the 225 1-6. The first couple are the 204 that you see as the BPM on the bottom right. But
and also the patterns right after the 225 BPM 1-6 is a lot harder to roll in Snap compared to where you can just turn off your brain after the 1-6 just hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Dutch players here are alternators, or at least, you know, single tap alt players. And Japan, very few rolling players. I don't think we have any of them here. And yep, the hardest thing in the universe catches 3 people. That's what I'm talking about. Right before Yabiji, though, going to be trading Nekomusha's singular break in a loss for NL. Mai does find a miss, and suddenly, Ariha's the only FC left from Japan. I told you this is one of the hardest maps in the poll. That's why! The ending is actually crazy. The SV is pretty low as well. It's really tough. Amazing FC from Cookie Tree. Very nice work from him. All scores being above 1.06 is kind of a testament to how good Netherlands are for seed 17. That is mental. But, of course, their opponents were Japan on DT. It's just about the most unwinnable matchup in Osu Taiko.
Yeah, looking at like Mai and one missing almost at the last part of the map, his score is still above Cookie Tree, so you can see how important these are like high skill ceiling maps are, and Japan should just keep picking them. Except one map which we're probably gonna see Netherlands picking them soon. But for now, Netherlands will be picking another very 50-50 map, like a shit missable map. I hate.
Yeah. This is one of the meanest maps I have ever seen in a tournament. We've got the heist here. The patterns are just really hard. A lot of it is really easy patterns, and then it throws 5 dawns in a row at you, and you're like, I'm supposed to... Wait, what hand is that? Oh, I already missed. And then your team loses. Yeah, there are a lot of hard patterns besides just those, like, 5 dawn bits to look out for as well. If you're not fully focused, you will not FC this map. It doesn't matter how good you are, even if you're Japanese. So this one could be interesting. This might be possible if NL really clutch up.
There's a lot of KKK, DDD, KKK, DDD again patterns. I would say this map is a lot more older style of stream map rather than your rolling type of like DDDK, DDKKD type of like PP farm map nowadays.
Oh yeah.
And also a lot of monos as well. And there was one SV speed up 1-6, and that it tends to make a lot of players drop accuracy or even drop combo.
Yeah, I would know. I had to play this against China. I was the only miss on my team. We won by 127 points because my team are amazing and just barely carried me through it. But
And Super
yeah,
on that match, Super SSS also dropped on the 1-6 I was mentioning.
oh yeah. I think for KDDK it's not particularly hard though. I think he must have had a brain fart or something. I can't imagine him missing on that often. Because he is a KDDK role, but KDDK is not that bad for monos. And Japan have already dropped the triple SS, which isn't a very normal thing to be saying about a team ever. But NL still have one. They have 3 100s between them playing against one. But really, it's just going to come down to misses. If AK is the tiebreaker, then Japan probably wins, but a 6-way FC on this map would be extremely unusual, even between a team like Japan and a team as stream-oriented as NL, because this thing's just so inconsistent.
Especially Japan.
Right forward.
Japan is not really a stream team, honestly, this year. But right for missing a couple of times and a third time already, giving Japan a huge point for now. 99.87 for my Android error, and that is the only mistake they have this map so far.
Yeah, Nakamushi and Ariha still just rock solid with the SS's, looking just like they did on No Mod 1. Cookie Tree still sitting on his, kinda makes sense, the metalist metal player of them all. Aaron misses on the first quintuple dawn! And there's a little bit of an inroad now, hits a couple 100s, might be rattled, but as long as he just takes a sec to mentally recover on this chill section, it should still be okay for Japan. Keyword though is should. Nothing is guaranteed on the ending of this map. Oh, but Kibichi finds a break as well. It's clean, but it hurts.
It was a very awkward miss from my Android error. He just stopped tapping. It might be a lag over there for him. So unfortunate for him if it was the case. But still, Japan kept their lead forward around
4 misses! 4 breaks on the hardest pattern in the universe! Yeah, that's right, it's harder than BT1.
And
oh my god,
only
the under
completed
10k.
area. But
Wow,
it's
did
not
they both
enough.
max it? Did they both SS?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Kokichi
Cookie
did
with
not.
2 100s, Ariha with 0. He tends to get very high accuracy, and this map is no exception. Really impressive SSing that on command. He's been 1 digit? Yeah, I don't care. FCing this map is never ever easy for anyone. That's amazing. Decent enough surprise scores, honestly.
A lot of nerves has been played out through the Netherlands team. Honestly, they saw that wait, this match is not unwinnable, and then they just start dropping in the absolutely only patterning. They're just 3 notes, but the slowdown S3 is the nerves. It's the slow crawling notes from this map. Haunts the Netherlands team, and Japan, despite a knock lock from my Angel error, still gonna let them takes a break point. Now onto that third pick, and they have a bunch of high skill ceiling now. I think they're gonna choose. This is not the one I was expecting they would go for, but still, plays quite well on the high OD for them. So punish a lot less about mixes, punish more about the accuracy. I was expecting Japan to go for No Mod 2, but this seems like a pretty good choice for Japan.
Yeah, this makes sense. Although, I don't know, personally, I'm just hoping nobody SS's it so I can show his first place on the sheet. But somehow, I'm not too confident that the combo of Ariha, Nakamusha, and Eri, and the Dutch players who are all really good at Takiachar like this. Somehow I doubt that we're going to see 0 SS's. This is one of the easier maps in the pool for sure. But it's not unmissable. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, a couple tricky patterns, but I feel like if you have the fundamentals on the HR reading, this really is just a how many 100s do you hit map, and 0 is an option.
They still have it's still the same roster from both teams. Nakamushi, Ariha, Mindro Arrow again from Japan, Pokichi, Rightfall, and DBG on the Netherlands.
Yeah, should keep
It's
the
the
first
same
to break the
combo.
SS.
There are a bit of harder patterns in this chorus. Those are probably the missing spot of the map.
Misha loses the SS. Eru actually down at 98 right now with, I think, 4 100s. Unusually high number for this early in the map, although the intro is one of the trickier sections, it has to be said. And with a slight lead, but only a little.
Still a double S from Eriha and only one on the board. Definitely practice the map pool this time. Comes an offhand patterning and Mahendra Arrow gonna drop a few 100, but traded out by quite a number of players from Netherlands. But Japan is still in the lead, but barely. Yeah, still SS from Eriha, helping support the Japanese team.
Will he hold it through the Kiai? And more importantly, will Japan hold this lead through the Kiai? There's also the outro, which is no slouch. It's pretty much just like the intro, which is one of the hardest parts of the map to hit cleanly. Ariha is just taking it home right now. Unreal performance. The SS is not locked up just yet, but he's most of the way there all of a sudden.
Kokichi being the only player left on the field on barely a 99%, and still missed potential at the end of the map. I mean, what we saw on the 1-1. But seems like it's not going to be the case. Japan is going to be moving forward on the third point.
3160. Ariha gonna wrap up the maximum score total of 1,060,636. Pretty good, you could say. I think he's gonna be happy with that.
A really good performance on Netherlands for a 17-seeded team, by the way. 3-way FC on this map is still very difficult. Below 30 100s after all. And 14 100s combined for Japan. Not the highest, but again, they are kind of a bit short of players this weekend. I would say they are 1.5 short for now.
Yeah. But a short-handed Japan still tends to be the strongest team in the tournament, and we are seeing it here. They're taking it to a team very well versed in this pool. Oh, this is a spicy pick from the Netherlands. We got Elevator. This is... I think they are basically picking the most missable maps in the pool now that No Mod 1 is done.
I'm surprised Hidden One is not a selection here. Not gonna lie. Alright. Everyhead's gonna be going because he hates practicing these other maps. So we see who's gonna be joining in for Japan. Which is gonna be an exciting one because I know Kantu also doesn't like practice these other maps. So probably gonna be Mai Ying. Mai Ying will be joining in for Japan. And Netherlands still play with the three main players right now. Kokichi, Rightful, and DBG. Has been playing every single map in the match. Still gonna be the three playing this map. No hidden one selections. Go for low mob 4.
Yeah, I think this pick makes perfect sense. They're trying to make Japan miss, and it's not impossible, but probably gonna be kind of hard. This map is tricky, but it's not the hardest thing in the world, as long as you can hit an offhand doublet. Or if you don't even have an offhand, that's even better. So these Japan players probably have 2 onhands.
Definitely. I don't think we'll be seeing SS battle. Well, already gone. As DBG will be the first to define a mess.
This intro actually pretty tricky to keep SS through, but here we go. The map only begins now. These doublets, brutal to read if you haven't studied the map. You ever hear from your math teacher, you should be able to answer this problem if I wake you up in the middle of the night and ask you about it? That's the level you want to be at with this map. What's the first guy in No Mod 1 I asked you at 4 a.m. right after waking you up?
It seems like
You better answer.
it's definitely haunting the Dutch players. Couple of breaks from both TBG and Kokishi. In practice, this might be seemingly like a good pick, but honestly, I kind of question about this choice. I do believe HC1 would be the better choice, but there's still bricks from Japan, so not over just yet, but far from letting Dutch take that point.
It does take, I'd say, unless you're a top reading team, it takes a kind of insane amount of practice to just be triple FCing this in match to have any good chance of it. It's just so hard to be consistent on. And Japan are making it look reasonable right now, but for round of 16, this is tough. Right for the only FC on the Dutch side. I also want to mention something else about this map. It says drop it like an elevator. There are so many things I would rather be in than a dropping elevator. Like, that just sounds dangerous, man. Maybe about as dangerous as this be map. Everyone hitting the first half of the outro.
My Angel Error finally picking up this match, being the highest accuracy so far in this map. No SS still, but a 1-100 on this map is still as impressive. 2-100 on this map is still as impressive. 4 on Necromusia and 5 on my mind, and that is seemingly going to be the match point touched by Japan. Miss from TBG to seal out this map.
Yeah, very
Like
impressive scores.
Combos while dropping down like an elevator, but there were more combos from Netherlands being dropped, and Japan 4th point.
Yeah, so Japan on match point now with the next pick. Something tells me that the remainder of this match is a bit numbered. Hopefully the Netherlands can prove me wrong and do something crazy. But they only have one more chance now. Japan, I don't know, probably going to pick like DT2. I can't imagine them having trouble hacking it. And the 6 mod flex maps are gone because for some reason Japan banned one of them. No mod 3 coming in. I'm surprised. That feels like something the Netherlands would be picking if this match went long. I am a bit surprised. I thought it was going to be DT2 for sure. I'm also a little bit surprised NL hadn't picked Hidden 1 yet, but it is hard for this week, so maybe they're not as confident.
I feel like HC1 should have come out on last week. I still believe on that, but no mod 3. I think this is a pretty decent pick, honestly, because okay, against every other team, you would say no mod 3 is a random pick. Like a weird random pick. But against the Netherlands, so they actually banned No More 3 last weekend. And they're free. Okay, the Tri player has been playing every single map. Kokishi, Whitefall, and DBG. One of them kinda hates playing speed. Kokishi cannot single tap anything above 260. His score just drops a lot, so usually they will swap in someone else wanting to play to pick the trifecta for Netherlands. So we do see Strike Isa. Sorry for butchering your name every time you comes up. I know you taught me how to pronounce your name. I still did it wrong every single time. But he's a speed filler for the Netherlands team and ready in for no mod 3. Still though, I do believe Japan's roster is just slightly bit stronger. But against most teams, this is a random pick because of how easy it is. But I can see this being a good pick against the Netherlands.
Yeah. This is, I suppose, looks sensible considering the opponent, but they have 3 players that can FC this kind of map. So, I don't know, it does seem a little unusual to me still. I do think they're very advantaged on this, but I still think a couple maps like DT2, maybe even Hard Rock 2, and I'm not entirely a Hard Rock team this year, were just more advantaged, just the accuracy, like the high OD picks.
Just pick a hard map that also requires speed, like no mod 2 would be better, so... Yeah,
it's not really speedy, it's just tricky, but in a way that good mechanics just carries you through.
Yes.
Everyone hitting those finishers.
So mention the same thing there. These finishers quite missable.
Yeah, hardest part of the map for me.
DBG will be the first one finding a drop. The accuracy of from Netherlands is definitely not as far compared with Japan. So far in this match, you see a bit of a speedy weakness from Netherlands, a tiny one though. If the maps get a lot harder, maybe we'll see it more clear. But for now, they are still touching Japan's back. One miss away from Japan. Just the last 20% of the map left. We still have one more chorus left. Here it comes. There's no more dance finishers. 50,000 points difference. All players has recovered to the combo cap, and there goes Whitefall and GBG, and there goes the Netherlands team. The chance of taking the second point off Japan is gone.
3 million on a no mod. That's pretty impressive. 4 100s from My Angel area, and that's 80% of their total. Nekomusha with 1. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't SS. This kind of thing seems right up his alley, but Ariha with yet another max score in this match. Really played and just probably player of the week. As long as he was on for every match, which I think he was. Pretty good showing from him. And great from the Netherlands as well. Taking a point off of Japan is an honor most teams regard at the level of like a top 6 or a top 4 in the entire tournament. Most teams would be about as happy to take 1 off Japan, and that is something that the Netherlands achieved today. They should be proud, but it is going to be Japan advancing to the winners' quarterfinals.
And I am the happiest, player ever. Happiest Pick'em player ever. The one genius who put 1 point on Netherlands to live in the Dutch. But yeah, also, Ariha did not play Normal 4, just a small knock there, because he kind of hates playing Normal 4. But that it's still going to be the final 5th point for Japan. 1 point for Netherlands, still not too shabby, especially, actually...
Oh, amazing.
A great achievement.
Yeah.
Great achievement as well for low-seeded team, let's say. Next match though, it's gonna be as big of a seed difference. It's going to be Bulgaria versus Philippines. We have not been seeing Bulgaria having their full team roster to play a match just yet. So maybe this will be the match. Philippines also missed their best player last weekend, and that kinda spells doom for them in the last weekend matches and got upset by the Netherlands. Let's see with all their players actually show up to these matches.
Well, that's not the thing you want to be hoping for, but yeah, I suppose it is the case here. But we'll see you in about 25 minutes for that one. For now, thank you for watching Japan versus the Netherlands. I've been over to Hedge 2015, joined by Yonge.
We'll be seeing you in 25 minutes.
See you then.
の音ってキラリキラリ瞬くのはいつか見た夢の続きが知りたくなって言えないこの想い届けどこまでも昨日までの私じゃない何かになりたいの曖昧さという二のまでやりきれないままのうつつ
Alright, hello people, welcome back to Osaka World Cup 2025. And we are not finishing our block just yet, because we're gonna be having another very big seed difference between Bulgaria, the 32nd seed, versus Philippines, the 16th seed. Probably we have never seen Bulgaria in a World Cup before. I'm not too sure about other modes. I only know about catch and some standard, and I don't think we have ever seen this country. Actually, no, they qualify in OSU World Cup as well. Wait, that was Belarus. But anyway, Bulgaria finally make a team this year with two very strong players and a third supporting one. And unfortunately, they did not show up yesterday. So, not yesterday, but last week. Hopefully, they do show up this weekend. Same said about Philippines. One of their players overslept, and I would say that kind of causes the match against Netherlands, even though Netherlands played fantastic. And it's me and Bosch again.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, it's kind of funny to just see the kind of seed intersection here. We've got 117 straight into 32-16 here. Obviously, Philippines very heavily favored here, but I don't know. Bulgaria have decent players. They could figure something out, I think.
Yeah, so far right now we only have two players short for Bulgaria. So not too sure about their third. Hopefully it's not going to be a forfeit again, or some of their players overslap, because we don't want to see that happening. But for now, give some hypes, give some power, give some energy to some of the remaining players in Bulgaria to show up.
We can spirit bomb Gyokon out of bed, I think. That would... surely that'll work. If we just, like, all want it badly enough, we can telepathically tell him, hey, you have a match. Get up, get online. You have to play Taiko World Cup.
Dude, this is like Dragon Balls.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's, I mean, TWC is like an anime. Have you seen some of these matches? Kind of crazy.
We still have not seen an anime character. Oh, actually, no, we have seen an
Shiba?
anime character. Yes, true. Shiba must be definitely.
No, that is literally like final episode of the season type heroics that he pulled on that tiebreaker to get Chile past Russia.
For my arguments, I would actually put it like that 1 year, 2023 Taiko World Cup Taiwan was the main anime character of the tournament. They win it by in the end.
DDDK, yeah.
DDDK, definitely.
Real ones know. Yeah, Taiwan versus Germany. Probably still the most intense single map of any TWC ever.
Yeah.
Just the most
like,
ridiculous TV situation.
Honestly, that was like an absolute anime character syndrome. And then also Stu literally helped the team to make it to tiebreaker by accessing the map. But anyway, back to this match. We are far from that just yet. Not in the grand finals, we're still on round 16 and also on the lower brackets. So Bulgaria, I would say they have two very strong players. Like I mentioned, Vasco 020 and Gyokon. Vasco being quite well-rounded outside of tag. He kinda doesn't play tag that often.
Yeah.
And then also Gyokon could be said about same thing, but Gyokon is more like your comfort, hidden hard rock flashlight player. Just memorize the map, he's really good at it, so he's also pretty decent at playing mods. The third, the Angel Love, has not logged in for 4 days, and I'm not too sure if he's gonna log in 6 minutes, and hopefully he does. But this player actually quite well-rounded. Practice a lot for tournaments especially, also usually play quite well on an HD pick, so kind of surprising to see him not around just yet. And then the last player, C12AS. This player, unfortunately, I have not heard of that much. I've never seen this player play a tournament, but he sure is having their lifetime right now in TWC. Able to experience your first tournament in Taiko World Cup is such a big step ahead. But again, he needs to feed in some of the skill sets accordingly.
Yeah, Philippines got just pretty good coverage. I think at this level, Josh Iko can play probably everything. JMac can probably play everything except maybe a couple picks. I don't know if he's so good on hidden, for example. Pachako can play everything that isn't hidden very well. Just do not put him on hidden, based on a result or two from last week. But then for hidden, they've got Silicosis too, who's great. I believe Descriptic Cringe is also good at the mod. And between those two, they can usually find a third, right?
Actually, the hidden roster, I do believe it's Silicosis and Josh Eco, and Airy on the third. If it's slow stuff, Airy will be playing as a third slow HD player. If it is a speed hidden, it will be either Bosch, Pochako, or JMap. Pochako or JMap on third speed hidden. Or maybe they will even replace Silicosis as well, because Silicosis is not your speed reading guy. So it could be some more Josh Eco, so their hidden players is a bit on the slower side. So two very interesting players who prefer slow hidden and speed hidden.
Yeah, to be fair, the hidden this week, well, hidden one this week is very definitively a slow hidden, but I think hidden 2 we're only just starting to get there into the realm of fast hidden. 224 BPM is still like normal map territory, right? I think around your 2 per mile, we're probably gonna have 250, 260, ramping up pretty quick, and it's, you know, hidden is really gonna add reading difficulty, but I'd almost say this week's hidden 2, the harder parts for a lot of people are probably the slower parts of the map rather than, say, the KIs and such. Not for everyone. Most people are... I mean, a lot of people are probably solid enough on everything, but yeah.
Even I think because of the BPM speed up, I think this week's hidden 2 is easier than last week. Some may think that way. If their hidden is like skill issue and like slow hidden, like me personally. But Philippines is definitely not your skill issue a slow HD team, honestly. As long as all their players show up, and one of their players did not show up last weekend, so that makes it a very disaster moment happened in HD1 last week.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that happens in TLDC, right? You have to play the slow hidden, and you don't play slow hidden, and
goodbye.
Hilarity ensues, or disaster, depending on whether you're playing or spectating. But
yes.
Yeah, Philippines still fairly well rounded. I think if all their players are present, they shouldn't have to force Pachako to do anything that he shouldn't do. But
definitely,
player presence might be what wins Philippines the match here, let alone gets them maps or points. Bulgaria, as far as we know, still only have 2 players available. I don't know what's the deadline. Is it 10 minutes past the hour or 15?
Yeah. They still have 120 more seconds to find their third player joining in.
We're running out of time, man.
Definitely, the real running out of time. So give your voice to Fat Gio Khan or the Angel Love right now to show up at least. So we at least get some matches.
Yeah, hopefully we got someone just speed running all the way to their computer right now. But yeah, a minute and change, and this is looking unfortunate. Can only hope we're wrong.
Yeah, also about Philippines, outside of the Hard Rock roster, the Speed Hard Rock is possibly also missing a third player actually. They do have Pochaka and J-Man doing quite well on it. Third, it probably comes down to Airy or Descriptic Cringe. And Hard Rock 1 they should be fine, but Hard Rock 2, Josh Eco and Silicosis, not really your Hard Rock 2 player. They have been banning out Hard Rock 2s for some community tournaments as well. So Philippines teams, Hard Rock players and hidden players are completely different different players. Not like there's one guy who can play both slow, hidden, or fast Hard Rock, and that makes it they're pretty more a bit on the weaker side as well. But probably these are just up on the air because we might be not seeing a match happening right now, as we basically only have 20 seconds left for Bulgaria to show up, and we might not be seeing any gameplay coming up.
Yeah, we're down to a handful of seconds here. It looks like this is all but guaranteed to be a forfeit now. Looks like our referees have not found anyone, and there's 10 past, yeah. Looks like that is going to be a forfeit. That means we have a win by default for the Philippines. The Philippines win and will advance to the lower bracket quarterfinals. Bulgaria will go out of the tournament.
And thankfully, this is the only WBD we found in this weekend. Portugal, despite having a lose by default last weekend, they somehow found their third just in time, around 2 minutes in the match. Like, thankfully, we got a match over here. Unfortunately, we cannot see Bulgaria, a very brand new country to show in Taiko World Cup. Hopefully, as time goes on, we'll find more World Cup Taiko players able to participate in the Taiko World Cup.
Yeah, for now though, I suppose that's it. The Philippines move on, Bulgaria does not. And that's us for now. We have Peru versus Slovakia on the IR at 16 UTC. That's about 50 minutes away. For now, thank you very much for being here.
We enjoyed a small 10 minutes of podcast. It's going to be a lot closer match in terms of seeding as well. As we come back at Peru versus Slovakia.
Yeah,
See you then.
See you.